that I'll be looking at going into this race. On the women's side, we have Therese Leboeuf from Switzerland. She is from Zurich. She got 7th at the Marathon du Mont-Blanc last month and 3rd at the 2023 World Champs. Now, what was also, I think, the most impressive about her is she was 3rd, 4th, and 5th the last 3 years at Zegama. We can see we've got Claire Rhodes' stats on the screen. She's another one that we're looking at. She's from the U.S. She's got the course record on the Rut Mountains 50K 2024. She's an athlete and a coach, but she hasn't raced much in Europe. And then second here, we've also got on the screen Laura Hottenrath from Germany. She comes from a road running background. So she will be really flying during that last part of the course. She's a biologist and sports scientist, and she can run a 2:24 marathon. I don't know about you, but I am not pulling those numbers when you put me in a marathon.
If I ever run a marathon, that would be the dream, to get a 2:24. But let's not talk about that.
Absolutely.
Interestingly, actually, just seeing her on screen now, we have 2 South Africans in this race.
Oh, there we go.
Husband and wife duo, that is Brendan Lombard and Julia Lombard. They are currently living in Spain. They have traveled here. This is an area that is incredibly special to them and their family. Her grandparents actually spent a lot of time in Grindelwald growing up. And they come back. This is their second time at the race, and they are here for a little bit of redemption. Last time Brendan ran the 100K and didn't have the day he wanted. They're here for redemption, both incredibly strong athletes in their own right. So it's exciting for me to see some South Africans on the stage representing our country. Very excited to see them. It's great to see them on screen as well.
And you raise a good point, because sometimes when we see the nationality of the runners, we make certain assumptions about what kind of terrain that they're training on. But it's always important to know where they're actually living.
Absolutely.
On the men's side, we have Peter van der Zon, who is from the Netherlands. And you might think, okay, he's from the Netherlands, he's going to die on these hills. But he's actually living in Lucerne. So he's also someone who, on the men's side, is someone that we will be looking at. He was 3rd in the Eiger 100K in 2018. And that's something else, as we're seeing the men's stats coming up on the screen with some of the profiles we've already mentioned. What was really exciting to see when I was looking at the start list is how many competitors we have returning to this race, whether they did it in 2023, 2024, or years ago in 2018, 2019. And that says something about this course, the draw, the magic of these mountains, and how these runners want to come back and see what they can do on the course.
Absolutely. Interestingly, looking at Roberto De Lorenzi, who is here on the screen at the moment, obviously incredibly successful, 925 UTMB index, but a lot of his races come from the 20K category, so he's definitely more primed towards the shorter distances, and I think the shorter race today, I think, will favor him incredibly well. It's always interesting seeing an athlete who does come from a slightly shorter speciality step up to these longer races. Obviously, this is not his first rodeo, this is not his first 50K, but I definitely think we've seen him shine in those shorter distances, and it's always exciting to see them step up into these longer races.
That's a really good point. There we saw Rod Farvard on the screen on the left with his very characteristic mustache.
And next to him was Claire Rhodes, living in Alaska, and she has just had an incredibly successful race at the Mountain Marathon. So very exciting to see her in Europe. I don't think we see her here very often, so great to see her venturing this side of the pond, and always great to see her stepping up to these distances as well.
That's true. Just looking at the gear of the people standing on the start line, we see poles on some, not on others. This is quite a short race, and there's only kind of one big climb. So I'm actually expecting to see less of the elites, less of the front runners with poles. But that terrain, the original terrain, I would have expected to see perhaps more people carrying poles. But let's see what happens on that first climb.
Also very cool, we just saw Claire Rhodes on the screen. Her partner, Trayson Knopp, is currently running the 100-kilometer race. So he is out there. He's been out there for a couple hours now. So it's always great to see the duos taking on these races.
That makes it exciting, but also more complicated, because then you can't have your partner crew you.
And anyone who has run an ultra before will understand the importance of having a crew that you trust and love, and who knows you and who knows your quirks, because things can get messy when you are a couple hours into a race and you need someone who understands you and who won't necessarily take offense to maybe a couple harsh or hard words.
Yeah, some people need tough love and some people just need a hug, and you really need to know what is the right thing in that moment.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. The athletes are lining up. They are getting ready. I think we are about to see the start happen fairly soon. So if everyone out there is on the chat, drop some love to your athletes, and let's set them off on this 50k adventure in Grindelwald.
Grab your coffee and soak up those nervous start line vibes. We are almost ready to go.
40 seconds, here we go.
I absolutely love this moment. I am feeling the energy. I'm getting goosebumps just like the runners. They don't know what is ahead, but they're looking up at those mountains and crossing their fingers and toes.
Seconds, let's go. I hope everyone has their snacks, because this is going to be an action-packed day. You're not going to want to leave the seat.
Dig in with us. We are ready to start 50K, the Eiger Ultra Trail, just about to start, and they're off. Fantastic. I've seen women right up there at the front at the start line. That's something that we're really seeing across all of the UTMB World Series races, making sure that women don't get trampled at the start, that they've got their place on the start line, that they're visible and they're right there at the front. It's so good to see.
And I think, like you said, the women are always up there now, and I think it's because we're racing harder, we're more confident in going out hard and not worried about, holding back and making sure that we surge at the right moment. I think racing has become quite aggressive, and if you want to win these races, especially a race that's significantly shorter than originally planned, I think you have to go from the gun. There's no playing games yet. And you can see that when they go out this morning, they were right up there with the men. So they are there to race today. There's no messing around. They are not waiting for a specific point in the race to get their position. I think it's going to be a fight from the start.
You are right. And we should mention that we have an almost all-female commentary crew for you today on the Eiger Ultra Trail across all of the languages. We do have one male guest with us. But otherwise, we are an almost all-female team, which is pretty exciting. And there they are running through the town, starting off at a fairly fast pace.
I would guess that we are looking at Laura Hottenrott there. Mm-hmm. Coming from a more marathon background, you can assume that she is going to take this out pretty fast. If I was chasing her, I think I would maybe let her go a little bit and just hope that I could catch her on a climb or a descent, but she is taking this out nice and fast.
And I think she's actually an Olympian, which is a pretty cool card to have in your pocket.
Absolutely. Oh, wow.
If I were her, I would get those Olympic rings tattooed across my forehead.
All right, and we can see in the lead in the men's race, we've got Stefan Wenck, who is a local from Davos, I believe. So Swiss runner, he knows this terrain as well. Then you can also see we're now on the screen with Laura Hottenrott. But just ahead of her, we have Roberto De Lorenzi and a couple other runners that I can't identify just yet.
Good eye. Now, have you raced against Laura Hottenrott before?
I haven't.
Right.
So it's always interesting to see, new to me anyway, names popping up on these in these races. I think these fields are just getting more and more deep, and you can never trust that someone doesn't have a UTMB rank anymore, because, you know, stepping into trail with someone like her background, you can assume that she knows what she's doing. She knows how to pace herself, and you can assume that she's trained for this incredibly well. So yeah, there's always going to be someone that you don't expect on that start line, and that's what makes this exciting as well.
I'm always very impressed by athletes that can cross over between road and trail, because it really is such a different discipline.
Yeah.
But if you can run a 2:24 marathon like Laura can, you know that she's going to be bringing something pretty special to these trails.
Yeah. There you go. Stefan Wink with Roberto De Lorenzi just behind him, and then the athlete in white with the black and white pack. Unfortunately, can't identify him just yet. And then just behind him, you can see there's Rod Farvard in the orange t-shirt. So all close together. Obviously very, very early days. But cool to see that the pack is still pretty close together. There's still quite a big group of them up front there. No one's particularly broken away. And obviously the section being road is very runnable, and I think we will see things change up pretty rapidly once they hit that climb.
Lots of focus on those faces, and we can see these blue skies in the background, but the forecast was calling for thunderstorms, and that is why we do have these course changes today. Again, the 50K is now 41K, one long climb up and then a descent before a pretty fast end of the course. Now, this doesn't affect the number of running stones that the competitors will get. So in the 50K, all of the finishers will receive 2 running stones, and in the 100K, which is now a 69-kilometer course, they will still receive 3 running stones. And each running stone is an extra chance to get into the UTMB lottery, into the finals. And so for all those who are running and aren't looking for a podium and they're just looking for a finish, these stones are pretty important.
Absolutely. And while the extraordinary runners are going to be looking to just get their stones, obviously these elites are going to be vying for that top 3 position, because that top 3 position, coveted as it is, allows them direct entry into the 2026 OCC at the UTMB World Finals in Chamonix in August. So that top 3 position is incredibly important. If that is your goal for the year, then absolutely these athletes are going to be wanting to be in that top 3 position.
And there we can see the course profile where the runners will be heading up that long, long climb. You can still see they're moving pretty fast as they're only just a few minutes into the race, but pretty soon it will start to increase.
We go Stefan Wenk. He's actually from Zurich, apologies. So he is here with his wife and his best man, Jen Payot, who lives in Grindelwald, and they will be his crew for today.
Oh, fun.
See him and Roberto De Lorenzi there, really taking the pace out pretty hot. I think they've kind of broken away from the rest of the pack. And Laura looks like she is
taking a commanding lead.
Absolutely. Taking advantage. I think this is the thing about these races, is you've really got to take advantage of the areas that you know that you can excel.
Yep. Understanding
that maybe in some of the areas where you're not as strong, you might lose a little bit of time, but hopefully you've built up enough of a gap to hold on to it.
We are just going into a commercial break, but stay with us and we will be back with you very shortly.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back. We are following the start of the 50K race at the Eiger Ultra Trail, which started just under 10 minutes ago. And we are following along with the leaders. On the women's side, this is Laura Hottenrott from Germany, who is powering out of the starting gate. We were mentioning she comes from a road running background, and we can see that absolutely on the screen. This is her specialty. As you were saying, Tony, you know, you have to play to your strengths, and that's clearly what she's doing now. She knows she'll be able to gain distance. This is what she's comfortable with. As a 2:24 marathoner, she is easily comfortable on this road.
Absolutely. Coming with, a 746 UTMB index, she definitely doesn't come without her accreditations. But looking at her results, she's definitely chosen races that are flatter and faster, that play more to that speed element. Having done the Jungfrau Marathon 2021, 22, and 24, and then the Salomon Cappadocia Ultra Trail in 2024 as well, where she won. Looking at those races, most of them are relatively flat in comparison to what she's going to experience today. 41 kilometers, 2,300 meters of climbing. That is significantly more than the previous races in terms of that vertical gain to distance ratio. So this is going to be slightly out of her wheelbox, and it will be interesting to see how that plays out for her today.
If she is able to stay near the front through this long climb and the descent, then she is in a great place to be able to take the win here, because as we were saying, that last third of the course is mainly flat and will be quite runnable as long as she doesn't kill herself on this climb.
Absolutely.
Really exciting.
What amazing pictures we have today. Shout out to our camera runners or bikes. I'm assuming this is a runner who is following here, but what incredible images that we're getting today. And thank you to our camera runners once again. You make this all possible, and we get to sit here and admire the incredible mountains that these athletes are running through today.
If you're watching from home, I would just take your iPhone, take whatever you're watching this from, hop on the treadmill and go for a run. Jump in.
Yeah.
You can feel like you are running the Eiger Ultra Trail with these top runners. That's what I would be doing if I wasn't in the studio, to be honest.
Absolutely.
And on the women's side, we highlighted the runners with the top 3 UTMB indexes, but I also wanted to mention Estelle Roig-Fortin from Spain, because she won the Tenerife Blue Trail 100-mile race earlier this year. And I remember her because I was commentating that race. She's incredibly strong. She lives in Switzerland, so she will know this terrain. And she was also third at the Verbier Marathon in 2024. So I'm expecting that we'll see her popping up near the front as well.
We are going to be waiting for a little while longer before we get that official ranking coming up. So that will be around 8.6 kilometers before we get any sort of idea of what's happening behind Laura, because she has taken a commanding lead here this morning, and we don't actually know what's happening behind. So we've got a little bit of time before we get to see that, unless one of our camera runners drops back. But at the moment, I'm quite happy to follow Laura and to see her run, because she's running incredibly smooth at the moment. She has really taken a commanding lead here and taken it out really fast. So awesome to see her doing that and actually catching the boys.
It's beautiful to watch her running technique and her stride. Something that we've been looking at on the commentary is just how much vertical bounce the runners have, and you can tell how efficient some of the runners are by just how much they don't bounce up and down. All of that energy is going into forward motion, and she is really driving everything forward.
I mean, they talk about Californian carpet, but have they seen the trails in Switzerland? This is just so buttery smooth, and wow, what a dream to be running on this. The kind of trail that you can just find such a great flow. This is the trail you dream of running every day.
This looks gorgeous. Now they'll have a mix of kind of running through forest and then more exposed ridgelines. Look at those mountains there around Grindelwald. And just a stunning, stunning area of Switzerland. While they are on a revised course, it is pretty hard to find any part of these trails that aren't absolutely breathtaking.
Oh, and while we are admiring these incredible views, it's important to remember that there is currently the 100-kilometer race going on. These athletes have been running now for 3.5 hours, and we are very excited to catch up with them a little bit later. But for now, we can maybe just run over who is who and who is in the lead. So at the moment in the men's race, we've got Stefan Ungerecht from Italy. He is in first place. In second place, we have Toma Farnik from Czech Republic, and he is Team Salomon. And in third place, we've got Bernard Macker from Austria.
Yep.
Testing my flag knowledge here.
I wrote it down earlier.
So we've got the top three there in the men's race in the 100K, and in the women's race, we have Daniela Omas from Nike Trail. She's a German athlete. She is in the lead. In second, we've got Beliana Hilbert, German athlete as well, in second position, and Eva Marie Spurger in third. So two of those athletes definitely expected to be up there. Interesting to see, and I think we've got a little bit of time before we catch up with them and to see what's going on, but definitely keep that in mind. We have got the 100-kilometer race ongoing, and we're excited to see what happens there a little bit later.
Correct. And in the 100-kilometer race, there are basically three main climbs in the revised course, which is 69 kilometers. The leaders on the men's side are just descending down on the second climb, on that second hill, and the leaders of the women have just peaked the top of the second hill and are starting that descent. Now we're back here on the screen with the leaders of the 50K race on the men's side.
Roberto De Lorenzi has closed that gap that Stefan Wenck had created on the flatter parts, but they are still running together, still running incredibly smooth. Roberto has taken the lead, but these guys are running together, and I think it's likely that they will probably stick together a little while, although I actually think the way that Roberto is running, he's looking pretty aggressive. I think he's going to be trying to create a bit of a gap here. I think that's potentially his style, coming from a short distance background. He likes to race up front. So interesting to see him take the lead there. I think these guys, wow, look at that, stride for stride. They are really making this look very easy.
And Roberto, we expected to be at the lead. He has the highest UTMB index going into this race. And he is gearing up for Sierre Zinal and OCC. So quite a punchy race schedule for the coming months. This beginning part will play to his strengths, as he is very fast on flat, as will the end. But you can see from the course profile here, when we start to get into those other colors, that signifies that we'll be hitting a steeper course. Once we get into the purples and the reds, that will also approximate the color on their faces. And there we're showing Laura Hottenrott in the lead for the women, with Roberto De Lorenzi in the lead for the men. Laura still running incredibly easily, very smoothly. Gosh, you can tell just how efficient she is as a road runner and how that has translated to the trails.
She is incredibly close to those lead men. What's that, maybe a minute and a half, 2 minutes back? We've just seen the lead men passing this point, and that's a very small gap. So she is really pushing this pace. I'd be interested to see where that second and third woman is in relation to where she is currently, because she is pushing this pace pretty aggressively so early in the race.
It would be nice to see a woman get in the top 10. It's quite hard to do in a race that's a 50K distance, or in reality under 50K. But if anyone could do it, I think it would be Laura. I don't know how many of those men at the front have done a 2:24 marathon.
Probably not that many.
Nice to see the spectators out as well, and those very classic cowbells that you will see in so many races in Switzerland, with the locals coming out early to cheer on the runners as they head into the mountains.
You talk about the cowbells, but when I see Switzerland and I see mountain vistas like this, really all I think about is the cheese.
And I think we have a video about the cheese coming up soon. I wish we also had some here to taste. So we can, yeah.
That should be obligatory being a commentator. We've got to have the cuisine. Surely we need a cheese fondue in front of us while we're commentating.
Well, we do have the cowbells, so we can bring those out near the finish, but we'll put in an order for the cheese.
Yeah. Here we are back with Roberto De Lorenzi. Again, making easy work of this. Brooks runner, you can see there on the screen, UTMB index of 925, so incredibly well-decorated athlete. He was at the Tenerife Blue Trail earlier this year. He ran the 47-kilometer race there and didn't have the race that he was hoping for, but he had raced the weekend before at the Calamaro Sky Race, so I think he had a fairly intense the Acantilados. Oh goodness, I'm so sorry. Sky race.
It was perfect.
Say it with confidence.
Say it with confidence. Yeah.
So he raced the weekend before and then the weekend after. So he has had a very busy first half of the year. And I'm always curious about athletes who kind of pack the early season, because the season now in trail running is so incredibly long that I feel like you have to be quite strategic about how you race, how often you race, and when in the year you want to race, when you want to peak, when you need to take a bit of time off. So I'm assuming doesn't really look like he's taken much time off. He's raced pretty much every month this year since March. So it'll be interesting to see how that fatigue plays out. I think there's so much that you can race, and then there's a period that you actually do have to take a break. But I hope for his sake that his body is all on board with this, because we're in for a great experience following along with him if he has a good race here. But yeah, definitely interesting to see how different athletes manage their racing calendars.
Now we have images here of the second and third women.
That in second is Claire Rhodes, and in third, I'm not entirely sure yet, but that was definitely Claire Rhodes, so we can confirm that she is in second position currently, and she is chasing down Laura.
Claire is from the US, and as we commented before, she hasn't raced much in Europe, and it really is a different style when you hit these Alps, when you hit these mountains, from what she might have experienced in the US. But she certainly seems to be taking the mountains on in stride at the moment. You can't actually tell, you can't get a sense of how steep these trails are from the camera sometimes. I just want to point that out, because it looks like it's a slight incline, but I can guarantee you that the runners will be going up a much steeper incline than what we feel sitting here watching it.
And he's making it look very easy.
Mm-hmm.
You can see, interestingly, the difference between the stride that the athletes have on flat terrain versus something that is quite steep. I would probably guess this is around 15 to 20%. And you can see that the stride shortens, it becomes a lot faster. It's almost like putting your bicycle in granny gear and just, keeping the legs turning as efficiently as possible. I think that is a key element to running uphill well. So you've got to be efficient.
Now we can see just how steep that trail is. We're going from running on toes to power hiking. So really starting to get more into those hills. And as I predicted, we're not seeing the leaders use poles. This is just too short of a race, I think, for them to be able to justify carrying them.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And Claire Rhodes coming off the back of a win at Mount Marathon. I think she is used to these steeper races, these steeper climbs. So she as well is making this uphill look pretty easy. You can see she's shortened her stride. She's keeping upright. She's got really great form running up here as well. And I think just behind her is potentially third woman, but unfortunately my eyesight is not that good, and I'm not able to figure out who that is just yet. But we are very happy to watch Claire Rhodes. You can see there her UTMB index of 743.
If you have eagle eyes and you want to jump into the chat, let us know. Guess who is the third woman behind her? It's a mystery woman for now. I'm impressed that Claire is continuing to run. You can see that this man who's in front of her has dropped to a power hike. She is continuing to move at a very steady pace and continuing to run. As you say, even though she's coming from the US and Americans tend to struggle on these climbs, she is used to mountain terrain.
Absolutely. Well, as we were saying earlier, you know, she comes from the US. I think she grew up in the US, but she actually currently lives in Anchorage in Alaska. So she is exposed to slightly more rugged terrain. I think that makes her an incredibly talented technical athlete, and is used to some of these more steeper climbs. So great to see her putting those skills that she gets there into practice in Europe.
You know what? Alaska's where I did my first road marathon.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and it was absolutely gorgeous. But one of the logistical difficulties is that it was in the summer when the sun never sets. So trying to get a good night's sleep really requires some blackout curtains because it is just daylight all day, all night.
Oh, wow.
And
That's incredible.
Yeah, it could definitely mess you up.
There we go. We've got Leo Ackerman in the chat saying Estelle Roig Fortin.
It's possible. We mentioned her a little bit earlier. I wanted to flag her because she is fourth in terms of UTMB index, and we had followed her earlier this year on the live stream when she won the Tenerife Blue Trail 100-mile race this year. While she is Spanish, she does live in Switzerland, so these will be kind of backdoor trails for her.
Oh, great to see the distance that Roberto De Lorenzi has put in on second.
Wow.
You know, that little look back from the cameraman gave us a bit of an idea of the distance between them. Maybe a minute, maybe a minute and a half. It's hard to tell, but he's definitely pushing the pace. You can see a little look over his shoulder there just to get an idea of where second is.
Thanks for the chat from Leo. The guess about third place being Estelle is from her boyfriend. Well, we love to see that kind of support, and for your sake and her sake, we hope that it is as well.
That's brilliant. Keep giving us little tidbits and insight, Leo. Let's get Estelle up into that podium position.
Let us know, what did she have for breakfast this morning? What is her secret going into this race? Give us the goods. Now, you were talking earlier about Roberto and how he's a prolific racer, and you know this strategy that comes into play when you're trying to decide how much to race, when to race. Was it the Tenerife Blue Trail race where you dropped down from the 50K to the 20K to save your legs?
I dropped down. I actually did a bigger drop. I was supposed to run the 70K race there, which would be the 100K category in the UTMB index. But I'd had a pretty tough training season, first half of the year, and it just didn't feel very smart to race a distance that I didn't feel prepared for and knew that I would probably hurt myself doing. So I actually dropped down to the 20K distance, which was a new one for me, definitely not my forte.
But you won.
I won. I don't think my heart rate has been that high for such an extended period of time ever, but it was a great race. I had a lot of fun.
It paid off.
It was the first time in a long time that I've had such a close race with someone where you're really vying for that top position, and it creates a whole new dynamic when you're racing. It's actually incredibly fun. And I was always quite fearful of that, to have that close competition, but it's so much fun. It creates a whole new excitement and a new layer to racing that I really enjoyed, actually. So it was a great experience, not only because of the race, but also because I rediscovered that element of racing that I'd not had for quite a while.
I agree with you. While it can be stressful sometimes to have someone chasing you or to be chasing someone, it can add this friendly level of competition that really helps to push our sport forward. Just last weekend I was racing the Hard Rock 100, and after 32 hours of racing, it came down to just 15 minutes between third and fifth, and that was just awesome to be able to try to race down when it comes down to just minutes after a whole day and a half.
That's always very impressive when the races are that close and you've been going for so long. Wow, absolutely incredible.
And here we have Claire Rhodes in second from the US, still running uphill. I am so impressed by this. Just taking out a bit of gel, a bit of fuel to keep her going uphill. They've now been going half an hour. That is bang on schedule. I suspect she's on a 1 gel per half hour.
Most likely, yes. Very impressive that she is so on top of her fueling so early on in the race. It's easy to stay on top of it. It's very hard to come back if you've waited too long to start fueling. So it's great to see her fueling early and well.
I've seen some runners in races just even setting an alarm for every half hour, because you can lose track of time when you are out in these beautiful landscapes and you are just pushing up the climb. You're thinking of hitting the next hump, the next ridge. The minutes can go by, and then all of a sudden half an hour turns into 45 minutes, turns into an hour. And as you say, if you start to slide back on your nutrition, then it can be hard to catch up. Now, we see Roberto De Lorenzi, and he's followed not by another racer, but that is a cameraman.
That is, I always find that so incredibly impressive. These camera runners are very established and talented runners in their own right. To be able to keep up with someone like Roberto De Lorenzi, who I would assume is climbing maybe 1,400, 1,500 meters an hour at the moment, he's moving. And this camera runner, although he may not be running such a long race, he is still having to keep up with one of the best runners in the world at the moment. So, kudos to all of our camera runners. And if you know any of them, if you want to show them some love in the chat, I think they would very much appreciate that.
It's one thing to be able to keep up the speed, but also to be able to capture an image as well.
Yeah, a lot of skill goes into knowing how to hold the camera, where to hold it. There's more to it than just running after someone. I don't know if you've ever tried to run downhill holding something in your hand and trying to hold your balance, and at the speeds that these guys are running, I think it's very, very impressive.
I can remember I was commentating the Wild Struble race last year when we saw these freak snowstorms. And to see the camera people run after Jonathan Albon in this knee-deep snow, I really had to give kudos to them. I think it was more impressive than the competitors themselves.
You can see Roberto De Lorenzi there topping out a little bit onto a little bit of a contour section before I think he keeps climbing. But what incredible images we have here. And still no sign of second in the screen, so I'm assuming he's opened up that gap just a little bit.
And it looks like we have multiple races going on at the moment. We know from the chat that Estelle Roig-Fortin's boyfriend is racing by train to come make it to one of the aid stations. So we will cheer you along, Leo, as well. We hope you make it. And there was a question in there in the chat about the weather as well. Yes, the forecast was calling for thunderstorms, lightning, and so we do have altered courses for the 100K and the 50K races that we will be following on the live stream for you. So slightly shorter course. It's a 41-kilometer course. All runners still receive 2 running stones from this race, so that is not affected. And in the 100K, they will receive 3 running stones. Oh, what a great section of trail. Really, runners can open up after that climb here.
Yeah. And that's a challenge in itself to transition again from that climbing into an open stride like this. While it feels great, it is quite challenging and definitely takes a very well-trained athlete to execute that very well. So you can see Roberto has opened his stride incredibly well. And hopefully we'll be seeing the same of the women just after the ad break. So
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back at the Eiger Ultra Trail following the 50K race. We now have images of the second place women, which we believe is Therese Leboeuf from Switzerland.
yes,
Oui.
just getting into the spirit here.
This is the Franglais channel.
So it looks like Therese has actually overtaken Claire Rhodes, who we can see just in the back there. You can see the blue of her TNF athlete kit. So Therese is currently in second and Claire Rhodes is just behind in third position. So an incredibly tight race currently for second and third. We are unsure of where Laura Hottenrott, who is currently our first place woman, is on the course. So hopefully we can get some splits of that fairly soon. But for now,
They're 5.5 kilometers into the race, and we'll get the first splits at the checkpoint at it's around 8.6 kilometers.
6 kilometers.
So we still have a few more kilometers to go, but Therese is from Zurich. She was 7th at the Marathon du Mont-Blanc last month. And again, impressive. 3rd, 4th, 5th at the 2023, 2024, 2025 Zagama race, which is incredibly challenging. And there we have images from our first place woman, Laura Hottenrott from Germany.
So she has, as we saw with Roberto De Lorenzi, she has topped out on that climb and she's on now this contour section where she can really open up her stride. And what an incredible section it is, man, oh man. If this doesn't inspire you to put on your running shoes this afternoon and go for a run, I don't know what will.
Wow, look at that. She moves so easily over this terrain. You can see some of her stats and accolades there on the screen.
As we were discussing earlier, a lot of these races are slightly flatter. Salomon Cappadocia Ultra Trail, the Jungfrau Marathon, so definitely more within the running style of trail racing. So this will definitely be a little bit different for her, and so far she is making it look easy.
Now, she was 11th at OCC last year. If she wins today or even just gets in the top 3, she'll have an automatic direct entry to OCC 2026. And I suspect that she would want to better an 11th place.
Got a crack into that top 10. There we go. We can see on the screen now they have just come up that incredibly steep section. The red and orange lines indicating above 20% and 30% respectively. So they are now on that green and yellow section, which is more of a contouring type style section before they have another little climb back to that high point of the race.
Following along with Roberto De Lorenzi from Switzerland in first place, back on a climb and really not letting up the pace. He is going to be wanting to put as much distance as possible between him and second place. Which looks like he's succeeding in.
Oh, yeah. Oh, what a great image we have here. It looks like Therese is ahead of Laura, but I suspect that that is a tracking issue. I don't believe that that is going to be the case. Yeah, here we can see Laura is still currently in the lead, and
quite runnable terrain. You know, even in those areas where there was steep climb, the trails were not too technical. Quite smooth running. Now more on pavement, Jeep tracks. This will really allow the runners to put down some speed.
And it's definitely a different style of running for sure. It's a much more aerobically challenging style of running, whereas I feel like when there's more technical terrain, it requires a slightly more powerful athlete. So it definitely favors someone who does come from a road background, who is more, potentially has a bigger aerobic engine, because you can kind of just put yourself into gear and off you go, and you can kind of sustain that effort for an extended period of time. And she is showing that she is very capable of doing that, making this look very simple.
Now we're seeing some of those clouds giving a little hint of the weather that we're expecting later today, but still dry conditions for the runners out there.
And nice and cool conditions. I think it's been incredibly hot in Europe recently. I think everyone has been feeling the effects of this heat wave.
Yeah.
And they have got pretty moderate weather, 18 degrees, couple cloud cover. Heading higher up into the mountains, it's definitely going to be even cooler, which really is great conditions to run in. These athletes will be very grateful for that, I'm sure.
Whether they liked it or not, everyone has been able to do heat training over the last few weeks.
Absolutely. There's no secret sauce here anymore. Everyone has been inadvertently getting in some heat training. You can see there, before we came back to this image here, that Roberto De Lorenzi gave a quick little look over his shoulder, and we could see that second man, which we assume is still Stefan Wenck, in second position, just behind him, maybe a couple hundred meters. So that is the men's standing currently. We are unsure of who that second position is just yet, but hopefully we'll get some more insight into that soon.
Now, just looking at Stefan's profile, because he wasn't on my radar going in, just in terms of the highest UTMB index. But as you say, UTMB index is just one aspect, and the field is deep. So he does have quite a high UTMB index all the same at 868. Now he specializes in the 50K category, so he will definitely be chasing down Roberto. But I don't see any races that he's done yet in 2025. So perhaps he's, that's quite a quite in contrast to Roberto, who is a prolific racer and has been racing just about every month.
And that is interesting because traditionally what I know of Stefan is that he is quite a prolific racer as well. He enjoys racing. He does it fairly frequently. So that brings the question, maybe he's been injured this first part of the year. Unsure. It would be interesting to know why at this first part of the year, he hasn't been racing like he usually does.
That's true.
We are back with Claire Rhodes, our third place woman today at the Eiger Ultra Trail by UTMB, coming off the back of a win at Mount Marathon. She was at Broken Arrow the week before, actually. Unfortunately, she had a hard day there, finished not in the position that I assumed she would want to have finished, but nevertheless, she still has made the US team for the World Trail Champs later on this year. So she is going to be competing in the long trail, which is going to be around 85 kilometers, I believe. So slightly different for her, a little bit of a different wheelhouse. But I love that she's mixing it up with different distance races, you know, going from 20K to an 80K to 100K earlier in the year at Gorge Waterfall, where she secured her spot at the US World Champs later on this year, the US team at the World Champs later on in this year.
And there we have confirmed that it is Stefan Wenk still in second place. That was interesting background on Claire Rhodes. You can see from her social media that you're right. You know, she didn't have a good day at Broken Arrow. Looks like she had a lot of stomach problems. But no sign of that today. She'll be coming back for redemption.
Very cool to see the chat up there. Please, if you are watching, show some love to these runners while they are out there working hard, not only up in the frontier, but everyone who is out there today, all the extraordinary runners taking on this challenge, heading up into these incredible mountains here in Grindelwald.
It's a good point. We are following the top runners, but there are 1,050 runners in the 50K course. So if you are following someone out there, drop their name in the chat. We're happy to give friends and loved ones a shout out. The top runners make this look easy, but it's really the runners who are in the middle and the back of the pack who are putting in the hard work, because they are out there for longer, expending more calories,
getting to eat more snacks and
more cheese.
You gotta love a Swiss race for having the best aid stations. Expect some cheese, expect some saucisson, expect some bread. There's nothing better to get a little bit of salty cheese and bread at an aid station when you are having a hard day, or even when you're having a good day,
or even when you're commentating.
Did you hear that, producers?
We'll keep trying.
There you can see just ahead of Stefan is Roberto De Lorenzi. So they are still very close together. There is not much of a gap at all. And Stefan is having an incredible race.
He is on the hunt. That makes this rather exciting.
It's also always very interesting to see the different styles of running uphill. I think there's always a question of whether it's more efficient to run or more efficient to hike, whether it's faster. And I think it really depends on the athlete. It depends on the terrain, the gradient. There's so many variables that factor into that. And yeah, you've got to just use your intuition. You've got to figure out what's best for you, because sometimes hiking is faster.
And you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, Claire Rhodes from the US. She's really just continuing with a very steady, slow, short stride, but a run. And even if it goes into a steep climb, for her, it looks like it's most efficient, or she's choosing to just be consistent on just staying running rather than switching between running and power hiking. It almost looks like a speed walking type of format. It's interesting to watch her.
Awesome to see everyone in the chat. Go Agnes, following runners from Poland. It's very, very cool to see how many people from all around the world are here with us today, not only running, but clearly in the chat too.
And nice to see a mix of European runners, American runners, runners from all around the world in the lead as well.
Yeah, we've got Germany, Switzerland, USA in the women's race. And in the men's race, we've got Swiss, and third is still unknown to us in the men's race.
That's true. I'm pulling for Luke. This is the runner that we highlighted at the beginning of the broadcast. Of course, we are impartial as commentators. However, I am pulling for Luke. Luke Grenfell-Shaw from the UK. This is the guy who was an English teacher in Siberia when he was diagnosed with cancer, and is now competing at the very highest level. He's got an incredible story. If you are sitting here watching the feed, look him up on social media, Google him. Really inspiring what he's been doing. And I believe his brother even died when he was getting his cancer treatment. So he's been through a lot, and he is out there running with purpose. So while we are impartial, I am giving him an extra little bit of energy through the microphone. We are at the Eiger Ultra Trail, going into a commercial break. Stay with us. We will see you shortly.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We are back with you at the Eiger Ultra Trail following the 50K race. The 100K race has been underway for over 4 hours, and we are almost at an hour into the 50K race. Looking at a beautiful backdrop of those mountains as the runners are traversing along this alternate course revised due to the weather forecast. Wow, and we have first and second on the men's side running very closely together. Stefan Wank is right on the heels of Roberto De Lorenzi. This is cool.
Now, do we think that Roberto De Lorenzi has slowed down a bit, or that Stefan has indeed just put in a bit of a surge to catch up to him? That is the question. It looks like they might be coming up to this first checkpoint fairly soon, where we will hopefully get a better idea of who is behind them. The cameraman just quickly catching his breath there after chasing those two incredible athletes up that hill. And this actually gives a really good idea as to how steep that was. You can see this trail of athletes coming up this section here before they hit that slight contour. You can see that steep.
Yeah, and you can see runners further down in the ranking are using poles, doing the power hike. It's quite extraordinary to see these top runners continuing to run up a climb that steep. And here they are coming into the first aid station at 8.6 kilometers, neck and neck. Taking in a bit of fuel, but not too much. It's a cool day.
In and out. Stefan Wenck was in and out of there. So Stefan Wenck leaving that aid station first, just ahead of Roberto De Lorenzi, who took a little bit more time to fill his bottle and to make sure that he was leaving with everything that he needed to have on him for this next section, because now they're heading into another section until 15 kilometers. So they've got another 6 kilometers to go before the next aid station. So it's not that much, and it's also pretty flat.
This is going to be a fast section.
Absolutely. Man, oh man.
Oh.
Look at that. I think I've had moments in races where I look up and I just can't believe that I get to run in areas like this. And I think these athletes, if they've taken the time, if these two top men have taken the time to look up, they will probably be feeling the same thing. Blue skies, mountains in the distance, incredible terrain to be running through. Takes your breath away.
Definitely going to be watching this back while I do my next treadmill session.
And as a new mom, I imagine quite a few sessions are on the treadmill at the moment.
You are correct. With the baby monitor on the side.
Oh, yeah. There we go. We can see now there's a lot of yellow and green on the screen there, which indicates that this is fairly runnable terrain from now on. There's not that many steep sections of climbing. It's more of a gradual ascent for the next 6 kilometers up until 14.5 kilometers, where they will get to the next checkpoint.
And not only is it not that steep, it's also not technical at all. So that makes for a very fast.
There we go. We've got third man in here. This is Rod Farvad from the USA, the newly signed HOKA athlete. Well, new, probably about a year now. But he is making quick work of that aid station as well. And he doesn't have that much time to catch up. He's maybe a minute and a half behind from that lead men's group of Roberto De Lorenzi and Stefan Wenck. So he will be able to see them most likely in the distance here, which is always good mentally to know that the people ahead of you are not super far. As soon as you can't see someone ahead of you, it becomes very mentally challenging to race and to catch up to them, to have that mental tenacity to keep pushing when you don't know how far that athlete is in front of you. But if you can see them, it makes it so much easier to kind of put yourself into that next gear to push a little bit harder.
You know, sometimes it can help. If you've got the first two men kind of fighting against one another, they can burn themselves out if they're not careful. And so sometimes it helps to be that third place person where you can just kind of sneak up. I suspect he will have a bit of a fire in his belly after his DNF at Western States just a few weeks ago, and that was coming off of course, a second place at Western States in 2024. Western States being quite a runnable course itself. I think we've got a video coming up of Rod Farvard's finish at the 100K Canyons in 2024, which we will go to look at right now. Nice to see him on top there on the screen, holding the finish line ribbon.
And this was the race that punched him that golden ticket to the Western States Endurance Run, where he came second behind Jim Walmsley, the Western States champion. So So very cool to see that finish line moment there for him. That kind of secured him pretty much the biggest race of his career this far. So very cool to see that moment and to see him again moving very well on this section here. He's opened up his stride. This is potentially also more within his wheelhouse, this more runnable type terrain. Coming from races like Canyons and Western States, you know that he can run. So I would be nervous having him at my back for sure going into these more runnable sections, yeah.
That's interesting. He's got a quiver on his pack, but no poles.
Oh, the poles in his hand? No.
Nope.
Do you think he forgot them? Very interesting tactics there.
It's a speed quiver. Just stuff some extra snacks down there.
Maybe this is, I'm not sure what he's doing in the coming months of this year, but potentially this is practice. I know that sometimes, even if I don't need them, I take my quiver, I take my poles, just to practice having them on my back.
Yep.
This could be a practice for him. Very strange to do that in a race. I don't think I would particularly choose to do that if I can help it, but everyone has their own tactics, and that might be his.
A bit of chat there between the front two men, Roberto De Lorenzi and Stefan Venk, pushing each other along. And we've got in the chat some questions. How do you think a course change affects an athlete's mindset and prep? Very good question. It can be, I think, quite destabilizing if you have trained for, let's say, a long technical trail, and all of a sudden you have something that is shorter and faster. So you need to really not let it rattle you and just assume that everyone is in the same boat. You know, everyone will have trained for one race and is given another. And while it will play to some runner strengths and not to others, you just kind of have to roll with it. But those runners who are very regimented and very meticulous on their training and their race plan will have a tougher time making that adjustment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the biggest strengths that you can have in the sport is to be very flexible with your plans.
Yeah.
Because trail running is in nature a very unpredictable sport. Anything can happen. And I think one of those anythings is a course change. And if you can be mentally prepared for being flexible, being able to shift things on the move, that is when you will be successful. There we go. We've got our first lady, Laura Huttenrott, out through that aid station. So she is in first, coming out of that aid station, looking over her shoulder there, trying to see if she can see the second and third runners, who are currently Therese Leboeuf and Claire Rhodes. But she is still moving incredibly well, around almost up at 2,000 meters of elevation gain, with a very runnable section coming up. So again, this very much favors runners with big aerobic engines, such as a marathon runner.
Now, talking about flexibility, I think you're absolutely right. Being able to roll with the punches is such a skill in trail and ultra running, not just dealing with course changes, but also dealing with what's happening with your body. You know, oftentimes you've got a plan, you've got a nutrition plan, you've got a plan for the checkpoints, and something goes awry. Your stomach turns, you've got a cramp, whatever might happen. These races are often, I like to think of them as being like little science experiments. And if you aren't willing to adapt, try something new, it can take you down. So dealing with a course change is just one of those changes that you have to be prepared for.
Absolutely. Just to note that Laura did not stop at this aid station. Now, she has 15 kilometers. It will be 15 kilometers by the time she reaches the next aid station. So another 6 kilometers to go, with around 200 meters of climbing, all at altitude. That's a risky move.
If she's got enough liquid that she's carrying on her, if she's got enough calories, it's certainly possible to get through 15K. But this is such a short race. This is only 41K. And so you have got to be making sure that you are fueling, you've got the energy you need. There's no room for missteps in a race that is this short.
Absolutely. And I think that links very nicely to the second question that Leo has put in the chat. How fueling works in a distance like this? How much do you want to be taking at the aid stations? So, talking of aid stations, here we have our second woman, Therese Leboeuf. She is indeed taking some extra fuel. I'm assuming that is one of the NARC drink mixes.
Looks quite thick.
Yep. That would probably be the Ultra Fuel from NARC that she has filled her bottle with there.
And only filled one bottle. Now we know that it's not that hot. It's early in the morning. So while they went up a climb, the runners aren't going to be taking in massive amounts of liquid.
And they will have studied this course beforehand, so they will know that there is only 6 kilometers until the next point, which would mean one bottle is probably going to be enough. There's Claire taking some water, and she is in and out of there incredibly quickly. So the second and third women are very close together.
Now on nutrition, every athlete is different. You have to train for the race that you're going to do. Now some athletes will be taking gels every half hour, as I think we saw Claire doing right on the nose at 30 minutes. Others will be taking a mix of carbs through gels, through their powders. In a race that's this short and at a checkpoint that's only 8.6 kilometers in, it would be rare to see athletes taking in solids at this point.
Yeah.
They can get the calories that they need very efficiently through gels, through carbohydrate drinks.
Absolutely, and I think it all comes down to personal preference here. Some people prefer to hydrate with water and electrolytes and then fuel just with gels. And knowing who Claire is coached by, she's coached by Megan Roche. I know that the Roches definitely advocate for a hydration key and then a separate fueling thing. So they are very much in favor of separating those two elements of your nutrition plan, one of them being hydration, one of them being nutrition. And I think that means using more gels, more solids in longer races for getting your calories, and then using fluids just for purely hydration.
I'm actually coached by Dr. Megan Roche myself.
Oh, so there we go. Correct me if I'm wrong then.
Well, they are definitely advocates of high carb fueling.
Oh, yeah.
So that's something that I have definitely changed in my own plan.
I'm a big carbs are queen. Carbs are always queen.
I used to be a fuel by McDonald's and potato chips, so I have now switched over to gels.
I mean, in a race like Hard Rock, I don't think that is necessarily a bad thing either. There we go. We've got a really great visual here on screen showing our top 3 women. Laura Huttenrott up in the lead there with a slightly big-ish gap.
Quite a gap.
Quite a substantial gap there to second and third position, who we know are not that far apart. So great to see that visual, great to see where they are in relation to each other and what that race is going to look like. I think there's still a lot of running to go. They are still very much in the early days of this race, and it will be interesting to see how Laura not stopping at that aid station to get any fluid or foods will affect her later in the race.
And thanks for that intel in the chat as well. Great to have you guys weighing in on the HOKA vest that Rod Favard was wearing. Apparently, it's a built-in quiver. I didn't know that because on the Solomon pack, for example, the Solomon quiver is removable. Same with the North Face. I didn't realize that it was stuck on the HOKA side.
You can see there, Stefan, and I think both the first 2 men here, Stefan Vink and Roberto De Lorenzi, stopped to dip their caps in the water trough there. So it's definitely getting warm. As much as it's potentially only 18 degrees, I think that sun being so exposed there's no tree cover. I think that will be, they will still be feeling that sun. So I think keeping cool, making sure you're managing the heat is always going to be an important thing to do.
We can always get clues about the weather from the way that the runners are acting, because you just can't get a sense from the numbers looking at temperatures.
Yeah, absolutely.
They are really running nicely together. I wonder if one of them is just waiting to open things up.
Well, I think I would be nervous to be behind Roberto De Lorenzi coming into that descent. You know, coming from a more of a sky running background, he is a beast on those descents. Not someone I think I would enjoy being behind and trying to follow. Just to follow on from what Lucas said, you are allowed poles in the 50-kilometer race. They are not prohibited, but as with all UTMB races, if you start with them, you have to finish with them, and you are not allowed to pick them up halfway through. And as this race has been a little bit shortened, we are expecting and can see that most of the lead men are not carrying poles with them, and the lead women indeed too.
And here we have the fourth man. I wonder if this is Luke Grenfell Shaw.
I think is that
it is.
Ah, there we go. I was going to say that's a Brooks vest.
Our secret favorite, or at least my secret favorite.
He is also moving incredibly well, and actually that is Rod Farvar just ahead of him there.
Yep.
So he is on Rod's tail. That means third and fourth men are very close together as well.
This could be a very exciting race. You know, when runners run with a real purpose, with a real story behind them, that can take them through some incredibly tough moments.
And when you've experienced difficulties in life like he has, you become much more able to handle the lows that something like an ultra race throws at you. There we go. That is not first woman on the the left-hand side of the screen. That is indeed third and fourth man, Rod Farvard and Luke Grenfell Shaw, following Grenfell Shaw, following the first and second men in this Eiger Ultra Trail 51-kilometer race, or 50K race, which is now 41-kilometer race.
And it looks like Luke is about to pass Rod Farvard.
Are we going to get a pass?
Ooh, he is creeping up on him. We are ready for an overtake. Come on, Luke. Rod is currently hearing Luke's footsteps behind him. Now, Luke has a very interesting running style. He's leaning over quite a bit.
Yeah.
Almost like he's
trying to use that momentum forward to get him to go up that hill.
Kind of head down, pump the legs. I think that's probably the mantra that's going through his head right now.
Now, I wonder if he's going to stick behind Rod for a little while just to kind of catch his breath from having to catch up to him and then make his move slightly later on. It's always a game of tactics in these kinds of things. Do you want to pass now, or do you want to wait so that you can surge a little bit later, catch your breath a bit?
He's definitely playing a mental game right now.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a fantastic shot from our camera guy on a bike.
My guess is that he's going to stick behind Rod for a little bit of time just to catch his breath before he puts in a move there.
What do you think in the chat? Will we see an overtake by Luke of Rod Farvard, or will they run together like we're seeing with Roberto and Stefan
Beck. Yeah, going through that aid station, Rod went through in 8:10, so 55:28 elapsed time. And Luke Grenfell Shaw was only a minute behind him. So he's made up some time in that very short section of trail. Made up a minute, which means I think he is potentially going to spend some time behind Rod just to catch his breath before making his move. But interesting to see that race play out. And in the women's race, Laura Hottenrott went through in 1 hour. And the rest of our women... Let me just make sure I'm getting this correct. Therese went through in 1:02:58, so just under 3 minutes after Laura, and Claire was a minute behind that. So all of these women are within 4 minutes of each other, which means we're in for an exciting top 3 race as well.
We have got a race on. And in 5th on the men's side, we had Andres Garcia Blanco, who going into the race had the 4th highest UTMB index. Interesting about Andres that he is a former football player. And for the North Americans, that means soccer. He was 3rd in the 100-kilometer Chianti race last year and 7th at the 50K Tenerife Blue Trail race this year. So we could see something interesting come from Andres as well.
I always say that people who come from sports like field hockey, like football, they have an incredible ability to be agile on their feet, so they manage technical terrain very well. Back with our 3rd and 4th men, you can see there Luke Grenfell-Shaw has indeed made the overtake, and Rod Farvad is now running in 4th position here at the Eiger Ultra Trail 50K race. And yeah, he made the pass.
He did.
He didn't hang around. There was no messing around here. He caught up and he has made the pass, and it looks like he's trying to put in a bit of gap.
Yep. That's going to be hard mentally for Rod.
Absolutely. It's always hard to be overtaken. Overtaked? Wow, goodness, Tony. Overtaken. I've always said that living in France has made me bad at speaking French and bad at speaking English.
You never know what you're going to get from us on this channel. Yeah, there's definitely distance being put down between these two.
Yeah.
So now Rod's mind will be thinking either, how do I hold on to keep 3rd in my sights, or am I at risk of also losing 4th?
Yep.
And there we have our women's leader, Laura Hottenrott. She is flying. You can see where she's at on the course profile there. There is a slight overall uphill climb, but it is a very runnable section, not very technical at all, playing to her strengths. She is not giving up. And in fact, I think she's racing the men.
At this point, indeed. But like we said earlier, the top 3 women are all close together. So I assume we're going to see some shaking up there. We will be back just after this ad break. Don't go anywhere.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back here with the first and second men at the Eiger Ultra Trail by UTMB. We are watching Roberto De Lorenzi and Stefan Wenck currently on screen, making quick work of this section, 13.7 kilometers into the race. The next aid station at around 15 kilometers. So we are going to see them popping up pretty soon to this next aid station here.
We've seen a nice race in between first and second on the men's side, as well as third and fourth. Just before the break, we saw Luke Grenfell-Shaw overtake Rod Farvard to come into third.
It's great to see the chat livening up. We've got Hup Jan Houtman, Go Selena, and Go Ciara. Come on, the Rebels. So we've got lots of people cheering on their friends and family in the chat. If you're out there, if you've got someone running, drop them some love in that chat. We would love to give them a shout out.
Wow, they really are sticking together for quite a while here. I think both of them are holding back a bit and just waiting
to make that move.
Yeah. It's going to be exciting when it happens.
Oh, what an incredible drone shot we have there of the two leading men. No second, third, and fourth chase group in sight. So I think that they've put in a pretty big gap on Rod and Luke.
But anything can happen here. We are just 1 hour and 19 minutes into this race, into this shortened course, this 41-kilometer course. And really, anything can happen in the next couple of hours.
It's incredibly runnable terrain here. These men are having to put themselves into efficiency gear, because running up hills like this, it's hard work. It's almost easier when it's steeper and more technical.
Mm-hmm. You know, I think there'll be quite a race for fifth place as well. We've been talking about first and second running together, third and fourth running together. But if you look at fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, they all came through the last checkpoint within seconds of one another. So there could be quite a bit of movement there as well.
They're coming up to one of the high points in the race here, and you can see, I mean, that is just incredible. Got a little bit more climbing before they reach the true high point of the race, which is around 2,300 meters. So fairly high. And then they will drop down with a nice long descent, around 9 kilometers of descending, before they hit a very runnable section with a little bump before they head back to Grindelwald.
Now, looking at the women's side, just want to flush out who is in the top 5 beyond the top 3 that we've been following. So Laura Hottenrott in first, followed by Therese Leboeuf in second, Claire Rhodes in third. And is this Sari or Carrie? Merwood from the UK. If you know, let us know. Correct our pronunciation in the chat. And then Essel Rugfortem, whose boyfriend is racing towards the course on train. 2 races going on at one time.
Oh my goodness, look at the shot.
I can remember doing this part when I ran the 100K race in 2017. And if you are at all afraid of heights, it can be a bit tricky on this bridge here.
Very disconcerting. I think I might have all the more reason to run faster, no? Get off a bit faster.
Exactly.
No hanging around on that.
But it's quite an exposed part of the course. We do have inclement weather in the forecast for later today, but right now, beautiful sunny skies. This part can be a bit brutal if you have any kind of wind or rain or even snow.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit scary for sure. Just for everyone who is wondering, we will be catching up with the 100-kilometer race, which is now a 69-kilometer race, a little bit later on. But for now, we are following the 50K athletes, these incredible athletes who are taking on the 41-kilometer race here at the Eiger Ultra Trail. But we will be following the 100K a little bit later, so don't go anywhere. We will be giving you updates there as soon as we have some images.
So now the first two men have been through that second checkpoint at 15 kilometers. That's actually a great checkpoint for spectators.
Oh, yeah.
Go sit out in the sun.
Take the gondola up, get a coffee, get a little bit of a tartiflette or something delicious to snack on while you cheer on your athletes. So they're not done with the climbing just yet. You can see them navigating the hikers out there. It's not always rocks that you're trying to navigate. Sometimes you're navigating people too.
People and cows.
Absolutely. They've still got a little bit of climbing to go before they reach the high point and head into that long descent.
Now I'm excited to see where Luke Grenfell-Shaw and Rod Farvard come in. What is the gap between them as they come through this next checkpoint? We saw earlier Luke overtake Rod to go into third, and he opened up a bit of a gap. But I know that Rod is going to be hungry to keep that position if he can, or to hold on. Very runnable terrain through this altered course.
And again, we can see there the different styles of running. Stefan Wenck heading into more of a power hike, potentially also just sorting out his bottles, whatever he's had to refresh at the aid station. And Roberto De Lorenzi is still powering away with that run. You know, hasn't let up. I don't think I've seen him walk once. But again, the difference in speed is not that big. And I think sometimes a little bit of a hike is more efficient and you save a lot more energy. So it's very athlete specific. There's no right or wrong answer, but I think it's important to remember that sometimes a walk is the faster and better option. Power hike, I should call it. We don't walk and trail.
No. My partner calls me a professional hill walker.
Oh, lovely.
Incredibly insulting.
Should tell him to walk up hills as fast as you do, and then then say that. There we go, back into a run there. And we can see those are, I think those would be maybe the 250k runners in the back there. They have bibs on, so we do have runners who are out there at the same time. 250 kilometers. They've been going now for 72 hours and 40 minutes.
Fantastic.
That is a long time.
Okay, now we've got an update on third and fourth. Luke Grenfell-Shaw from the UK came in third at 1 hour, 24 minutes and 45 seconds. So just under 3 minutes behind Stefan Wenck and Roberto De Lorenzi. And Rod Farvard is still in fourth, about 15 seconds behind Luke.
So he didn't let Luke get that far away then. They are definitely running together still. And we have a battle on our hands. All four of those men are within contention of that podium. There is nothing guaranteed at this point. And I think you better stick around if you're in the live, if you're following along live, because we're in for an exciting race. We still have lots of running to go before we see who crosses that finish line in podium position in Grindelwald a little bit later on. So please don't go anywhere. We love having you around.
And of course, it means something to get in the top three, because the top three finishers on both the women's and the men's side get direct entry into the OCC race next year, into the UTMB finals. So it really is quite a prize to be able to get into number 1, 2, or 3 spot.
And is this the move that we see Roberto putting in here? Is this his push? Hard to tell, but it looks like he's moving a little bit better than Stefan at the moment.
Stefan's taking some time to fuel. I think he was taking in a gel. They are now an hour and a half in, so he might also be on the 1 gel per half hour schedule.
Wow. Absolutely incredible.
These trails do not disappoint. As we've said, whether you're on the original course or the alternate course, you will not be disappointed by the trails around Grindelwald. It's such a cute little town, and there's so much to explore in that area. Even if you don't come for the race, go check it out and do some training.
Great place to do some training, that's for sure. There you can see Roberto De Lorenzi is on a slightly steeper section of the course right now. You can see in the images that we just had on screen him traversing with Stefan Wenck along the side of the mountain there with incredible views out to the left. And we're back with the women's race. This is Therese Leboeuf. She is the second woman here in the 50-kilometer race. She is 13.2 kilometers into this race here today, 41 kilometers, 2,300 meters of climbing. She is about two-ish Ks away from the next checkpoint, where we will get an update on where she is in relation to first and third woman.
Now, she had the highest UTMB index coming into this race on the women's side, but she is currently chasing down Laura Hottenrott, who comes from a road running background and is absolutely flying on this slightly shorter, slightly flatter, and very runnable course.
I would very much say that Roberto De Lorenzi is putting in his move there. He has made his decision. He is going. And it'll be interesting to see if Stefan responds.
Now, who is a stronger runner on the downhill? That's what I want to know.
I would put my money on Roberto De Lorenzi. Being coming from a skyrunning background, I think you're automatically going to be a good downhill runner, good at technical. I think if he has managed his race well, will be formidable in this descent. Here we are back with Roberto. I can't see Stefan in the background. I think he's made his move, and I don't think Stefan has responded.
This is exciting. They are now on quite a plateau for pretty much the entire way until the next checkpoint at 21 kilometers. So it will be fast. It will be furious. And Roberto is not taking any prisoners.
Oh, no.
He's done running as a pair.
He is making quick work of this section there. You can see there are some people that are running next to him. Again, we assume those are the 250K runners. 72 hours into the race.
Absolute heroes.
Oh, I mean, that's your wheelhouse for sure, not mine.
I love it. Good old suffering.
Right, on the screen we have our first woman here today at the Eiger Ultra Trail in the 50K race. This is Laura Hottenrott. She is coming up into this aid station here in an hour and 30 minutes. That is 15 kilometers into the race. Hour and 30 minutes down. Maybe 2 or 3 hours still to go, but she is still moving incredibly well.
She just looks completely...
Grass is always the worst.
It is. Oh, dear. Okay, I don't want to say that again because I don't want her to fall, but up until that moment, she is looking completely unfazed.
Oh, heading into the hairy section here. Hope she's not afraid of heights. I certainly would be pooping myself.
Do you get vertigo?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
not good at heights.
What's the worst moment you've had in a race? Is there any race that sticks out in your mind as being particularly tricky?
I would probably say Livigno Sky Marathon a couple years ago.
Yep.
It was my first proper sky race, and you go up pretty high. You're at around 3,000 meters running along a ridge, and I was not in my element at all. It was pretty frightening, but incredible race, incredible area. Definitely somewhere that I'd like to go back for sure. But for now, we are focusing on our first woman here. She is going to be coming into this aid station. I don't know if we will have eyes on her at the aid station, but it will be interesting to see if she does refuel anything, if she picks up any water, if she picks up any gels.
You're right.
I assume she would, considering she hasn't stopped at the previous aid station, but I don't know if we will get to see that. Let's see, there she's up. There we go.
Now she is
Did she
coming
stop?
through just about 10 minutes, 11 minutes after the first place man. So still quite close.
Absolutely. Now,
She just flew through that.
I'm not sure if she had someone standing there to give her bottles. Are they allowed crew in this race? I would assume, being a 50K race, that they are not allowed crew, which would mean that she didn't stop again, because she definitely there was no way she filled up her bottles in that time. So very curious to see if she did refuel there.
How is she doing this?
Beats me. Right, back with Therese Leboeuf. She has still got a bit of a way to go before reaching that aid station. She's got a bit of a climb. So Laura has definitely opened up a bit of a gap there. And like we said, coming from a road marathon background, this more runnable section really would play into her strengths. And I think she has absolutely done that. She's run hard where she can, knowing that potentially the descent will not be in her strength house. But hard to say. Ooh, what did she just drop?
Either a drop or a bathroom break.
Or that, yeah. Well, we will be back in a couple minutes to follow along. Stay tuned.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back at the 50K Eiger Ultra Trail. We are following the first woman, Laura Hottenrott from Germany, who has taken a commanding lead from the beginning of the race and is continuing to put space between her and second place. We are an hour and 36 minutes into the course, and we've seen quite a race in between first and second man. But on the women's side, nope, no such thing. Laura is not willing to run with any of the other women. She is going for it, and coming from a fast road running background, a very fast marathon background, she will absolutely fly, I predict, during the second half of this course. This course is basically one big long climb and then a descent and a very, very fast final third. And so the fact that she's been able to take a lead from the start and do so well on the climb really bodes well for her taking home a win at this race today. I think she's just going to just have flames behind her as she takes the descent.
Yeah, I agree. She has had a commanding lead from the start of this race. She wasn't letting anyone near her. And I think you're right. If she keeps going the way she's going, I think it's going to be hard for anyone to catch her.
Now, we have stats because Thérèse Leboeuf from Switzerland has come through the last checkpoint. So we know now she is 4 minutes behind Laura Hottenrott. And we are still waiting for Claire Rhodes in third to come through the checkpoint to get an update on that split.
Ouais, je suis en train de...
And while we are following the 50K race, of course, the 100K race has been going on for almost 5 hours. We will be turning to that race later on in the broadcast. In that race, there are 3 main climbs, and the top men are just peaking the top of the 3rd main climb, while the top women are closer towards the start of that 3rd climb. And this is our 3rd place man, Luke Grenfell-Shaw from the UK, who overtook Rod Farvard about 10-15 minutes back.
Yep.
Running with purpose, leaning forward quite a bit, kind of leaning into that hill.
He really
driving
does
himself
have
forward.
a very, very interesting running style.
Yes.
Let's see, is that a friend running with him there? Or is that one of our camera runners? Hard to tell. But he has got a troop of people behind him, and I think that is a testament to the support that he has out there.
Luke was first at Val d'Aran, the 100K race last year, second at Snowdonia 50K race this year. Cancer survivor.
Incredible story.
Yeah.
Once again, thank you to everyone who is in the chat and sharing the love. We've got so many people getting called out. We've got Agnes, we've got Sam from Christchurch, we've got Ida, Success Loik. Very, very cool to see you guys cheering on your athletes. I can guarantee that it is very helpful for them to feel your love out there while they are racing hard in this incredible, incredible terrain.
And thank you, Alex. If you're here for the commentators, we are here for you. We have an almost all-female commentating team for the Eiger Ultra Trail today. We do have one male guest.
One male guest. He was allowed to grace this female entourage with his presence.
But we have a little secret. We have a little secret contest going on in the background because we also have live streaming for the Monte Rosa race today.
Mm-hmm.
And we are going to be looking at who is getting the most interaction, the most viewers on the live stream. Now, the boys are doing Monte Rosa, the girls are doing Eiger. So come on.
Yeah. I think we
team.
know who should be more interesting to watch. So share with your friends, go onto our stories, go onto the UTMB live website and click on the Eiger race because for sure the commentary is going to be way more interesting.
Sure.
Look at these images we're getting. How could you not want to watch this absolutely incredible race that we're having here between the men and the women? It's very exciting. And we are going to be following the 100K race very shortly too. So stick around, tell your friends to watch, get on that treadmill or on the bike, or just wait until we're done with the commentary and go for a run later.
Yep.
But
if it were me, I would do a short treadmill run and then I would just sit on the couch with a pain au chocolat.
Oh, that sounds great.
And watch these beautiful mountain vistas.
There we go. We've got Luke Grenfell-Shaw, Roberto De Lorenzi, Stefan Wenck, and Rod Farvard, our top 4 men coming into that Feld aid station.
And I'm excited. We have been talking about the local delicacies. We've been talking about the cheese in Switzerland, the cheese at the aid stations. We actually have a film coming up for you about the local cheese.
Marianne Eiger is showcasing us her cheese. She is a local cheese producer there in high altitude along the Eiger Ultra Trail. So enjoy.
Der Käse, den die Läufer bekommen, ist sicher etwas Lokales. Es ist etwas Salziges, was sicher gut ist, wenn man so viel schwitzt. Und dann gibt es sicher mit den gesunden Omega-Fett gut Power für weiterzusäckeln. Darum denke ich, ist das ganz gut, dass jeder da irgendwo ein bisschen Käse isst. Die Bauern sind die Landschaftspfleger. Wenn wir keine Landwirtschaft hätten, dann hätten wir längst Gras, dann hätten wir Verbuschung. Und wenn wir dann sehen, jawohl, wir haben genug Gras auf der Alp, dann bringt eigentlich praktisch jeder Bauer alle Kühe auf die Alp. Das kommt von früher auch schon, haben sie das gerne so gemacht. Sie haben ja im Tal nicht genug Gras für eine Kuh das ganze Jahr zu hirten. Darum geben die Kühe an die Alp, fressen das Gras dort und so kann der Bauer im Tal nachher sein länger Gras mähen und hell machen. Sehr viele Sennen, die ihre Milch noch selber verarbeiten in Alphütten. Und dort gibt es den Alpkäse. Das ist etwas sehr Edles. Der Alpkäse ist dann wirklich auch dort, wo eben der Ultratrail überall durchgeht. Auf der Alp eben entstanden. Der ist dann nicht im Tal entstanden.
Wow, that was so cool to see, to just get a little bit of a background on what's happening in these mountains outside of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And also to see what is going to be afforded at each of these aid stations for these athletes to try and test. Always very cool to be able to experience the area that you're running through as well. Not only getting to run in these mountains, but to taste the local cuisine, to experience the local cultures. I think that's what makes running in a new area so special, is that you do get to experience the culture and the people and the food. It makes the whole experience more complete and, for me, more special for sure.
I remember the first time I ran in Italy and I didn't know the local sayings for go, go, go. Of course, in French, you have allez, allez, allez. And in Italy, you have die, 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 which for an English speaker can be quite disconcerting.
Yeah. No, thank you. I don't want to die.
And we have in the chat, go Sander, go Mattia Colombo. We also have a request to show live footage for bib 5292. Unfortunately, that would be quite difficult to be able to pick out that one runner, unless, of course, we could get your husband to run up near the elites. Now, if we can just get him into the top 10, we might be able to help you out.
What you can do, though, is that there are going to be set cameras at each of the aid stations. So if you know that he is coming into an aid station at a specific point, you can go and follow on at those specific points to see him come into that aid station. So there is a chance that you get to see him on a live feed. However, it will not be something that we can unfortunately show you on screen, as we are mostly going to be following our top elite athletes here.
But we are sending such good vibes to bib number 5292 to your husband. We will be cheering him along.
I'm not entirely sure who this is.
Fourth woman. So that's got to be Estelle Roig-Furta.
There we go. Leo Ackerman, I hope you are watching or have been at that aid station to see her come through. Your girlfriend is making quick work of this. She is looking incredibly strong.
Estelle won the Tenerife Blue Trail 100-mile race earlier this year, lives and trains in Switzerland, and her partner is racing by train to get to this race. Hopefully to see her at a checkpoint, but if not, a big smooch on the finish line.
And she is... actually, our top four women, so second, third, and fourth, are all within striking distance of each other. Therese Leboeuf going through in 136, Claire Rhodes going through in 137, and Estelle going through in 140. So very much a tight race for that podium. I think Laura has opened a little bit of a gap on Therese, about 4 minutes. But she is looking incredibly strong, and I do think that the podium fight is still on. I think there's still going to be some movement there.
Yep.
there's no guarantees at this point in the race.
It will really depend who has saved a bit of energy for that last sprint in the final third of the race, the final quarter of the race. Who's got the legs for the descent? Who can really open up and just give it all they got?
And while giving it all they've got, making sure that they save a little bit in the tank for that final blip. Because while not extensive, while not super long, while not a ton of elevation gain, it's still a climb. And after a long descent like that, that is absolutely going to be burner for those legs. So hopefully they make sure that they keep a little bit in the tank for roughly around maybe 400 meters of climbing still to go from that point. So it's not nothing.
Between 35 and 37K is where they've got that little climb. And as any runner out there will know, it looks small on the profile, but you feel it in the legs. Okay, we have a poll going on in the chat. Would you have some local cheese when you go through the aid station? Local cheese, my love language, or no cheese for me? How about you?
I would love to say I would taste a little bit of cheese in a race, but unfortunately I think I would stick to what I know. But give me some cheese at the finish line and I will happily stuff that into my face.
Now in a 50K, I think taking some cheese would be a bit bold for me. But certainly in the races that I love to do, which are in the 100, 200, 300 mile category, cheese would go down quite nicely.
I can imagine so, yes.
I can remember being chased by a pack of wild dogs because I had a bag of bacon in my pack.
You were carrying a bag of bacon?
Yep.
Was it cooked?
It was cooked.
Okay.
Please, Tony, please.
Stop and have a little barbecue on the side of the trail, cooking your bacon.
I was carrying a little burner and no such paraphernalia for the runners today.
I hope you dropped the bacon after being chased by the dogs.
No, I ate the bacon.
Oh, well, I guess there's one way of getting rid of it.
Please.
Oh, wow.
In on the polls. Please vote. Would you eat the local cheese or not? And go to Julianne and Jean. Now we can see the course profile again here, showing that very smooth, flat section. Little bit of a climb.
Very cool to look back and to see where they've come from. It really puts into perspective how much climbing these athletes have done at this point. Considering the last climb is around 400 meters, roughly, give or take, this means that they've run about 1,900 meters already.
These trails are gold.
Yeah.
I mean, you just can't find trails like this anywhere, but you can around Grindelwald. And my God, are they delivering?
Oh, yeah. The trails of dreams. Here we go. This is just looking back at the first part of the race, and we get a little bit of a recap of what's been happening in the elite section. So this is the head of the race for the E51 here at Eiger Ultra Trail, the men's race. In first position, we have Roberto De Lorenzi, the sky runner, stepping up to the 50K. We've got Stefan Wenck, a little bit of a surprise for us, but not undecorated in his own right. Luke Grenfell-Shaw, the story that everyone wants to support. Rod Farvard coming up in fourth position, chasing down Luke, him and Luke running together nicely. And in fifth position, we have Andreas Garcia Blanco. All incredibly talented athletes, all very close together still, only 4 minutes separating 9 minutes separating the top five, which in a race like this really means nothing. And I think anything is still to play for. That podium is still within shot for all of these athletes. And we are excited to stay and follow along to see what happens.
And hopefully, there we go. We get a look at the head of the women's race. We've had Laura Hottenrott from Germany commanding from the beginning. She is flying and really untouchable. While there's just 4 minutes between her and second place, Therese Leboeuf from Switzerland, I think we will see her stay in the lead. I have a feeling. In third, we have Claire Rhodes from the US. Really steady, very consistent going up those climbs, not stopping to power hike. She is running through just about anything. Estelle Roig-Fortin, her boyfriend, following along on the chat, racing to try to make the finish. And then fifth, we have Sari Merwood from the UK. And interesting to see the quite big difference in UTMB index. Sari's having, I think, quite a fantastic race. She's running kind of above what her UTMB index would indicate.
Absolutely. And again, like we were saying, that UTMB index is only one element by which we can judge people who are at the start line. I think there are very talented athletes who don't yet have an established index because they haven't raced enough events that have that index scoring point system included in the race, which means you might get someone like Sari Merwood, who hasn't got ranked, but doesn't mean she doesn't have the talent to be where she is. And I think she is having an incredible race today. And I think she's going to get rewarded with a pretty high UTMB score.
And something that UTMB is working on is also looking at pausing the UTMB index for female runners while they are out of competition for pregnancy, which I think would be an incredible move. It's complicated to figure out all of the right algorithms and calculations, but certainly something that the organization is taking a look at.
And very important work too, because it can really affect the races that you can get into if your index changes because you haven't been able to race because you have become a mum. So very cool work by UTMB to see them doing that and working on that in the background. For now, we have a quick race recap of the 50K. This is our lead woman in the event. And our lead men, this is coming into the first aid station where both Stefan and Roberto stopped, but our lead woman did not. Laura Hottenrott running through that aid station.
She's really causing a mystery for us because we don't know how she's fueling, but she is certainly moving quickly.
Absolutely. We saw there quickly the overtake that Luke Grenfell-Shaw had with Rod Farvard before pulling away a little bit.
And a bit of slow-mo recap, looking at those quads.
Love a little slow-mo. Very cool to see that race recap there.
I think we should commentate in slow-mo on the next recap. Give it to us.
I'll leave that one to you. Oh, wow. Absolutely incredible seeing Therese there running through that section.
She's motoring.
Yeah. Making quick work of that. So they are at 17.7 kilometers currently in the race. They are expected at the next aid station, Felt, at 21 kilometers. So she's got about 4 kilometers to go before we see her again at the next checkpoint. And in the meantime, we get to admire these incredible mountain vistas and wait until we get an update there. But we have an ad break coming up and we will be back with you shortly.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion. Le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cette heure.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We are back at the Ultra Trail Eiger following the 50K race. We are 2 hours into the course and following the top men and the top women. But let's remind ourselves that there are over 1,000 runners in this race. So while we are following the very, very elite of the elite, let's give a bit of a shout out to the hundreds of runners who are still going up that first climb. We still have almost 400 runners that haven't yet made it to that first checkpoint. So it's going to be a long day for many of them out there, but they are lucky because they get to look at these beautiful mountains. And coming up, we will have a bit of a short film on Judith Weider.
So Judith Weider, this is a day in the life with her. She is an elite high-level athlete and a mom, sponsored by HOKA. So let's give it a watch.
I love this film.
Me too.
The training is a little part in my life. Oh wow, så cool. Welcome to my life. Good morning all, welcome to Inside the Run. That's my place and I need to bring these two to school and then you can follow me along. I'm Judith Weider and I'm from Switzerland running for HOKA and Red Bull. I've been an orienteer all my life and then I swapped to trail running after giving birth to my first daughter. And we have Lynn, 7.5. That's Jonna, she's 5 years old, and my husband Gabriel. Happily, we are able to eat breakfast together normally, and they leave at 8 o'clock to kindergarten and school. You will probably see that training is a little part in my life. We somehow manage it, somehow. I don't know how, but we do. It's really important to organize yourself well, to have a good communication with my husband, but also with the kids. Ja, kannst du reinschlüpfen? Lynn, bist du noch da? Ah, gut. Of course, it's probably not the easiest athlete life, but on the other hand, it gives me so much joy because it just has been so many other things going on and so many other things have been nice. Let's go for the first run. It's a 70 minutes run, easy speed, and my husband Gabriel is coming with me. If you look at training, of course, there are way better places, but I've been growing up here and it's really nice to have my parents close. And then we have a 300-meter knoll and I do kind of 95% on this knoll of all of my trainings and it seems it works out quite well. I got you! Now I'm back from my first run and I have good food for today. It's gonna be sushi bowl and salad. Nutrition is really important for your training, for your daily recovery, but it's also not everything. Hello! In a daily life with kids, to be able to eat enough, for me it's the most important and difficult part. Hallo, hallo! Oh wow, so gut!
Das Ding kann mir so einfüllen.
Hast du müssen? I did work until 2017 as a physio. After that, it was hard to juggle like running, my first daughter, and also, of course, working. So I focused on trail running, but also on our own company, Endurance, who organizes trail running camps and coachings. Lunch is done, and we are going for a run together with Jonna, with her bike. Only easy, short, 40 minutes. I've been a runner kind of all my life. We were like in the mountains all weekends, also hiking trips with the family.
Easy run, you said?
It's always a speed session with her.
The second run is done. 22k today. I think it's quite okay. Jonna and Lynn are having swim class, so we're going there. As you can see, it has been a busy day. It's my daily routines and it's how it is at my place. Thanks for joining me, and I'm happy to see you at OCC at the UTMB finals. I got you! The training is a little...
And we are back at the 50K race at the Eiger Ultra Trail. That was a great video of Judith Weider showing us how she balances kind of family life and training. And what I thought was so cool about that is that she talked about how she does 95% of her training on a 300-meter knoll. So really, for those of you who are out there in flat ground, in areas where you might not think it's the best terrain, it's possible to make it happen.
Absolutely, absolutely. Where there's a will, there's a way.
And I have some exciting news as we are following the race here, the top women and the top men. The second race that we've been following, the partner of Estelle Roy-Fortin, who is currently in the top 5. I think she was in 4th place. Her partner has made it by train to Schwendi and is there loaded up with gels and electrolytes for Estelle. So the second race we've been following is on.
He made it. Good job. Good job, Leo.
Good job, Leo. Anyone else out there, if you're following your partners either remotely or in place, let us know in the chat. We love to hear the behind the scenes about these races. You know, all we see here are the top athletes on the screen and the runners, but we both know that it takes such a team to get to where these runners are at, whether it's family support, friend support during training, getting to the race, at the race. When you see one runner out there, it's really a team of 10 or 20 behind them.
Absolutely, absolutely. They say trail running, from the outside, it looks like an individual sport, but it's absolutely a team sport. And Leo out there for Estelle today is testament to that. She has him out there. She's probably got her family, her friends supporting her as well as everyone else. You know, I think speaking for myself, I've got a huge team surrounding me, and it makes all the difference to know that people support your goals and your ambitions as well.
And you were pointing out at the top of the broadcast that we have some couples that are racing separately, but they are racing in the different events today, which is quite exciting.
Yep. Claire Rhodes, who is currently our 3rd place woman in the 50K race, her partner, Trayson, has actually moved up to 3rd position now as well in the 100K race. So we've got 2 third positions today for the American couple who live in Alaska.
That is super cool.
Very, very cool. Both of them also qualified for Team USA, who will be going to Canfranc later this year for the World Champs. So very cool for them to have a very good race here, both of them.
That is a power couple if I have heard one. Now, if Trayson gets 3rd in the 100K, then he will get an automatic entry into the CCC race at the UTMB finals next year. And if Claire gets 3rd or 2nd in the 50K race, then she will get an automatic entry into the OCC next year. So they could be racing again.
Very, very cool.
Getting some gorgeous shots of the scenery around Grindelwald. This rock, it just, when you're there in person, it really just has such a presence that you can feel when you're running. I don't know about you, but certainly when I'm running in landscapes like this, I can just pull some energy off of the nature, off of the mountains.
Yeah, absolutely. And Grindelwald, it's considered to be one of the top travel destinations in Switzerland. There is so much to do there: glacier hiking, going to visit the lakes, going to the Jungfrau. going to the Jungfrau Joch, which is the top of Europe.
Perfect pronunciation.
Oh, goodness. I try.
Don't ask us to do math. Don't ask us to pronounce difficult names. We're just here commenting on the cheese.
And I mean, from Grindelwald, getting to see that north face of the Eiger, I mean, absolutely incredible. What a place to be able to run, but what a place to be able to go and visit as well. We talk about the runners here, but also the family members that have come with them, getting to experience not only the race, but also the area and the attractions there too. So I think it would be a pretty easy place to convince my family to come and support for sure.
It's a good trick. If you want to go run a race, pick a place like Grindelwald and you won't have any trouble. Now, we would like to go to another local story where we can get a bit of background on the finisher Stones. So stay tuned with us for that.
Mir tut es etwas Persönliches, wenn die Leute etwas von hier mit heimnehmen können. Und nicht irgendwie ein Giveaway, das, ich weiss nicht, das Kino produziert ist worden oder so. Eben die Idee von diesen Erinnerungspreisen weiss ich nicht mehr genau, wer die Idee hatte, aber ich habe mit Ralf geredet und auf jeden Fall ist dann die Idee gekommen, dass wir eben Steine, den Leuten Steine hier aus der Gegend mitgeben können. Und am Anfang haben wir sie eigentlich noch örtlich immer verschiedenen Orten gesucht, weil da hat man dann sagen, ja, der Stein ist von dort, das Jahr ist von dort. Und jetzt mittlerweile muss ich so viele Steine machen, dass ich eigentlich überall die Steine muss nehmen muss, die ich finde. Wenn ich die Familie überzeugen kann, dann kommen manchmal die Töchter mit und manchmal die Frau, aber das meiste tue ich eigentlich selber sammeln. Ich weiss etwa, wie lange ich habe für das Bohren. Und das Suchen ist sehr unterschiedlich, weil eben gehst du an einen Ort her und dann findest du 2, 3 Körbe voll und an den anderen Orten laufst du lang und findest nichts Schlaues. Und das ist auch ein bisschen vom Wetter vom letzten Jahr abhängig, wie viel neues Geschiebe das Bach gebracht haben. Aber sie sind immer noch lokal hier aus dem Tal. Ja. Also ich habe das Gefühl, die Leute, die es dann wirklich auch geniessen können und dann bekommen sie noch etwas Persönliches von hier mit heim auf den Weg. Ich habe das Gefühl, das ist dann, jedes Mal, wenn sie diesen Stein anschauen, nehme ich an, kommen die Erlebnisse wieder hoch und das ist sagenhaft. Ja.
Very cool to see what goes into these finisher medals.
Absolutely. It's that extra bit of something special that you can take home with you when you finish a race here at the Eiger Ultra Trail. Very special to take a bit of the mountain home with you.
Yeah. Now we are looking at the head of the men's race, Roberto De Lorenzi from Switzerland, still in first with Stefan Vank in second. Luke Grenfell-Shaw, a favorite for the team, in third from the UK. Incredible story behind him, cancer survivor. And in fourth, Rod Freibart from the US. And holding on in fifth is Andres Garcia Blanco. And then we will take a look at the women's side. We have Laura Hottenrott. She is solidly in first. She had a 4-minute lead on Therese Leboeuf at the last checkpoint, which we suspect will increase as she storms down the next descent. And then we have Claire Rhodes in third from the U.S., her partner running in the 100K, also in third. Very exciting. Estelle Roy-Fortin in fourth from Spain, living in Switzerland. And in fifth, Sari Merwood from the UK. We haven't seen images of her yet, but she is 2 minutes behind fourth place. Now getting some beautiful drone shots of the terrain here. Now, the Eiger Ultra Trail is normally quite a bit more technical, but in this altered course, altered due to the weather, it's a bit shorter, a bit flatter. It's favoring people who can run faster on less technical terrain, and that certainly favors Laura, who we have highlighted comes from a road running background, very fast, 2:24 marathon runner.
And while we are waiting for some more updates on the 51K. Remember that there are other races indeed going on. The E101, the 100K race, which is now 69 kilometers, is currently ongoing. So take a look at the results there. We will be getting some images from them a little bit later on, and as well as getting back to some 50K images. But for now, we are taking a quick break and we will be back with you shortly. Stay tuned.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion. Cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cette heure.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we're back. We are back. We had a very quick break here where I got to stuff my face a little bit and a little bit of a toilet break, but we are back with you here at the Eiger Ultra Trail by UTMB. We are following today the 50K race as well as the 100K race categories. These events, the Podium will get direct access into the UTMB World Series finals for the OCC and the CCC respectively. Remembering that everyone here today who completes the race will get some running stones allocated towards getting into the lottery to get into their dream race at that World Series finals taking place in Chamonix in August in 2026. I am very excited to see what's happening up in front. We haven't had images for a little while and we're expecting to see something soon, so don't go anywhere. Keep us company in the chat, ask us some questions, and let's wait to see who comes out on top.
We are here with you while we have been following the 50K. Tony, as you say, the 100K race has been underway for quite some hours, 5.5 hours. It's now a 69-kilometer race. And the race profile of the 100K race is basically 3 main climbs with that little bunch at the end, which we won't call a climb, but it will certainly feel like one to the runners.
Absolutely.
Now, the top men are just at the top of a plateau, and they are about to descend, whereas the women are on their way to a climb. While we are waiting for images of both of the races, we will go to a short film to look at Verbier by UTMB from this year. So stay tuned with us.
Bienvenue à la 16e édition du trail de Verbier-Saint-Bernard by UTMB. On va encore vivre des moments exceptionnels.
And we're back. Another gorgeous look at some of the trails around Switzerland. We are talking about some of the different sayings that you get in different races in different countries. Allez, 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 die, die, die. In Switzerland, you often get up, up, up.
Up, 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 indeed. So we just had a look at the Verbier by UTMB, the Trail Verbier St. Bernard. There were over 5,400 participants, of which 23% were women. How cool is that? It's always great to see the female participation increasing, 23%, while still not majority, while still not 50%. We're still not seeing that, that's even split between men and women. It's still an improvement. And especially a race like Verbier, where you can see it was incredibly technical. It's touted as an incredibly technical race, which can be super intimidating. It's awesome to see so many women take part in an event like that. And I think that gives a lot of confidence to other women to be able to take on these events as well.
I agree. We are seeing an increase in the participation of women in the 50K category, but we're also seeing this creep up in the 100K and even the 100-mile category. And frankly, I'll be happy when I see it at 50-50. So let's keep going.
Keep going. Keep encouraging your partners, your friends to take on that challenge. We're so often hindered by our own belief that we're not capable, but I think it just takes a little nudge from the people that we love, and we can believe that we can do these things and we are capable. So very cool to see so many women taking part in that event. Verbier by UTMB 2025. Also very cool to see how many nationalities are represented in these races. 65 different nationalities were represented in Verbier, and it would be interesting to see how many different nationalities are represented here today in Eiger.
That's super cool. Something that I've been noticing from the commentating side is just different countries that we're not used to seeing at the top of these races in Europe are starting to pop up. Racers from Romania, racers from Argentina, racers from the Czech Republic. We have racers from all over the world kind of descending in these different terrains, in these different environments, and it really makes for such a multicultural environment.
Absolutely. There we go. Let's get some statistics from the Eiger Ultra Trail. So including all of the races, we have 1,249 women and 2,300 men starters. So not a bad split, actually. That's maybe a third of the entire race is female participation, which is very, very cool.
I thought we weren't supposed to do math.
I'm just going on graphics here. There's no maths involved.
Just take what we say as a given.
Yeah, we only speak the truth.
Yeah. Never let truth get in the way of a good story.
Oh, yeah. There we go. And in the E51, so the 51 category, which we have been following all morning, again, we've got about a third of the starters being women, which again is really cool to see. I think that number is slowly creeping up, and I think more and more we'll see more women taking on these distances. Again, dropping down slightly for the number of starters, that I'm not even going to attempt. Less than a quarter, maybe a fifth. A fifth of the starters in the E101, so the 100-kilometer category race today, were women starters. So not where we want it to be, obviously, but I think it's definitely increasing, and it's very cool to see so many more women believing that they're capable of taking on these distances.
And, part of this effort to encourage more women's participation is also the coverage of the women's field. I think that's something that we're both really proud of. Through the UTMB live stream, we are covering both the men and the women, trying to give as much coverage to both of those fields and to have almost a full female commentary team today at the Eiger Ultra Trail. Follow us, give us some support as we give the women some support, and it'll become full circle. I think the more that we see women racing at the front, like we're seeing today with Laura Hottenrott, like with Therese Leboeuf, like with Claire Rhodes, it really encourages all of us to step up to the plate.
Absolutely.
Absolutely stunning scenery here. And we will go to another story about the security that they put into place at the Eiger. I think what we'll see is a bit of an explanation of the handling of the security aspect of the event, which will give us a bit of a peek behind the curtain. So stick with us and we will be right back.
Die Sicherheit am Eiger Ultra Trail läuft über den Sicherheitsausschuss oder die Sicherheitskommission. Die Bergführer denken sich mehr mit Wetter- und objektiven Gefahren auseinandersetzen als ein Haufen andere Personen. Im 1898 haben wir einen Führerverein Grindwald gegründet von Pfarrer Strasser. Wir sind 3 Bergführer im Sicherheitsausschuss, die uns während diesen 2 Tagen mit objektiven Gefahren, mit dem Wetter beschäftigen. Wir haben sehr viele Leute an diversen Orten am Berg. Unsere Aufgabe ist sicherzustellen, dass die diesen Lauf machen können, Spass haben an diesem Event, am Abend sicher ihre Medaille in Empfang nehmen und sicher sein vor objektiven Gefahren, dass wir Rettung sichergestellt haben, dass die Gäste mit einem Top-Erlebnis wieder heimgehen. Das OK wünscht, dass die nur für einen Ultra-Trail beizogen wird, das heisst eine neutrale Aussensicht hat. Das heisst nicht involviert ist in die ganze Vorbereitung, in die Finanzierung etc. Mit dem Ziel, dass man sich eine objektive Meinung bilden kann, ohne Haufen Szenarien im Hinterkopf zu haben, was es zum Beispiel für wirtschaftliche Ausführungen hat. Bergführer sind, denke ich, auch gewohnt, zu organisieren, vielleicht ein bisschen Multitasking zu sein, auch entscheiden, zu reflektieren und zu sagen, okay, nein, das machen wir jetzt nicht so, am Berg Verhältnis anders als erwartet. Man muss umkehren, man nimmt eine andere Route und das Ganze spielt nachher auch in den Sicherheitsausschuss hinein. Was auch cool ist, dass meine 2 Gespendli auch IT-Kenntnis hat. Das ist halt auch Voraussetzung in der heutigen Zeit, dass du die ganzen Tools auch kannst brauchen, dass du das nachher kannst vom Bild umsetzen eigentlich in die Natur, in den Kopf und dann hat ein Hotelbild aus dem aus.
And we're back. A bit of a look at the thinking that goes into the safety and security aspect of the race. And of course, a lot of thinking had to go into what to do about the courses with the weather forecast. So the weather forecast for today did have thunderstorms, lightning, and in order to make sure that the race was able to keep the runners safe, we have altered courses for the 100K and the 50K courses. Looking at the head of the men's race, Roberto De Lorenzi from Switzerland, still in first, followed closely by Stefan Wenck from Switzerland as well, and then Luke Grenfell-Shaw from the UK in third, followed by Rod Farvard in fourth. He was passed by Luke during the first 15K, and then in fifth, Andres Garcia Blanco. So still quite a tight race between a couple of those couples there, first and second, and third and fourth, bit of a gap for fifth. Then on the women's side, Laura Hottenrott, well out in front, although she's had a 4-minute lead. It's now a 3.5-minute lead. But she is still out in front, followed by Therese Leboeuf from Switzerland in second. Claire Rhodes from the US in third. Very steady, very consistent. A few minutes behind her, Estelle Roquefortin in fourth. And there we have Sari Merrid from the UK, who still hasn't gone through that last checkpoint, the Feld checkpoint. So between first and fourth, looks like we have about an 8-minute gap. So still quite close.
Mm-hmm. Still quite close. And they are 21 kilometers into that race out of 41K. So they are just over halfway. And they are well into that very long descent now, 8.2 Ks from Felt. They've got downhill about, over 1,000 meters of descending now to do, which is very hard on your legs and very hard to manage smartly to go into that section after the Schwendi checkpoint, which is very runnable. And then that little climb up into the end to Grindelwald. So Definitely not the end of the race. This is all to play for still. I think this is going to be where tactics and smart nutrition come into play. Smart managing of your body, knowing when to push and when to hold back, I think becomes very important at this part of the race.
And it will be fast. So even though we're just over halfway through the distance, we will see quite fast times in the second half of this course. And I'm very interested to see what happens with Laura, because we saw her breeze through those first couple of checkpoints. We're not sure that we saw her taking in any extra fluid or nutrition. So either she's muling more than we think that she is, or she's not taking much in.
Yeah. Very, very interesting to see what she is doing with that nutrition, and I hope that we get some insight into that at some point. If you are crewing her, if you are out there supporting her, please let us know if you know what she is doing. What we do know is that these athletes are allowed crew. So Leo is there for Estelle. He is there with some gels and some packs, some drinks for her. So we do know these athletes are allowed crew. So my assumption then is that she is getting someone to help her to hand her bottles at those aid stations, which I think would explain why she was able to go through the aid station at the top at first so quickly.
If you are following along, jump into the chat. We love seeing who you're cheering for. We have Marco Jensen and Danielle Van Kathoven. Go, go, go.
Love to see it. Love to see it.
Dodo and Justin.
Right now on the screen, we are going to be watching a little clip of the legend Ludo Pomeray, the hard rock champion from 2025. This is about his UTMB from 2024 and his fueling strategy with NARC. Enjoy.
On est à Cham, il fait beau, on se prépare pour la petite course annuelle du Tour du Mont-Blanc, tour de la petite montagne. Le plan de nutrition, qu'est-ce qu'on va prendre? À peu près, après on adapte en fonction de la course, des ressentis. Nutrition Calculator, une version encore plus personnalisée par l'équipe de NAC. Là, on a le plan de tous les ravitaillements avec ce qu'on doit prendre sur chaque ravito.
Il prévoit tout, donc j'ai un petit sac par ravito et je lui tends le sac le moment venu en fait.
Première UTMB 2004. Cette année, c'est mes 20 ans de la première participation à UTMB. J'espère en tout cas faire mieux qu'en 2004.
Et en 2005, et en 2010, et en 2012. Normalement, il y aura nos 2 filles, nos 2 neveux, un bon groupe.
Donc on est lundi, la course est vendredi. Il y a pas mal de choses à faire avant la course.
C'est une course qui met la pression, aussi bien pour le coureur que pour l'assistance.
Ouais, la base, c'est calculer les temps de passage, déjà pour avoir une estimation pour l'assistance, pour préparer un peu les apports qu'on va avoir besoin entre chaque point de ravitaillement. Avec un peu de marge, quoi. On s'est jamais dit. Moi, j'ai mis longtemps en fait à trouver ma diététique de course, et puis je suis resté longtemps en fait sur les gels et eau. J'avais jamais vraiment calculé ce qu'il me fallait. La proposition de NAC était aussi d'avoir un suivi nutritionnel. Ils sont quand même très orientés sur l'ultra.
Rester focus et un petit peu enfermé aussi.
Concentré, peu bavard comme d'habitude. On sait que de toute manière il nous entend et ça nous fait du bien aussi. Pas trop mal, il est bien remonté là.
Quand t'as plein de personnes qui te répètent tous les 10 mètres, ouais, t'es une inspiration et tout ça, tu peux pas lâcher.
C'est là que je commence à avoir mal pour lui.
Mélange de drink mix, purée et gel.
On est tous fiers de toi. Allez, lâche rien. Je vais retrouver un petit gain d'énergie.
Toujours magique quand on retrouve des moments d'émotion qui sont assez intenses.
C'est une belle histoire de famille.
I love that. As we were talking earlier, ultra running does take a village of crew, of support, pacers in some races.
Oh, yeah.
And now we are back with our images on the first man.
That is Roberto De Lorenzi. He has taken it out from the start. He has been up in that front position, and he is making quick work of this. Very curious to see where Stefan Wenck was in the second position. We don't have eyes on him yet, but we are currently with our first man, and hopefully we get some eyes on second and third soon.
Getting a bit of a peek of the course so we can see what they're running through, where they're at. If you go on the course profile, you can see that the top men are down past Schwendi at the checkpoint at 29 kilometers and are on their way on this flat section.
So we have Stefan Wenck through Schwendi as well, around 2 minutes back from Roberto De Lorenzi. So not that big a gap.
But a bigger gap than when we last got images of them. So Roberto has been able to widen his lead a bit on that descent, as you predicted, coming from a sky running, fell running background.
Yeah. And we haven't had third coming through there yet. So we are waiting for third, which would mean he is over 4 minutes back from Stefan Wenck. So first and second men have pulled away from that chasing pack of Luc Grenfell-Shaw and Rod Farvard. Very, very interesting.
Look at that terrain. That is as runnable as you can get in a mountain ultra trail.
Yeah. This is when doing those strides and doing that speed work really pays off. As much as you hate it, as much as it's not what we do and want to do as mountain athletes, it's very important, because a lot of these races, to connect the beautiful mountain passes, requires a little bit of flat running in between. So it's very important to be a well-rounded athlete when you're taking on an event like this, so that you can excel when it becomes flat and runnable.
That's certainly something that my coach, Dr. Megan Roche, has gotten me to do this past year, is hill strides. And you hate to love them, love to hate them.
Yeah. That and a 5 kilometer time trial are the two things in training plans that are the most left out.
Oh, please no.
Do your strides, kids. They are very important.
We are 30 kilometers into this 41 kilometer race. And we have Roberto De Lorenzi taking in a bit of liquid, a bit of fuel as he is running along this track. It really is like a track.
Yep.
I wonder what's going through his head right now. He's checking his watch. Ooh, look at that speed. According to our tracker, it says he's running, there we go, 11 kilometers an hour is a little bit more reasonable, but possibly 15, 16 kilometers an hour. That is freaking fast after 30 kilometers in the legs.
30 kilometers, but also with a very long descent in his legs as well. To get your legs to turn over after that pounding from descending, it's hard work. It's not easy. You can see there he's checking over his shoulder, and with this kind of terrain, with running along this road like this, there's every possibility that even 2 minutes back he will be able to see Stefan Wenck. So it'll be interesting to see if we can spot him, if the camera can spin around, but
he's still got 10 kilometers to go. So while he'll be feeling happy with the gap that he has, he can't get too comfortable.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
And similarly on the women's side, we saw that there was now, instead of a 4-minute gap, around a 3-minute gap in between Laura Hottenrott in first and Therese Leboeuf in second. So once she hits that road, I suspect she will tap into that marathon experience of hers, and she will open up and just give everything she's got to race to the finish.
Yeah.
The top women are still on that descent down into Schwendi. So they are not yet on this flat section that the top men are at the moment. But Laura Hottenrott still has a fair lead over second and third. Second being Terrace Leboeuf and third being Claire Rhodes.
All right, if you are in the chat, we've got UTMB starting a GIF challenge. So drop a GIF of where you are watching from. If I could drop one, I mean, I would be here. But hopefully you have slightly more exciting places that you are watching from. Maybe it's a treadmill, maybe it's a park with your kids, maybe you're on a mountain trail and you're streaming from your phone. Who knows? But get involved, drop a GIF, and let's see where you are.
There we go. I've dropped in a GIF that shows a live feed of what we are currently doing in the studio. Testing out the local cuisine.
Slapping cheese in face.
Join us. We wish that we were there in Grindelwald running alongside the runners, but we are here in the studio so that we can bring this commentary to you. Now let's take a look at Roberto's stride. Very smooth.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful stride here. He is no stranger to running fast, that is for sure.
He looks like he's working a bit though, which, you know, I actually kind of like to see, because when you see the runners from behind, they make it look so easy. And then you sit here watching them think, oh gosh, you know, I wouldn't be able to do that. But when we get this side shot and we see their faces, we can see they are working. Whether you are an elite or you are a novice, it takes energy to be able to finish these races. So make no mistake about it. These elites are pushing hard and they are feeling it, despite the fact that it looks easy from behind.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thanks for the gifts. It looks like we've got someone coming in from Switzerland. We've got Romania. It's been great, as I was saying earlier, it's been great to see the runners from Romania really, you know, hitting the podiums and making their names known.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very cool. Again, just so many nationalities represented here today. We've got someone cheering on the Romanians who are out there today. Super cool to see. Where my South Africans at? We've got some Saffers racing today. Let's share some Saffer love.
I think my fellow Canadians are still sleeping, so I'll give them a pass. Alaska! We've got Alaska tuning in. How cool. Obviously following Claire Rhodes. It is an early time over there in Alaska, so we appreciate that you are tuning in early or late, depending on your point of view. Grab a coffee, grab a bit of caffeine, and set in. Okay, and there we've got Roberto dunking his hat in the water, again giving us a bit of an indication that while the temperatures are relatively cool from what it looks like, they are feeling the heat. Oh, needing to wait for it.
Now he has to wait for the train.
Well, thank God Swiss trains are fast and always on time.
At least he didn't get stuck at the start of the train. He only had the back end to wait for. No train waits for no runner, that's for sure.
Oh, that's quite funny. Whether it's trains or cows, you might come up against some kind of a traffic jam in one of these races.
Very cool to see the volunteers out there today, making sure that this race runs smoothly for all of these athletes as well. Them standing out there all day in the sun. I mean, yeah, gotta show some love. Make sure that you're kind to the people who are there helping and cheering and making sure that you don't get lost. Give them a smile, give them a wave, give them a thank you. I think they will very much appreciate that.
You know, I'm joking about trains and cows, but I actually saw on social media last week Sarah Alonso. She was one of the elites, one of the favorites going into the UTMB finals, and she was attacked by a cow on the trail and really suffering some very difficult injuries.
I've always said that cows, as cute as they can be, are not to be messed with. You don't want to run past a cow and startle it, because if it gets moving, if it gets a fright, Yeah, it's no small beast.
Yep.
And you don't want to be on the underside of those hooves. So very happy that she is okay and she's come away with but a broken rib and some pretty severe bruising. But thankfully, nothing more than that. But yeah, just approach cows with caution. They're very cute, but they are also animals and can be unpredictable.
Yeah.
So just beware. But yes, very glad that she is okay and not too severely injured.
And we have a Canadian in Switzerland in the chat. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you're enjoying my Canadian accent.
Canadian and South African commentating on a Swiss race in France. You gotta love the multinationality.
Franglais, yeah.
Very, very cool.
Now less than 10 kilometers to go for our top man, Roberto De Lorenzi.
He has just started now. You can see that final little punchy climb. So we've got some sections there that are pretty steep. That purple indicating a grade of around 30%, I believe, or above 20% at least. So there's some punchy climbing still to go. I hope he has saved some energy in his legs. I hope he's got some power left there to get up those climbs. But he seems to be moving pretty well. Like you said, he's working. But that doesn't mean that he is not very capable of pulling this out the bag and bringing it home.
Just on that final little bit there to make the loop back to Grindelwald in this very quick 50K category race that is 41 kilometers.
It's very cool to see that overview of where they have run and the incredible mountain pass that they got to experience. Definitely makes me want to head out there and get on those trails.
For sure.
Add it to the bucket list, the ever-extended bucket list.
And as we were noting near the beginning of the commentary, it speaks really to how popular this race is and how incredible the scenery is that so many of the top runners are returning, whether they did the race last year, the year before, or even 2019, 2018. We have a lot of the top runners returning to Grindelwald to take on these mountains in Switzerland.
We've been talking a lot about how Laura is our leading woman, but she is a marathon runner in heart. Roberto De Lorenzi is a very talented road runner is in his own right with a 64-minute half marathon.
Oof.
And a 29-minute 10K, 29:51. Seconds matter when you're running on the road. So 29:51 10K. That is crazy fast.
And that kind of foreshadows what we will be seeing in this final part of the race, this final quarter. Now we have Stefan Venk in second, trying to chase him down, but with those stats, I think he's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now we've got a comment in the chat, not a cloud in the sky and the race was shortened. Yes. Now, as we often see in these mountain landscapes, in mountain terrain, the weather can change on a dime. So the weather forecast was for thunderstorms, was for lightning, and really the race organizers can't take any chances when it comes to the safety of the runners. And so while it might look like blue sky at the moment, this can change. This can change depending on the camera angle, depending on the hour, depending on the minute. And really, it's better to be safe than sorry when it comes to the runners, because if the runners got caught out in a thunderstorm, in a lightning storm, you just don't know what could happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, we are watching the tippity top of the race here. This is the top men and top women who will be finishing this race way before the majority of the field, who will be out there for much longer. And remembering that you understand that things can change relatively quickly in the mountains, and really when you're thinking about a race, you're thinking about the majority of people who are going to be finishing and making sure that their safety is your primary concern. So I think as much as it is blue skies and beautiful weather for these front runners I think it was a very smart call for the race to adjust the plan before they put anyone in danger.
It's a really good point. We still have almost 400 runners that still haven't reached the 15-kilometer mark. So we are looking at hours until we have the full field that is able to finish. And that also just highlights how fast these top runners are. We have the top men that are about halfway between the 29-kilometer checkpoint and the 35-kilometer checkpoint, whereas the top women are just at the bottom of the descent and about to go through Schwendi at 29 kilometers. Really easy, fast running here. I say easy, I'm talking about the terrain, not about the effort.
And yet he is moving pretty fast, considering that, that is a pretty steep road climb. You can see it must also be getting pretty warm. Again, the weather prediction saying it's about 18 degrees, but that sun and that exposure, especially running on tarmac, that heat just feels amplified in those conditions. And so they will be feeling that.
Now, Stefan must be feeling well hydrated because he used his flask not to drink, but to pour over his face. Now, I hope that there wasn't carbohydrate mix in there. Otherwise, he'll be getting pretty sticky in the minutes to come. But he must be feeling confident about the amount of liquid that he's getting in, or the fact that he's only got a few kilometers to the next checkpoint.
Well, from this point on, there's no checkpoints until he reaches the finish line. So he must have... my mistake. Apologies. But I think that's just a timing point.
It might be.
So officially, they've been through their final aid station at Schwendi.
Okay.
But they must be, and I'm sure he knows this if he's using his water to cool himself down, but I'm assuming he knows where en route he can get more water, which plays into, being a local in the area, knowing the trails, knowing where you can get water en route. It's actually a big advantage. When I ran the OCC race, I'd done it 3 times. I have done it 3 times, and every time you understand better where on course you can get water, where on course you can pick up fuel. I think it makes it much easier to strategically race, and there is something to say about home ground advantage for sure.
It's a good point because there's really no restrictions. If you come across a water point or a local water source, there's nothing that says that you can't pick up water along the course outside of a checkpoint. You just can't take water from a crew or from someone who is there to provide just you aid. But if there is a stream, somewhere where you feel that you can get clean water from, you are perfectly able to collect extra hydration along the way. So that's interesting. With no checkpoints between Schwendi and the finish, that is a good 12 kilometers with a climb in there without the possibility of refueling. So I'm surprised actually that he's taken his water and poured it over himself rather than saved it to drink.
It is a very interesting strategy. I hope for his sake that there is somewhere en route that he can refill a bottle. A trough of some sort, but very, very interesting. It must be warm if he is using that water for for cooling himself down rather than drinking.
So I would imagine the comparative advantage of getting a little bit of cooling from splashing water on the face versus being able to drink it is small.
Very, very interesting.
But he knows what he's doing. He's in second place, so I would hate to second guess him. Just fun to follow along with the different strategies.
We can only speculate.
We can only speculate, exactly. So final images of Stefan Wenck chasing down the leader, Roberto De Lorenzi. As we go into this commercial break, stay with us. We'll see you in a few minutes.
c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion. Le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cette heure.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We are back with you at the Eiger Ultra Trail. We have been following the 50K race, the men's and women's leaders, but we are also keeping an eye on the 100-kilometer race, which has been shortened due to the weather down to 69 kilometers. So as we are looking at some of the imagery of the course, of the topography, maybe we'll just give a little bit of a rundown. First we'll look at some slow-mo footage. That is Stefan Wenck, who is our second place man chasing down Roberto De Lorenzi.
I believed you said you would do a slow-mo commentary.
Oh, yes. And here we have...
Oh, wow, that's brilliant.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome, everyone.
We've got our third man on screen. Here we have Luke Grenfell-Shaw, the UK Brooks runner who everyone loves. What a story this man has. If you don't know about him, go and give him a search on social media. I think you will leave feeling incredibly inspired.
A search and a follow. This guy, he deserves all of the support in the world. He has been through the ringer, surviving cancer, surviving the death of his brother, who he runs in memory of. Sometimes you just think there's only so much struggle and challenge that one person should be able to tolerate. And instead of it breaking him, he is running at the top of his field. He is just showing all of us what true heart is. It's incredibly impressive. So, I mean, we're all cheering for the front two leaders, but I wouldn't mind if Luke snuck up on the
little bit of the
other two.
I mean, if you were following Verbier, the Trail Verbier Saint Bernard last weekend, you will know that anything has happened with a sprint finish for the podium in the last 300 meters.
Ooh.
So truly, the race is not over until you cross that finish line. If you haven't seen that finish, go and look on the UTMB World Series Instagram page. There is a video of it. It is stressful.
How exciting.
It was fireworks.
That was on the men's side or the women's side?
On the men's side.
Wow.
It was an incredibly interesting race. So if you haven't watched it, go and watch the highlights because Martin and I were on the edge of our seats the entire day. Just to give a little update on the 100K race that we are also following in the background, and we will hopefully be getting some images of that to you as well. We still have Toma Fornik, the Czech runner, in first position. Stefan Ungerich, who was our early men's leader, has dropped down to fourth position. So there has been some shaking up there. Trayson Knopp, has moved up into second position. So he's been slowly climbing his way up into that podium all day. And he is not far behind our leading man. And in third position, we have, I think he's still in third position. He has been passed by Bernard Machner, the Austrian athlete. And
wow,
we will, lots happening there too. So as I'm speaking, Trayson has dropped back down into third position. So our top three men are Toma, Bernard, and Trayson. And in our women's field, we have Daniela Omas, who is an incredibly established and incredibly talented German athlete running for Nike Trail. In second, we've got Eva Maria Spurger, also German athlete running for Salomon Running.
And then
only
we've got about a minute apart, I'm just noticing.
Yeah.
So that is a very tight race between first and second in the 100K.
And Daniela Machner, who I wonder if is related to our men's second place, Bernard Machner. If anyone knows in the chat, let us know. Oh. This is our... That must be the 20K. I was like, wait, what?
20K.
No.
Running incredibly quickly.
There we go. We just watched the finish of the 20K race at the Eiger Ultra Trail.
From Canada.
There we go. So that is the E16 that was run. It is 16 kilometers with 915 meters of elevation gain. This athlete will get 1 running stone, but automatic entry. Nope, he will get 1 running stone.
Automatic entry into our Hall of Fame as commentators. Well done, Remy.
There we go. Who are we following here?
We're back on images on the 50K. And let's take a guess here. We haven't seen any images of 5th place of Andreas Garcia Blanco. That could be him. Because we know it's not Rod or Luke or Stefan or Roberto.
It's very possibly Andreas Garcia Blanco.
That would be my guess.
Except that is not HOKA Kit, is it?
Controversial. Back now to finishers of the 20K category race. Wow, is that fast? 1 hour, 15 minutes. 16 kilometer race.
960 meters of elevation gain.
Well done.
Punchy, to say the least.
Well done. That's the way to do it. And you can see those finisher medals there. We saw a video earlier of the stones. How every finisher here takes a little bit of the mountain home with them.
Very cool. Now this 20K race, basically you run uphill for 9 kilometers. You have a little bit of a flatter section at the top, and then you bomb down to that finish line. What a tough race. These kinds of races, you're basically redlining the entire race.
Yep.
It's incredibly hard. People often think that running the shorter distances is the easier option. It is not. It is a different kind of hurt. One that I don't particularly enjoy.
No, you would have to pay me big money to run a 20K race. Give me a 200 miler any day.
Yeah. Well, okay, no, not 200 miler. But
20, come on.
50K, 100K, that sounds nice to me.
All right, 10 years from now, when you're 15, how old are you? 20 years from now, you can come into my category of racing.
Oh wow!
I'm aging myself here, folks.
I think we probably look about the same age, though. Very cool to see these runners. I mean, it must be warm if he is dunking his head in that water trough.
Yep.
I think as much as it's only around 20 degrees, probably. I mean, it's still predicting only 18 degrees. I think it looks like it's pretty humid, and that sun is blazing currently. So I think those athletes out there will be feeling that heat.
Great shot of the race village in Grindelwald. It's such a fun atmosphere. I remember this from years ago. I had such a good time. Oh, look at that speed. Whoa. Can you feel the energy? This must be our 3rd place man coming in to finish the 20-kilometer race. Look at him go.
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
Insane.
Arms flailing. He is coming up to the finish line. Well done. That was cool.
That was very impressive. So just to give a little shout out to these athletes, we had Remy Leroux, Brooks athlete from Canada, in first position here. He finished in 1:14.13. In second position, we had Swiss athlete Christian Liu from TV Aalborg, and he finished just a minute and a bit back in 1:15.53. In third position, we have Philipp Stuckart from Germany, the lower trail races, in 1:18.17. So incredible performances from our top three finishers there. They all receive that little token of the Eiger Mountains, that finisher's medal, and one running stone to put towards the UTMB final lottery for 2026.
This is an image of our fourth place, who is also from Germany.
Yep.
Andreas Kiechel.
Let's go with that. Jack, very impressive. Age group 45 to 49.
Nice.
And still running so freaking fast. Man, it's impressive.
If Tony, respect your elders.
Oh yeah.
We still know how to bring it.
You absolutely bring it. I think we saw a video earlier of Ludovic Pomeray. He is 50 years old this year. No, I should say 50 years young this year, and absolutely still crushing it. So shout out to all of our Masters runners. You guys are badass, and I will never, ever underestimate what you are capable of.
Just don't challenge us to a 20K.
I think Andreas has just proven that you can still do it.
That's true. That's true. Don't challenge me to a 20K.
Fair. Okay. I won't be seeing you in a 20K either, so we'll be on the same page there.
I will be excited to cheer you across the line as you compete in the CCC. Later this year, I will be commentating the UTMB finals from the studio.
Very exciting.
I will be getting all the dirt on you before the race, so gear up.
Oh, yeah. And while we watch our men finishes here, we're waiting for our female finishes in the E16 as well, the 20K category at this UTMB World Series Eiger race. This is Natalina, Neuenschwander from Switzerland. I think I did that pretty well.
I give you an applause. That was great.
We have Roxana Elisabetta Rotaru, who is currently in second position, and Desarzen Marlene in third. So those are our top three women who we are expecting to come into Grindelwald in the next couple minutes. While we wait for them, we will continue to be impressed by these male finishers flying into this finish line here in Grindelwald.
The spread of nationalities across the top 10 women in the 16K race. Again, Romania popping up there in second. We also have Brazil, which is super exciting. And is that Slovakia?
I think so.
I'm going to guess. And here we are back following images of our first place woman in the 50K race, Laura Hottenrott. She has been first from the start. She's first in the middle, and she will absolutely be aiming to be first at the finish. This is her sweet spot now. This flat, fast road. She is tapping into her marathon background. She's not running a 2:24 pace, but she is certainly throwing it down here in the Eiger Ultra Trail. She's at 31 kilometers. She's got 10 kilometers to go. She knows she's got a couple of minutes lead.
Well, actually, no, because they've been through Schwendi now, and they went through within 20 seconds of each other. So Therese Leboeuf is, according to our tracker, very close behind. I think Laura will be feeling the pressure that Therese is putting on her, and it's, we've got a little climb now until the end. They've got still some climbing to do. Can we see her?
Just trying to take a look back to see how close Therese is. But that is exciting because she had a 4-minute lead, and then it was a 3-minute lead, and now we're down to seconds.
Yeah. And if we look at the estimated time at Marmorbruch, the next checkpoint where we will get timing, Therese is actually estimated to be moving slightly better than Laura is. So curious to see if we are going to have another overtake here. We'll just have to wait and see.
Wow. 25 seconds between them at the last checkpoint. That is a gap that can disappear in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm surprised because, while Therese is certainly an incredibly strong runner, she had a higher UTMB index coming into this race. She's definitely a favorite. Laura Hottenrott, we had predicted if she could be at the top, near the top during the first half, that she would fly when it came to the last part of the course. We can see now she's dunking her head. Maybe the heat is starting to get to her.
Yep.
But she should be able to really throw down here in this final section.
Still no sign of Therese in the back there. So potentially she has used this more runnable section to try and open a bit more of a gap.
And of course, when the timing is taken, it's taken coming into the checkpoint.
See, there's no standard. So it could have been in the entry point, or it could also be at the leaving point. So we're not entirely sure where that timing point is taken from.
Okay.
We would potentially assume that it was taken at the start, which would maybe explain, maybe Therese took a little bit longer at the aid station to look after herself, and maybe explain why there's a slightly bigger gap now that wasn't accounted for at that aid station. But yeah, very, very interesting to see. I would be curious to know if not stopping at those early aid stations is catching up to her.
Yep.
If she has indeed slowed down, or if Therese has just put on her second gear and has put her foot down a bit.
Well, this is where if you ignore nutrition, or if you push past the limits on hydration in these early parts of the race, you'll start to feel it now. We're over 3 hours into the race. If she's taken any shortcuts, she will start to feel it now.
Yeah, absolutely. Also interesting to note that coming into Schwendi, we had Estelle in third position.
Ooh!
So Estelle has moved into podium position, and Claire Rhodes has dropped down into fourth position. Only not even a minute back. So they came into that aid station very, very close together. The race is on for that podium.
I'm sure Estelle got a boost from seeing her partner at that aid station. He raced there with some gels for her. So we are now seeing a race between first and second, and between third and fourth.
Absolutely. So cool to see. I love this kind of racing.
Yes. Let's go. I would be a little bit stressed, I think, if I were Laura at this moment. Leading the race from the start for 30K, you don't want to give it up now.
No. And I think it's safe to assume that she is climbing slightly better than Therese. Mm-hmm. But there's still some descending. There's still a lot of running to go. So really, it's anyone's game at this point.
Will we see a sprint finish?
Oh, I hope so. I love a sprint finish. It's so exciting. I don't ever want to experience one. I think it would be awful to be in the throes of sprinting after 41 Ks. But as a spectator, love it. Bring it on.
I'm with you. I will spare all of you my slow-mo recap.
Dang it.
But here we can just see a bit more of her stride. And that focus, the look of focus and determination on her face. You can even see it in the profile.
Interesting that she's still using her gloves despite it being quite hot.
Yep.
She's dunking her hair in the water, and yet she's still got her gloves on. I'm curious as to why. Maybe it's because sometimes when you're power hiking, your hands slip on your legs, but that doesn't make sense to me. She's not really hiking anyway.
I didn't see her power hiking at all during this course. Yeah.
So very curious choice of apparel there.
Well, she did have one tiny fall.
Maybe it's to protect her hands?
Yep. I've always thought that I should wear knee pads when I'm running an ultra.
And ladies and gentlemen, here is your second place woman. She is not far behind. This is the place that we've just seen Laura running. So we've got a race on our hands.
Yep.
She is maybe a minute back at this point. I would assume she took a little bit longer at that aid station to look after herself, but she is moving very, very well still.
Therese Leboeuf in second. She will be not just smelling the finish line, she will be smelling Laura Hottenrod. And 32 kilometers into the race, it will be ripe. And
oh my gosh.
Anything to motivate you.
Oh yeah.
You got to catch this whiff of the scent of the runner in front of you, then you know that you're really on their
Really
heels.
close.
Yeah.
I wonder if she can see her. I wonder if she spotted her in the distance. I'm sure coming into that aid station, they would have seen each other, which would have given Laura a bit of a fire up her butt, for sure. And I'm sure it gave Therese a little bit of motivation as well to keep pushing, to keep charging forward, because it's very motivating when you know that you're within striking distance of the person who is in front of you.
That's why you have to use all the senses, Tony. If you can't see them,
you got to smell them.
Smell them. I'm not for you all out there.
I'm not sure I ever want to smell my competitors. It doesn't mean a good thing. If
Sometimes you don't have a choice. Sometimes you don't have a choice.
Oh no.
And then we're back to the cheese. Let me tell you, going up a climb in some of these races in the Alps when everyone is eating cheese is not terribly pleasant.
Yeah.
Ouais, j'étais en train de faire de la slow-mo, c'est galère de faire avec les deux.
And she's still pushing. Not dropping to a power hike.
No. I think Therese is one of those runners who I would always be afraid of in the second half of a race, because
Really?
she starts a little bit more conservatively and definitely gets into her stride, gets into her rhythm, and strengthens as the race goes. So it's very interesting to see her now catching up onto that first position, and yeah, I think this is where she shows her strength.
And we've got a good view here now of probably 150 meters with no sign of Laura Hottenrod. It could be that she got just enough of a scare at the last checkpoint that she's trying to put a little bit of distance between them.
Yeah. Very, very possible. And again, just managing yourself at these aid stations becomes so important. And I think the experience of Therese in a race like this could show to be very important as they reach these latter stages of the race. It'll be interesting to see if Laura isn't affected by how quickly she's been moving through those aid stations.
If you're just joining us, we are following Therese Leboeuf from Switzerland. She is in second, 32.5 kilometers into this 50K race, which is actually 41 kilometers in reality. Therese is from Zurich. She was 7th at the Marathon du Mont-Blanc last month, 3rd at the 2023 World Champs, 11th at OCC in 2024, which is interesting because if she maintains a top 3 position here, she will get a direct entry into OCC in 2026. I'm sure she will want to better her position. And this must be the first place woman coming in this 16-kilometer race.
You can see that smile. Stoked. Oh yeah, there we go.
First place women. Let's go over and check those.
Natalina Neuenschwander. What an incredible race.
From Switzerland.
She is stoked.
Now she is a prolific 20 to 50K category racer, mostly in Switzerland. But this is the first race we have on the category this year. She did the Eiger Ultra Trail, the 35-kilometer race last year, and came in 3rd.
Now, if you are following along there in the chat, please go and enter this contest because I cannot and I would love to. But go and play to win. You get to if you win, you get an entry into the race of your choice, a pair of shoes, some goodies from Buff, and a couple other goodies. So definitely go and play. What a cool thing to win. If I could, I would enter too.
Yeah, do it for us. That sounds fantastic. What would be the race of your choice?
Oh, well, I'm watching Eiger and I'm pretty dang jealous, so maybe Eiger.
Maybe we'll see you there next year.
Maybe. Honestly, it's been a race on my bucket list for about 3 years now, and every year it's just fallen in a position of the year that I've just not been able to get there. So hopefully. But you know, there are over 50 races in this UTMB World Series, all over Asia, Oceania, Europe, Africa, the Americas. So really, there's a race for everyone, and I think that makes it super exciting. I love traveling to races. I love traveling to different areas. I think you know what? As much as I'm watching this and falling in love with this area, I think I would love to go and race in Asia somewhere. That would maybe be a race on my bucket list. Yeah, maybe. Oh, so humid. But yeah, maybe the Chiang Mai in Thailand.
Exactly.
End of year, November, go to a major. Pretty cool. But while we are discussing races and dreaming of different races, we're about to take a quick break and then we will be back.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back with you on the 50K race at the Eiger Ultra Trail, following our men's leader, Roberto De Lorenzi from Switzerland. Been pretty much in the lead since the start. He was running with Stefan Wenck for a bit, but then he pulled away. And now 37 kilometers into the race, he is in the home stretch. He has done the last little climb, and he is on the final descent through to the finish.
And that looks steep, that descent too. That's the kind of quad buster that you really don't want to see at the end of a race.
At least it's not too technical. You can still run down this without worrying about falling on your face.
True.
Yeah.
Although I've fallen on some of the most ridiculous trails, so technical or not, that's always a risk.
My specialty is falling at the very start of a race.
Oh,
yes.
Oh, that's a great place to fall. Well, we've got this incredible split screen here. I think, well, we had an incredible split screen. I think we were trying to catch Stefan Wenck coming up and over that final time. But back with Roberto De Lorenzi as he makes his way down to Grindelwald. He's opening up his stride there. Pretty impressive.
I think he's been able to put quite a gap, actually, in between him and Stefan.
And this is our third place lady. We've got Estelle Rogue-Fortin. She is past our American runner Claire Rhodes and is now running in 3rd place.
It's a fantastic effort from Estelle in this final quarter of the race. She's coming off of a win at the Tenerife Blue Trail 100-mile this year. And while she is Spanish, she does live and train in Switzerland. We can expect the first place man on the 50K, Roberto De Lorenzi, to finish in about 10 minutes.
There we go. Stefan Wenck
on the prowl.
Coming into that final checkpoint and grabbing some water.
Hello.
There we go. Filling up his bottle that he used previously to cool himself down.
I'm glad he had the chance to refill there.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, jumping castle. Oh, it'd be very tempting to go and jump on that quickly.
And he just used his bottle to pour over himself again.
I guess knowing that he's on that final descent now, he's pretty confident that he'll get there without having any major issues. So we're watching some more of our E16 athletes coming in here. This is our woman. That is not our first woman, but she is potentially one of our top podium position women. We saw our first woman come in a little bit earlier. That would be Roxana Elisabeta Rotaru from Romania.
Wow, you really get a sense of the speed from this overhead shot here. They are motoring.
Yeah. Very, very impressive.
A quick descent from Roberto De Lorenzi. He shortened up his stride a little bit on this descent to try to power through.
Yeah,
motor those legs and feet along.
When it's so steep on the descent, that long stride, it actually just is. It creates too much impact on your body.
Yep.
And shortening that stride, kind of allowing gravity to take you instead of opening up that stride, you're kind of bouncing down versus running down. And it's much less impact on your body, which this far into the race is definitely something that he will be wanting to do. Just a comment here, we've got where are the trails? I've only seen tarmac paths. Unfortunately, the race has changed and we have needed to adjust the course due to thunderstorms and bad weather expected later on in the day. But also remember that these athletes have just come off of big mountain passes where we did get some incredible footage earlier on. Unfortunately, we missed some of that top section due to not having signal. But we give you as best an image as we can, and I think the fact that we get to follow these athletes at all is very, very cool. So thank you to our camera runners and our bikes and our producers and the team behind all of this that brings this together. We are doing our best, and any coverage that we get, I think, is a win in this space. A couple years ago, we wouldn't be able to even get this. So very cool. We are progressing, and
it's quite immersive now. I mean, we really feel like we are running right behind these elite runners.
Yeah.
And I know I, for one, certainly would not have the chance to do so in real life. So I'm quite happy to be sitting here in my chair following along at speed with Roberto De Lorenzi as he motors down this path, tarmac or not.
Yep. Regardless of the terrain, this is very impressive running that we have seen today from him. And he is about to come into that finish line in Grindelwald in first position of the 50K race here at the UTMB Eiger race.
And you know, the fact that these trails and paths are so runnable and that they do have some tarmac, it doesn't make the race easier. This is going to present a pretty significant challenge for those runners that have trained for more vert, for more technical trail, because on these paths, you can really open up and put down some speed. And if you don't actually meet that challenge, you will lose placing for sure.
Oh yeah.
So The fact that this looks easier, do not be fooled. This is throwing a challenge. This is throwing a curveball to all of the runners today. And those who are able to adapt and rise to that challenge will be able to perform. We are down to the final kilometers in this 50-kilometer category race. As we are watching our lead male in the 50-kilometer, we are continuing to see the finishers of the 20-kilometer category, the 16-kilometer race on the left-hand side of the screen. Very happy finishers there.
That would be our third place. Oh, goodness. Desazen Marlene. I wonder if that's swapped around.
Nailed it.
Marlene? Maybe that's her name. Marlene Desazen. One of the two. But congratulations to you for finishing that race in an incredible time. You should be very proud of yourself, and you get to take away one running stone as well as a real stone.
Yes.
As a token for finishing this race.
I actually have pieces of volcanic rock in my knee from a fall I took at Transvolcania.
Well, that sounds lovely.
Yeah, I find creative ways to bring home rocks if it's not in the finisher medal.
Yeah. Chris Wilson with a comment, sore hamstrings when it's faster. That is absolutely true. Pro runners aren't very good at using their hamstrings all the time, so you definitely feel it when you have to do a little bit more fast running.
This finish line is going to be exciting as the men and the women get closer to the finish. We can see Luke Grenfell-Shaw from the UK, our third place man, doing that final little climb before he descends to the finish. What a great race from Luke. We are 3.5 hours in, and it is full gas to the finish. Come on, Luke. He's going through that final checkpoint. Refueling. Look at all that lovely food that no one's eating.
Oh. Dream.
If you go on social media, you can see there's a question. Tony and Steph, are they hungry? The answer is yes.
Always. Oh, wow. Look at that stride from Roberto De Lorenzi as he cruises his way through that final stretch before he gets to Grindelwald.
Wow, look at that course profile. You can see Luke. He has done the final climb. He is on his way down towards the finish. Chasing Roberto De Lorenzi in first, but he is unstoppable.
Looking over his shoulder for any sign of any second position, but he is long gone. You have pretty comfortable cruise to this finish line.
Less than a kilometer to go.
He is not putting off the gas. There are no brakes getting put on right now. He is charging full steam ahead. I'd love to see how fast he was running there.
Yeah.
My guess would be somewhere in the mid-3 range, 330, 340. Slight descent. I definitely think he's putting in very fast kilometers there.
I love to see such a strong finish. He's really just gone out guns blazing from the start. And we saw Stefan Venke gave him a bit of a run for his money in there. He kind of chased him, pushed him a little bit, gave a little bit of a question mark, but Roberto answered that question with a big fat no and said, I am taking it today.
Not
Do
today,
not
my
try to
friend.
catch me.
Not today. It's always great to see athletes race together like that. I think it pushes each other. You're kind of vying for that top position, so it makes you push a little bit harder than maybe you were intending to. But it always creates such an exciting race and incredible performances like this. I think Roberto ran an incredibly smart race today. We didn't really see him fuel, but we know that he stopped at the aid stations to get water. And he has just not let up. He has been relentless today, running all of these climbs. We have hardly seen him walk.
Nope.
And he's got one final little climb to go before he gets up to that final finish line stretch. In first position here today in the 50-kilometer race at the Eiger Ultra Trail by UTMB. Very, very impressive race here today by Roberto De Lorenzi.
I mean, you can see him running there on his toes, very light on his feet, even at the end of 40 kilometers, 3.5 hours. Now, the times for this race, because we have an ultra course, are much faster than we've seen in previous years. When we've had the full original course, the times have come in just under 5 hours, as fast as over the last 3 years, 4 hours and 48 minutes. That was in 2023. But now we will be seeing a time just under 3:40.
To put in perspective, a road marathon, 42 kilometers flat, your top athletes are running that in 2 hours, 2 hours 15, 2 hours 20, 3 hours 40 for a trail marathon with just over 2,300 meters of climbing. Just puts in perspective how hard these events are. They add so much time to this race, and yet these athletes are still doing it so incredibly fast. 3:40 for a marathon for the average person is a hard thing to do, and to see Roberto De Lorenzi and all of these elite athletes do this marathon distance with that much elevation gain in a time that would be impressive for a flat marathon, it really puts into perspective how talented these athletes are.
You are correct. I think many of us watching the live feed today would be incredibly happy with a marathon time on the flat of 3:35, of 3:40. That would even be Boston qualifying time, depending on your age. Depending on your age. Not your age, Tony. Not your age. I see your face. But for some of us oldies.
Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being with us today as we have watched Roberto De Lorenzi give an absolute masterclass performance on this modified course here at the 50K event at the Eiger Ultra Trail. He is coming into Grindelwald in first position, and he has had an incredible day, joining the likes of Jeshrin Small, Peter Engdahl, and Anthony Felber in the winners of the Eiger Ultra Trail 50-kilometer event.
And there he is, Roberto De Lorenzi from Switzerland on the final stretch through the streets of Grindelwald, dodging tourists, chasing down that final finish line. What an incredible day, and what an incredible performance from Roberto. He was chased by Stefan Venk, and he surged ahead. There was no catching him today. He wasn't having any of it. That finish line is his, that win is his. Putting his hat backwards, looking super cool for the finish line.
Yeah, you gotta look photo finish ready.
Putting the bib for the sponsors. All right, Roberto, we're picking up what you're putting down.
He knows what to do. Veteran winning. Here we go. Your champion, Roberto De Lorenzi, in a time of 3:36 today at the Eiger Trail 50-kilometer event. What a race.
Congratulations, Roberto. That was exciting. He put up the #1 finger as he crossed the line.
What an incredible race, and I hope that we get some finish line words from him. I'd love to know how his race has gone. What a day he's had. Still looking pretty fresh.
Let's listen in.
Es war wirklich schön. War ein bisschen heiß am Ende, aber ja, wirklich sehr schönes Panorama. Ich bin wirklich zufrieden heute und ja, mit den Siegen, man muss zufrieden sein und ja, wirklich schön und bravo zu euch für die Organisation, wirklich sehr schön.
Ah, schöne Worte von dir, danke vielmal. Und du hast dir ja ein Wahnsinnrennen geliefert mit Stefan Wenk an der Spitze. Ihr wart da beisammen, wir haben das auf dem Live-Bild gesehen. Fährst und dann hast du gekickt.
Ja, den Downhill, ich habe ein bisschen gepusht Und ja, ich habe ein bisschen ein Gap gewonnen und dann, ja, ich habe mein Rhythmus gemacht und ja, ich weiß nicht, wer Zweiter ist jetzt oder was, aber ja, wir waren zusammen bis ja, Vierte und dann, ja, ich habe ein bisschen gekickt.
Ja, großartig. Also, Grindelwald, kommt, wir feiern nochmal den großartigen Sieger E51, Roberto De Lorenzi.
I believe that was Swiss German, and my Swiss German is a little rusty, but I'm going to say that he thanks the race organization for a great race, that he hit some highs, he hit some lows, and he's very happy to win.
Yep, I think I picked up something there about him having a challenging section with Stefan Vink and that they pushed each other as well. But yeah, don't quote me on any of this because I could also just be sucking thumb here. Who knows?
Yeah, I know absolutely zero Swiss German, so this is pure conjecture from my part.
Stefan Vink coming into that finish line as well. He is on that final little climb before we see him running through the streets of Grindelwald. He made up some time there.
He made up some time, not enough to get first, but second is not too shabby. Second place will get him automatic entry to OCC next year, where we certainly hope to see him give everything he's got in that race as well. And, you know, we do have to note, again, just based on UTMB index, he wasn't in our top category of runners going into this race. So the fact that he's gotten second is incredibly impressive.
Very, very impressive. An incredibly decorated athlete in his own right. However, that wasn't reflected in the UTMB index. And I think, like we mentioned earlier in the day, he hasn't actually raced this year. So this is his first UTMB index race that will be noted this year. And we're not sure if that was injury related or if he was just being smart and saving his legs for later in the season. We don't know, but whatever he's done this year so far has paid off because he is coming away today with a second position in a very competitive and very exciting race.
Well, what a way to start off the race season for him with a second place.
This is a big confidence boost going into whatever his objectives are for the rest of the season, for sure. I'm sure he's going to be incredibly happy with this result.
Well, we will know in a few seconds when he crosses the finish line. He is now running through the streets of Grindelwald, following the path, the blazing path that Roberto De Lorenzi set before him. He can now see and hear the finish line. Stefan Vink, our second place winner in the 50K Eiger Ultra Trail after 3 hours and 41 minutes in an incredibly fast course, high-fiving towards the finish. Oh, and now is where the cheers come out. He knows it's in the bag. He knows he's done it. He is happy with his finish. Let's cheer on Stefan Vink, second place, 50K Eiger Ultra Trail, onto the red carpet, and he's a trail running celebrity, arms outstretched, way to go.
What a race, what a race. The smile says it all. He is so happy.
Oh, it's like it's an entirely different personality at the finish than what we've seen throughout the whole course. They're so focused.
So focused.
And so serious during the race. It's almost hard to predict what they're going to be like. But now this is when the personality all comes out.
I think he definitely worked today, and he will be very proud that that work paid off. Paid off in dividends, really. Came second place today to an incredibly talented Roberto De Lorenzi. Excuse me. It's been a long morning. I'm sure he's also going to be greeted by his family at this finish line.
These runners are blowing our minds and our memories.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Oh, my word.
Let's listen in.
If we can hear this.
Taxi.
bis am Schluss. Ich habe nicht realisiert, so schnell, dass wir schon am Anfang unterwegs waren auf die grosse Scheidegg. Ich glaube, wir sind noch mal schneller als vor 2 Jahren mit dem Peter Engdahl. Und es hat sich nicht so angefühlt. Und doch, ja es zerrt einfach über die Zeit.
Ja, aber ein grossartiges Rennen von euch beiden. Im Livestream hier in Grindelwald haben wir euch gesehen diskutieren, gerade unmittelbar nach der First. Über was habt ihr geredet?
Ja, einerseits über die Aussicht, wie wunderschön das ist. Oder? Dort ist eine so schöne Straße, dort muss man nicht aufpassen, woher das man steht. Und da kann man ein bisschen umschauen. Und kann man die Freiheit genossen, ein Selfie von uns zwei zu machen.
Ehrlich? Während dem Laufen hast du ein Selfie gemacht?
Ja, das macht keine Zeit.
Sehr cool, sehr cool. Und damit also ein weiteres Rennen hier in Grindelwald. Grossartig gefinisht auf dem Podium. Fantastisch, oder?
Ja, mein Ziel war vor allem auch die Qualifikation holen für den OCC für nächstes Jahr. Und das ist damit sehr gut gelungen. Und ich glaube, 3.-4. Platz mit dem Luke und dem Rob dürfte auch noch mal interessant werden. Bin gespannt, wer als nächstes kommt.
Wir gratulieren noch einmal. Herzliche Gratulation, Stefan Wenk. Und gute Erholung.
All right, how are we doing there with the Swiss-German translation?
Well, I wish I could say I picked up anything there. The only thing I picked up was something about OCC, which makes me assume he's going to be there next year.
Oh, that would be exciting.
Very, very exciting. And that is our third man who is going to round out our podium. So we're going to have 2 Swedes on the top, plus Brit. Very, very cool. And we're going to head into a quick break before we see him cross that finish line in 3rd position.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We are back at the Eiger Ultra Trail following the top men in the 50K race, and we have the 3rd and 4th place men on split screen in front of us. We have already had Roberto De Lorenzi in 1st, finish earlier, followed by Stefan Wenk, and now we are looking at Luke Grenfell-Shaw from the UK coming in 3rd. He passed Rod Farvard earlier on to take the 3rd place, and he has held it for the last 2/3 of the course.
He is on that flat section now, running through Grindelwald. If you are out there, give him a cheer. This man has worked hard for this position, and he will appreciate every single cheer and high five that he gets as he is running into that finish line position.
He has had a great year so far. He's already got a second place at Snowdonia 50K in Wales. That was in May. And last year, first at Val d'Aran, the 100K race. So getting a third place here really rounds out his last few performances quite nicely.
Absolutely.
Cancer survivor, running for his brother, who unfortunately previously passed away. He is a favorite amongst us here in the studio. We've really been cheering for him. He is running with so much heart and so much passion. It is incredible to see him performing at this level. There are really no barriers for Luke Grenfell-Shaw from the UK down onto the final red carpet stretch. Well done. I'm going to ring the cowbell. And that is our third place finisher, Luke Grenfell-Shaw from the UK, finishing in a time of just under 3:49.
Super impressive performance here today by Luke Grenfell-Shaw, rounding out our men's podium here at the Eiger Ultra Trail 50K event. What an incredible race from all of these men. First place, Roberto De Lorenzi. Second, Stefan Wenck. And in third place, Luke Grenfell-Shaw, who we just saw cross the finish line with a huge smile on his face. What a race. So impressive to see. And great to see the camaraderie on the screen here. These guys, you know, they all had really fun races, challenging each other, pushing each other. It's always so great to see them coming together at the end and yeah, having a discussion about who came first, who came second,
who's pointing at each other. Was it you? Was it you?
Very cool to see. What a race these men have had today. 2 Swedes and a Brit on the podium. What a race. And that means this race has had in the top position a USA athlete, Jeshurun Small, in 2024. Last year he won. Peter Engdahl, the Swede, won in 2023.
Swede or Swiss?
Swiss, sorry. I see SWE. The Swede, no, Swiss.
Just don't want any Swiss out there to get angry at us.
No. And then Anthony Felber, French athlete, in third. The other winner in 2022. So lots of very cool podium finishes there. And now we've got a Swiss athlete rounding out that top spot. So we've got a little bit of a recap coming up. The 100K start this morning, very early. So let's get a little bit of a look into that. The early start this morning from the 100K race here at the Eiger Ultra Trail.
That is a bit of a brutal finish where they have to actually go up steps and descend down onto the red carpet.
Love a ramp at the end. It's like what these athletes, the top 3 athletes, are going to experience next year at the OCC, at the UTMB finals. That crossing of the bridge over the road before you hit the village. It is brutal.
Kick in the teeth.
Oh, yeah. Really kick a man when you're down.
Well, always looking for a challenge.
And here, ladies and gentlemen, we have our 100K athlete, the first man in this event. Very cool. We finally have some images of him coming through here. And this is very close to the finish line. He is on that final stretch, that final road descent before we see him do that final little climb up to Grindelwald and that finish line.
And this is quite a cool athlete to follow. This is Tomáš Farník from the Czech Republic, and he was 6th at the Chianti 100-mile race, but his race results have bounced around a bit. He's either podiumed or come quite a bit further down in the pack. So I think he'll be very, very happy with this first place today.
I mean, he is still moving incredibly well for someone who is around 68 kilometers into his race.
Really? I mean, this looked like one of the 50K runners.
I think that's why it took us so long to click. He's moving so well. He must be the fourth man.
I was looking for the mustache on Run.
But no, we are indeed finally getting some images of our 100K men. He is coming up onto that final little climb before we hit Grindelwald, and we'll see him cross that finish line. Here we go. We've also got a split screen here. On the left-hand side, we've got our first woman who has popped up over into that final descent. She has just crossed through the last aid station, and she will be making her way down this final descent before she hits Grindelwald.
She's obviously feeling the heat a bit. Yeah, getting her head dunked with water, sticking her tongue out. She is feeling the push.
Here we go, back with our first man. Oh, he's shaking his head. That last little kick in the teeth before you hit the Grindelwald village. It's steep. He's power hiking.
Toma Farnik running for Solomon from the Czech Republic.
He is 7 hours and 10 minutes into this race.
Yes.
With considering he's got 68 Ks on his legs, and I think it's still around 4,300 meters of elevation gain. That is a pretty steep ratio. 69 Ks, 4,300 meters. That's pretty intense. Lots of climbing in that amount of that kind of distance. So very, very impressive time here from Toma.
And as the first place winner in the 100K category, he will receive a direct entry into CCC next year. He actually did CCC in 2022 and came in 21st. So I would think he's got a little bit more in him. Hopefully a top 10 next year.
Yep. Lessons learned every time you do these kinds of distances. You learn more lessons. You figure out a little bit more about how to execute this event, this kind of distance better. So he will be going back into that CCC with more knowledge, better prepared, better understanding of how his body reacts in different conditions. And that can only mean, hopefully, only mean a better performance.
If you had a top tip to give him, what would it be for CCC?
Oh. Keep cool. I think that was a big thing for me last year, is making sure that I managed my temperature. I did a bit like what Laura's doing in this race, is, every time you go past a trough, dip your head in, dip your hat, make sure that you manage your temperature, because as we've seen, the summer has already been a hot one, and I don't think it's going to be cooling down anytime soon. So for sure, manage that heat, understand what your cooling strategies are going to be, know where you can get water en route, and understand, the different distances between available water points, I think is very, very, very important.
Hot tip right here.
There we go. Split screen again. Therese Leboeuf, second woman, has just come through that aid station now as well. She is maybe 2 minutes, minute and a half to 2 minutes behind our first woman. And it'll be very interesting to see now if this descent is going to mean that Therese is going to catch Laura, or if Laura is going to hold on to that lead that she has had all day.
I think it would be very tough for Therese to catch Laura on the descent. They really don't have far to go, and there's now a 3-minute gap between them.
Here we go.
Doesn't sound like a lot, but it actually is. And here we have the first place runner in the 100K event. 7 hours and 12 minutes of running. It has been an altered course, but not an easy one by any stretch of the imagination. Toma Farnik from the Czech Republic. Incredible race today.
He has spent some time in St. Moritz. He's put in over 600 kilometers there in training, and it has paid off today, coming in the first position at the 100-kilometer event at the Eiger Ultra Trail. What a run he has had. He deserves to soak up every second of this win. He has so rightfully earned.
And we have in the chat someone saying that Toma won the Matterhorn All Tracks last year, which is a very tough race. That Chama from the Czech Republic.
7 hours and 13 minutes later, he has crossed that finish line in first position with a huge smile on his face. He is going to be so stoked with this result once he catches his breath.
That's certainly the look of Stoke.
It will be the look of Stoke in maybe an hour or two. You can tell he really gave it his all today. Crossing that finish line in first position meant a lot to him. He is going to be very happy. Is he going to soak it up? Is he going to do his little victory lap? There we go.
Does he have enough energy for the victory lap is the question.
There on our split screen, we can see our second man in the 100K event. And that is
back to
Trayson. So TNF athlete Trayson, from the USA, living in Anchorage, Alaska.
And the partner of Claire Rhodes, who is racing in the 50K.
Are our Alaskan Canadians supporters still in the chat, or did they eventually have to go to sleep? If you're still there, give us some love. We're about to see Trayson come into this finish line after 7 hours and 14 minutes of running.
Whoa!
Show him some love if you're still there.
Now, Trayson was second at the Gorge Waterfalls 100K earlier this year. DNF'd at CCC.
Wie war's? Erzähl uns.
Well, let's try and catch this finish line if you can understand it.
Wunderschön, wunderschöne Strecke, wunderschöne Berge. Coach hat gesagt, ja, es ist kürzer, also musst du schneller laufen, habe ich versucht und es hat geklappt.
Der Coach, so einfach geht's. Der Coach hat gesagt, lauf schneller und dann läuft der Thomas schneller und dann ist er als erster im Ziel.
Ja, am Ende war ich schon so total kaputt, aber das habt ihr wahrscheinlich gesehen.
Gut, das muss ja so sein, gell? Weil das Wörtchen da in der Mitte ist Ultra. Und wenn du nicht total kaputt wärst, wär's wahrscheinlich auch nicht Ultra. Wie viele Male bist du schon hier in Grindelwald gerannt?
Zum ersten Mal.
Das habe ich noch fast gedacht. Zum ersten Mal, aber nicht zum letzten Mal, nehme ich an.
Wirklich? Nee, ich möchte die wirkliche 100 machen.
Ja eben, genau, diese Originalstrecke. Aber noch schnell ein Wort. Ich meine, für euch jetzt hier, dieser Zieleinlauf ist sowas von normal. Aber diese Gewitterfront, die kommt. Eine vernünftige Entscheidung, gell?
Ja, aber das verstehen wir. Da kann man nichts machen. Das Wetter ist das Wetter. Und
genau, und trotzdem großartig und grandios. Und wir feiern dich und schau mal.
Well, I was able to pick up kaput.
Oh, well, yeah, no, me neither, but a little bit of sleuthing.
Großartig Sieger, Tomasz Warnik.
Insight. It seems like this is one of his, besides Chianti, it seems like after Chianti he got a little bit of an injury and has not been running for a couple months. So, when was this?
Maybe that was the kaput part.
4 weeks ago, he had not been really training running for the past 2 months. So he has made a pretty impressive comeback from injury to running and winning here at Eiger. Very, very impressive. And I think those couple weeks that he spent in St. Moritz have definitely paid off.
Fantastic. And now we are back with our second place man on the 100K race, Trayson Knopp from the US, living in Alaska with his partner, Claire Rhodes, who is running at the top in the 50K race. Now, I was saying just before we went to the first place finisher comments that Trayson DNF'd at CCC last year. Now, he will, of course, get a direct entry to CCC next year as a result of this performance here. And hopefully can come back and claim a bit of redemption.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And what a race he has had here today. We've got some Trayson fans in the chat. Show him some love. He is about to hit that final stretch along Grindelwald and take home that second position and direct entry into CCC. He is going to be stoked and really setting himself up well for that World Champs later on in this year.
And as we are watching the second place man in the 100K come in, we also have split screen of our first woman, Laura Hottenrott from Germany in the 50K. who has just flown through this course. Ooh, and she is being chased down by Therese Leboeuf from Switzerland.
Therese looks like she's moving very, very well on those descents. I wouldn't be surprised if she has closed that gap. 3 minutes, while a long time, you can make up a lot of time if you're running a descent better than someone else. So it'll be interesting to see if she's managed to close that gap at all. She doesn't look like she's far away, honestly.
I'm still putting my money on Laura.
I'm putting my money on a very exciting finish. So if you're watching, stick around. We've got a lot of action going on in the next couple minutes. We've got the second man in the 100K Eiger Ultra Trail race coming into that finish line. And we've got a battle on our hands for first and second in the 50K women's event.
7 hours, 19 minutes into this 100K event. 3 running stones, automatic entry to CCC next year. Running a very different course than he would have trained for, 69 kilometers instead of 100. But absolutely has not affected his performance. Come on, power hike to the finish. Let's go.
The last little climb.
Oh, I can feel the the tiredness in the legs going up this climb.
The effort that's getting put into that hike right now is you can see it.
You know that you are hundreds of meters from the finish and still you can't run up this final stretch. Sometimes the connection just disappears between your brain and your legs.
Yeah.
No matter what you want to say.
But they always say that the last, 1 kilometer, or I always say the last 10% of a race is always the hardest.
Yes.
Mentally, physically, everything just shuts down. It's so hard. So I feel like that's potentially what he's feeling right now. Trayson Knopp coming into Grindelwald and that final stretch towards that finish line, which he has so well deserved.
He has the winds of Alaska pushing him towards the finish line in Grindelwald, bringing a little bit of that wild spirit to this Swiss mountain town. Rounding out an incredible performance. Trayson Knopp from the US, from Alaska. He will be able to be at the finish line cheering in his partner, Claire Rhodes, very shortly in the 50K race. What a cool way to celebrate.
Oh, yeah.
God, I would love to be their dinner guest tonight.
They both have some stories to tell, I am sure. What a smart race from Trayson Knopp today, starting conservatively, working his way up through that field, and eventually coming through in second position here at the 100-kilometer event at the Eiger Ultra Trail. He is stoked. He has some genuine support out there. People are super, super psyched for him, and he should be super proud of this performance here today. Coming into that final little push and down to the finish line. What a race today from Trayson Knopp, second position man here in your 100 kilometers. Cowbell rings for you.
This Alaskan Wolf has finished at a time of 7:21. The 100K race, well done to Trayson Knopp. He will bring a piece of that rock back to Alaska.
Trayson Knopp, 7 hours, 21 minutes.
We'll get a little bit of English in the
Let's see.
race interview here.
Congratulations.
Maybe we can actually understand this one.
Here we go.
Sure. So,
Congratulations, second place here in Grindelwald. How is that for you?
Oh, it's fantastic. It's all I could ask for, so I'm really happy with the day. Yeah, super happy.
Super happy means as well no crisis, super straight, directly from start to finish.
Yeah, it was a tough day. You know, anytime you go on a course this hard, it's going to be, no matter how easy or hard you take it out, it's going to be a hard day. So that's what it was. Yeah, pretty hard from start to finish. So I'm happy with it though to get it done.
Tell us, what about the race with the first man with Thomas?
I didn't see much of him, to be honest. Maybe for the first 2 hours we were all together, but then I didn't see much of him after that. He took off.
How many times have you been here in Grindelwald for a competition?
Oh, this is my first time.
That's what I thought. So, which place is your most the most favorite place?
Oh, I mean, that's hard to choose. This is my first finish of a race here in Europe, so happy with that. I mean, this place is gonna always be a special place from now on.
Well, that's cool.
We've lost the sound on the post-race interview, and we are back with our first woman. But very, very cool for Trayson coming here and securing his first finish in Europe, according to him, which is awesome. And he's going to be psyched with that finish. As hard as it sounded, he had an incredible race.
You could hear that Thomas was really not catchable. Yeah, he just took off and he wasn't able to see him during most of the race.
There we go. We've got Laura on that final punchy climb.
And she's still running, I would like to point out.
She is still running.
Half a kilometer to go.
Got Kevin in the chat saying, send it, Laura. So show her some love. She's led this race from start and about to be to the finish.
I've been incredibly impressed with Laura's performance here. She took off. She has always had at least a few minutes of lead. It got close, actually, to less than a minute at some point, but she has never lost that first place position. Oh, wow.
Super nice stride from our third woman there in that split screen. Very, very cool to see.
That must have been Estelle.
Yeah.
Oof, we were talking about hamstrings earlier on the downhill, but
this is a glute burner.
Yeah.
Glutes and if you've your poor calves on a gradient like this, you're definitely using those calves. You can see she keeps looking over her shoulder. She knows that Therese is close,
but not close enough. She is not letting up on this final climb.
Very, very impressive to see her keeping on running there.
And you know, Laura is a biologist. She's a sports scientist. So she's going to be, I'm assuming, taking quite a data-driven approach to her performance here.
Well, we have our third man in the 100K event. So all of our top men in this 100K, very, very close together. Very cool to see. This is Bernard Machner from Austria. What a race. What a race.
And he's bettering his performance. It was in the 50K last year, actually, when he got 9th. And now he is 3rd in the 100K. Maybe he should stick with the longer distances.
Maybe the longer distances is what he's what his forte is.
He's also 6th earlier this year at the Mozart. Which is quite a fast course as well.
Yeah. And there you have it, your top 3 finishes in the 100K race here at the Eiger Ultra Trail. Thomas Farnick, Trayson Nupp, and Bernard Machner, all within, 19 minutes of each other.
There we go with that math again.
Sorry, 13 minutes. Oh, wow. Should really not allowed to do public math. 13 minutes. Oh, my goodness. Here we have Laura Hottenrott, your first place woman in the 50K event at Eiger Ultra Trail today. She has led from start to finish and has had such a dominant race here today.
I saw a look on her face coming into this final stretch that was either a smile or a grimace. I'm not sure which one, but I know which one she will be showing us when she rounds that corner and gets onto the red carpet towards that finishing line arch. She has performed incredibly well. very consistently and really not let up the pace from the start. She has powered up each of those climbs, taken the descents like a boss, showing us what she's made of and how that marathon background really has been able to shine to her strengths, to help her shine here. And there we have the smile. She is opening it up for that final stretch. Laura Hottenrott from Germany, first from the start, first at the finish. Two-time world champion, Olympian, 2:24 marathoner, and now a 4:13 Eiger Ultra Trail finisher. Well done. Let's Finally, her face is breaking out into a smile and a bit of relief from that performance. She really gave it her all there.
Very, very impressive race here from Laura Hottenrott. Absolutely deserves that finish line moment.
And it's not going to be far behind her when we see Therese Leboeuf from Switzerland. She was hot on her heels and it was
Diese
really
Performance, Start, Zielsieg, ich sag's einfach mal so, besser könnte es nicht sein.
And see if we can get a translation.
Oh, unfortunately, we've got our sound on Therese Leboeuf, who is currently running through Grindelwald in second position. She is going to be at that finish line very, very shortly. What a tight race these women had. Let's see if we can get Laura on that screen.
Das ist gar nichts für mich. Ich habe mir so auf Wasser übergekippt. Aber ja, ich bin total stolz, es geschafft zu haben, weil für mich ist es eine monsterlange Strecke. Ich laufe echt kürzere Strecken.
Ja, Punkt. Und wir sind uns einfach unglaublich beeindruckt von deiner Leistung. Ich habe dich gesehen auf dem Livestream. Da war mal so ein Brunnen, gell, wo die Kühe draus trinken. Und du hast deinen Kopf reingesteckt.
Ja, das Wasser war nicht so sauber. Ich muss jetzt auf jeden Fall meine Haare waschen. Aber das passt schon.
Ich würde meinen, das passt hervorragend. Die Trails in Grindelwald, ja, die müssen hart sein und entsprechend ultra. Und darum auch hier die Frage, liebe Laura.
Second position goes to Therese Leboeuf. What an incredible race she has had here at the Eiger Ultra Trail. 50-kilometer race, only minutes behind first position, Laura Hottenrott. What an incredible chase she had.
That was 2 minutes, and we are talking 2 minutes over a 41-kilometer mountain race. That is nothing. There was really no margin of error there for either of these women to let up.
And I think what we've seen now is Therese chased so incredibly hard, but Laura raced from the start, and I think that was where Therese and the rest of the women didn't hold on to her early enough, and they let her get out of her sight just enough that she had that race in the bag from the start. It's really hard to catch someone when they're out of sight already, and I think racing these distances has become so competitive, so fierce, that you have to go from the start. There's no tactic. There's no waiting for a point to start racing.
I think you're right. A few years ago, it might have been fine to start a bit more conservatively and wait to make a move. But when the race is only 41K and you have competition that is this high, you can't afford to make any kind of conservative move. You need to just put it all out there and see what you got.
Yep. Oh wow, what an incredibly tight race we've had. We have third woman here in that final little climb before she hits the street of Grindelwald coming into that finish line, which means she's probably, maybe 2 minutes back from Therese. What a race these women have had. And what an incredible race Estelle has had, coming in, from the back and closing so hard.
Es war viel zu hart. Die letzten 15 Kilometer, also nachdem wir unten waren, ging gar nichts mehr.
Ich würde sagen, für das ist es ja fantastisch gut rausgekommen, oder?
Ich bin Zweite, das ist immer noch gut, würde ich sagen, das stimmt. Hast völlig recht. In meiner Fantasie habe ich mir das natürlich ein bisschen leichter vorgestellt.
Und so bist du im Ziel und wir können einfach nur applaudieren und mit grossem Respekt sagen, herzliche Gratulation. Alles Gute, gute Erholung und bis morgen Siegerehrung. Therese Leboeuf!
Well, we don't know exactly what they were saying, but you can pick up so much just from the expression, from the little giggles, from just the way that they're delivering. So hopefully you guys picked up what we did. Now, looking back at the past female runners, actually, I'm going to save that for later because we have our third place woman coming in, and I want to make sure that she gets all of the glory that she should. This is Estelle Roig-Fortin from Spain, living in Switzerland, coming in for a hard-fought third place. She won the Tenerife Blue Trail 100 mile earlier this year, and now she has a third place at the 50K this year. She is smiling from ear to ear, ringing the bell. Let's go. Well done. Now, where is Leo? Where is her partner?
I hope Leo is not in the chat and at that finish line waiting to give her a big sweaty hug after a performance like that. What an incredible race. Leo was saying that this is her first race as a Scot athlete. So very stoked for her. I'm sure she is very happy to have represented herself and her brand incredibly well today. What an incredible race she's had.
She was racing in fourth and I think even in fifth, sixth earlier in the race. So she slowly climbed her way up. Very smart pacing from her.
Yeah, very, very clever racing. And it just shows the power of a descent.
Yep. No glimpse of Leo. Come on, Leo. Pop your head out. Well done.
There we have it. Our top three women, all within a very short space of time. There we go. Yep. As I was saying, Laura Huttenrott, your champion today in the 50-kilometer event in a time of 4:13:38. Therese Leboeuf in second position in 4:15:28, just 1 minute 50 back. And Estelle Roig-Fortin in 4:18:44, just 5 minutes back from that. Incredibly tight race, incredibly exciting race. Very, very cool to see these women performing at such a high level.
And Laura joins previous winners. Last year it was Sophia Lockley from the US. The year before that it was Emily Forsberg from Norway. And in 2022 it was Rosanna Buchauer? Exactly. That was exactly what I was going to say. From Germany. Thank you, Tony.
We're a team. Very, very cool to see. I love the glitter. I love the style.
Need a bit of glitter to run some of these races. It might get in the eyes, but... But why not?
Was she just confirming that she came third?
That's sweet.
Surprise! You had a great race.
And looking at our top 9, Roberto De Lorenzi from Switzerland in first, followed by Stefan Wenck in second, and Luke Grenfell-Shaw from the UK in third. Just 12 minutes separating first and third on the men's side. So quite a bit faster times. And then fourth, Rod Farvard from the US, and in fifth, Andres Garcia Blanco.
Interesting to see the difference between fifth and first. 35 minutes separating those positions.
It's quite a lot.
Quite a long time. It is quite a lot. Considering the level of these athletes, that is a surprisingly long amount of time.
We're seeing bigger spreads between the top women in some of these races, but the men are usually much more smushed together.
Yeah. Which is very, very interesting, especially considering it was actually the other way around today. Mm-hmm. You know, the women's races, 5 minutes separating top three, 16 minutes separating the top three men. Very, very interesting to see that difference in spread.
To see everyone hitting the bells with their hands, because in past races we have unfortunately seen some runners with a bit too much gumption at the end of the race hitting the bells with their heads, and that has not finished Well,
no. That's when you've been running for too long and common sense is not high on your priority list.
I hope we don't see it here, but stay tuned, folks. Anything can happen as we are watching the Eiger Ultra Trail following the 50K and the 100K races. We are just going into a commercial break, but we will be with you, so stay tuned.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Alrighty, and we are back. We are at the finish line of the Eiger Ultra Trail by UTMB. So far, we have seen the top 3 men and the top 3 women finish for the 50K event here. We have also seen the 100K men finish top 3 there. So we are just waiting now for the top 3 women in the 100K, and we should be expecting them relatively soon.
And while we were on break, we also had, even though we didn't see it happen, we also had Claire Rhodes in 4th finish the 50K in 4 hours and 24 minutes.
So we have in the 100K event, we are waiting for our top 3 women. They are approaching that final checkpoint at the top of that final climb. So we are waiting for maybe another couple minutes before we see them there, and then hopefully we get some info on where they are soon after that. But in the meantime, we are watching a replay of our 50K champions crossing that finish line here in Grindelwald today. Roberto De Lorenzi crossing that line in 1st position, followed by Stefan Wenck, and in 3rd place, Luke Grenfell-Shaw from the UK. Always very, very cool to see the smiles on these guys' faces. They have worked super hard and they are super stoked. Our female champion from start to finish, she took it out hard and she deserved every single moment of that finish line. Laura Huttenrott in 2nd position, Therese Leboeuf, what a race she had. Also jumping, ringing that bell, super, super happy. Ran a very smart race, but just couldn't quite close that gap in the end. And rounding out our female top 3, we have Estelle Roig-Fortin, who had an incredibly smart race, coming from the back and closing so hard. What a race from that 50K event.
And you know, the fact that the courses were shorter and that they finished them faster means that they just have more time to celebrate in Grindelwald.
Oh, that's not so bad.
No. And what I can remember from being there at the race many years ago is that the beer is...
I'm surprised that they're not getting handed a beer at the finish line, actually. If we were in South Africa, that is the first thing that you always get handed.
here's a bit of a race recap of the 50K, seeing everyone shake out the nerves at the start line.
Very cool to see. This was 7 a.m. this morning in Grindelwald, where they set off for this 40K adventure through the mountains of Grindelwald. Stefan Wenk took it out really hard, as well as Laura Huttenrup, both of them setting the pace early on in this race.
Climbs like champs that they were, and really not letting up, opening up on these flatter sections, these non-technical sections. There was no chance to really hold back. Faced a very different course than what they had trained for. But as we can see, those who adapted, those who took it literally in stride, were able to perform and finish well.
Incredible visuals here of this race. A very runnable race. One with a little bit of exposure here that hopefully no one had too bad vertigo. But very, very cool to see these athletes running through such incredible areas.
And that's where we saw Roberto De Lorenzi and Stefan Wenk running together at one point before Roberto really surged ahead and put some distance in between himself and second place. And Luke Grenfell-Shaw, he overtook Rod Farvard within the first third of the race and was able to hold on.
Once again, just a recap here of our men coming into this finish line. Roberto De Lorenzi, your 50K champion, earning himself a direct entry into OCC at the UTMB World Series finals in Chamonix in August next year.
Roberto De Lorenzi will be racing OCC this year, as well as Sierra Zinal coming up. So he's
Interesting for your race calendar. I think this will be a, for him in that sense, it's quite nice that this race has been shortened a little bit, because it means he will recover that much better, which means he'll be that much more prepared for Sierra Zinal and OCC. Our women's champion as well, stamping that ticket to the finals of OCC at the UTMB World Series finals in Chamonix in August next year, as well as Therese Leboeuf. Both of these athletes, all three of these female athletes, really showcasing their depth of talent and versatility, and able to take on a race like this that really had a little bit of everything.
About a runner coming in at the finish line for the 100K. We will be doing a race recap of the 100K, but we do want to show some images of the women who are still running. So we have been able to show the top males finish, but we really don't want to sacrifice showing the top women as they are continuing through the race.
However, if you are wanting to watch the fixed camera at the finish line, there is a fixed camera that you can go and see, and there you should be able to see your loved ones coming in to that finish line and getting to celebrate that moment with them as well.
And yes, please, just looking in at the moderators or the commentators, we are reading the chat. We definitely have problems understanding Swiss German. We can make our best guess, but we certainly are not fluent in that language. So if you want to jump in and help us out with some translation, we would be very appreciative.
Very, very appreciative indeed. Very cool to see this finish line vibe and all of these athletes coming in. We've got a mixture of the E16, the 100K athletes, the 50K athletes. It's a melange of runners right now, and everyone is very, very stoked.
Now turning to the 100K race, we have the top women just cresting over that final little hump, that final little climb before they make the descent towards the finish.
And interestingly, this is where Eva Maria Spurger, who came second here last year, got overtaken at this point. She was overtaken by once again, my brain has turned to mush, so I will find that name for you. But she was overtaken in that final ascent and unfortunately lost the lead, which she had been working for all day. But seems like today she is holding on.
We'll have to see how they clock in through this last checkpoint. Maria Sperger with Daniela Olmos, both from Germany, both running super hard, and they are close together.
There we go. Sorry.
No, imminently.
She led until this final aid station, and that's where Hannah Allgood, apologies.
There we go.
Hannah Allgood overtook without looking back, and apparently Eva spent a little bit of time there collecting herself, kind of catching her breath, so hopefully she's looking for redemption this year. We will see just after the ad break what's happening there. Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Und wir applaudieren und wir feiern und wir rufen und wir klatschen. Für Daniel, für Jessica, für Florian, Christopher Wright, Larissa Richard.
We are back at the Eiger Ultra Trail. We have been following the 50K race, the 100K race. We are now looking at images of the top women in the 100K. It is incredibly exciting. We have a tight race between Eva Maria Sperger from Germany and Daniela Olmos, also from Germany. 7 hours, 51 minutes into this race. And we've had Daniela Olmos. She has surged into the lead. Daniela running for Nike Trail. She has passed through the checkpoint before Eva Maria. So a switch up right near the end. Oof. And did this not happen? You were saying just before the break. Is this not a repeat of what happened last year?
I'm sure that is exactly what was going through Eva Maria's head as she was cresting at that aid station. To be passed again at that point is really heartbreaking, and I hope that she is able to keep her head up and keep moving with confidence, because the game is not over. The race is not over until you cross that finish line.
But wow, looking at how Daniela is moving, she has got some force behind her.
Oh, yeah.
Now, what do we know of Daniela? She was 14th in the Marathon du Mont-Blanc. This year, she won Zagama 2023. She was the first German to do so, which is quite cool. And she was 5th at OCC in 2023. Daniela has 2 kids, and she works as a medical assistant. So quite a full plate that she's got.
Absolutely. And interestingly, she mentioned that she wasn't feeling particularly well prepared for this race. But being a mum, being someone who works, she had to think about planning this quite far in advance. And because everything had been put in place, she didn't want to waste the opportunity to race. So she showed up. And I'm sure at this point in the race, she is very happy she did, because she is pulling out a very, very impressive race here.
Now, we've been talking about Eva Maria. She was 2nd in the Eiger 100K race in 2018 and last year. Now, I wouldn't count her out just yet. We are seeing quite a strong performance from Daniela. But Eva Maria, interestingly, is a former cyclist and Thai boxer. So she's a fighter.
Wow, she is a fighter indeed. So we see here also that Daniela Omis is getting crewed by her husband. And we've always said how important that crew is, how important it is to have someone there that you trust. Same with Eva Maria. Her husband and her 3 friends will be with her. So great to see them being supported in that way. Oof. She's on screen at the moment, and she is... I don't want to say it, but it does look like she's having a little bit of a repeat of last year, getting to this point and just struggling a little bit, maybe more than she was hoping.
She's certainly not moving with the same urgency that we saw from Daniela.
No, absolutely not.
Oh, come on, Eva Maria. It can be so hard mentally when you get past at the same point that you were past in a previous year, after you've been leading for such a long time. But she's still in 2nd. And there's going to be quite a race still between 3rd and 4th. Daniela, Machner, and Oana Michalcia. We're going with that.
We're going with that.
Yep. If we've got some listeners from Romania, pop in and correct our pronunciation. Okay, come on, Eva Maria, let's go. You're in a checkpoint. I'm slapping my thigh here because I just want to push her along.
There we go. She's taking a seat. She's going to refuel properly before she takes on this final descent. Unsure if that's if that's her husband or if that's one of her friends, but always great to see someone you know and you trust at these aid stations. Interestingly, in her pre-race questions, one of the things that she mentioned was that as a psychologist, she likes to practice a lot of mindfulness and self-compassion, which she also tries to apply to running. So I would be very curious to know what is going through her head at this moment, what she's saying to herself, what her self-talk is like, because it can be very easy at a point in a race like this where you've just been passed and you're not feeling great to have a very negative self-talk going on. And it becomes very difficult to come back from that. So I would be curious to know what is going on through her head right now, if she's able to pick herself up mentally, because physically she looks like she's struggling.
She needs some positive self-talk to get her back running again. Ugh, this is really tough to watch, especially when we have the split screen and we can see.
She's, I think she was on the verge of not keeping in whatever she had just taken in at the aid station.
Yeah.
Thank you, camera runner, for not showing us that.
Oh, that's really tough. I think she's had a tough year. She DNF'd at the Lavaredo race and as well at Madeira Island Ultra Trail this year. Come on, she can just hold it together to the finish. Let's keep 2nd.
Yeah,
let's go.
You know what? I think when you've had 2 DNFs in a row, it's so important to just get yourself to that finish line, to get out of that cycle of DNF, because as soon as you make that a pattern, it becomes very, very difficult mentally to pull yourself out of that point and to make yourself feel like you can actually finish these long races like this.
For sure.
Well, there we go. She's moving again. She might have had a little bit of a tactical vomit, and she's back moving, and actually moving pretty well. So hopefully that is she had a few hard words with herself and managed to get things going. Here we go. If we have any supporters of Daniela or Eva Maria in the chat, please show some love. They are on their way back to Grindelwald. Rounding out.
Wow, look at the spread now between the two of them.
Yeah, Daniela has made a lot of time on that descent. It just shows
really surged. Yep.
It just shows also how much time you can lose at an aid station.
Yep.
You know, 1 or 2 minutes, it goes by really quickly when you're sitting down at an aid station.
What's your tactic? Do you sit down at an aid station or do you try to avoid it?
I try and avoid sitting if I can. Getting out of that rhythm of being moving is hard. So I try and, if possible, keep them moving. If not, make the standing still as short as possible, because getting going again after you've stopped is really, really hard.
And for those of you out there who are crew, that is your job as crew. Make the checkpoint as uncomfortable as possible, because if you provide a nice cushy lawn chair to sit in, if you make it too warm, too cool, too comfortable, then it will be very hard to kick your runner out.
Daniela Omis, ladies and gentlemen, your 100-kilometer Eiger Ultra Trail runner, your first woman in this race. She has had an incredible race as well. She has kind of bounced around in that top 5 position and really shown her strength now in these final kilometers, taking a pretty demanding lead here in this final stretch. And still moving incredibly well.
She was 14th just a few weeks ago at the Marathon du Mont-Blanc, the 42-kilometer race. So not that long ago. And also she was 10th at the Trans-Gran Canaria marathon distance.
I'm always very impressed at the turnaround time of some athletes. Very, very impressive.
Eva Maria passing by at least some of the male competitors. So she's not given up yet.
Absolutely not. And while it may have taken her a little bit of time to get moving out of that aid station, she is once again moving pretty well. She has not let up at all. I think she's probably been haunted by her passing and a little bit of a sit that she had to have last year, so definitely needed to get redemption on that. And I think despite the small pause that she had to get her stomach to cooperate, she seems to be moving pretty well again.
Nice split screen here between our first and second woman. In the revised 100K distance, there is just under 1.6 kilometers between them. So at this point, unless Daniela falls on her face, she has got first in the bag. And hopefully Eva Maria will be able to hold on to second, which she should do. We will have a race between third and fourth. Let's check on whether we have an update on that front.
So we have not had our third place woman yet come through that final aid station. She is expected still in 18 minutes.
Okay, so there's quite a gap.
We've still got a bit of a gap there. I think as long as Eva Maria Spurger can keep moving, she should be able to hold on to that second position. And while we are here as well, scan that sidebar, scan that barcode there, and enter the extraordinary contest. You stand a chance to win an entry into a race of your choice, part of the UTMB World Series. You get a pair of shoes from HOKA, you get some goodies from Buff, and you get a little package from NARC. So a full, complete package of gifts and goodies, and definitely one that I wish I could enter. I said earlier, if I could win, I'd probably try and enter a race in Asia. Where would you enter a race?
Ooh, I think maybe Oceania.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would pick somewhere as far away from where we currently are sitting as possible.
So Tarawera.
Yes, I would love to do Tarawera. Although
Okay.
it's a bit flat for my liking, it doesn't really play to my strengths. I would really just like to see that part of the world.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely on my bucket list too.
Yeah.
I've flagged it as a potential for next year, but I've probably got 20 races flagged as potentials for next year. The beauty of having so many beautiful places to run.
Yep.
And also the curse of it, because there's no way that it's possible to fit them all in.
Which races do we have in South America?
There's Mexico. I will confirm for you, because I think this is a good thing to know.
Oh, she is moving. Daniela is pushing towards the finish.
All right. So, in South America, we've got Parate, Brazil by UTMB.
Yep.
We've got the Quinto Trail, Ecuador by UTMB. And we also have a third one that is not loading for me right this second.
Down in Patagonia.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Quito Trail in Ecuador would probably be high on my list. I spent a summer in Ecuador, and it has just gorgeous terrain and quite high altitude.
There we go. Valhol Fin del Mundo by UTMB in Argentina.
Yep, sign me up.
I think that sounds pretty dang cool too.
If you were going to choose a race that you could participate in, if you won this contest, where would you go? Let us know in the chat. We have in the studio, Asia, Oceania, South America. Obviously, we're over Europe.
I don't know, looking at these images, I'm not super over it. I think I could definitely run a race here and be quite content. As long as there's cheese involved, I'm in.
And there we go. Now we can see the split between our top two women in the 100K race, which is actually a 68 kilometer race, which has been shortened due to the weather forecast. We have Daniela Omas from Germany in first. She has put in, at last count, it was a 1.6 kilometer lead on Eva Maria Sperger from Germany. And unfortunately for Eva Maria, she was passed at the checkpoint, repeating what happened last year when she was previously passed by Hannah Allgood. Mm-hmm. But she's still holding on to second and chasing down Daniela. Daniela is now, you can see the town up above there. She's going to be coming up towards that final little climb, that little punch.
700 meters to go. She is probably hearing that finish line. She knows that she is so close. Getting ready to give her husband a big hug.
And maybe her two kids will be at the finish line.
I think she said that her parents were babysitting for her. So she is free of parenting duties. It means she can recover a little bit better after race. No picking up kids.
She knows how to do this properly.
Not her first rodeo.
Yeah.
Very cool to see there. The distance between first and second woman, 1.6 Ks, which doesn't sound like much, actually. Sounds like, looks like Eva Maria managed to pull herself together a little bit, but unfortunately that gap will just be too big for her to close. And Daniela Omas is definitely going to be coming away as your first woman here in the 100K category at the Eiger Ultra Trail by UTMB.
You can see difference in style, in gear. Daniela did not bring poles with her, whereas Eva Maria had poles in her quiver.
considering that Daniela Omis was saying that she didn't feel super prepared for this. I'm sure she wasn't too upset by the fact that the race got shortened.
Yep.
And I wonder then if that was a conscious decision to leave the poles at home, because I can't imagine she would run the 100K without them.
Yep.
So I assume that that was a conscious decision made to leave the poles behind. Are those poles in her shorts?
Oh, they are.
There we go.
They are.
So she does have poles. But yeah, with the race being
correct.
shortened, I would consider very carefully if I would have taken poles or not.
I think I still would have brought them.
4,300 meters is still a lot of climbing to go.
I would have brought them.
Yeah, can see her looking over her shoulder there. But Eva Maria Spurger is not going to be catching up to her anytime soon. She has got this one in the bag. Ladies and gentlemen, your first place woman here at the Eiger Ultra Trail by UTMB.
And you can see you've got quite a train of people now going up this final climb. We've got multiple races finishing at the same time. We have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of runners across all of the different races this weekend. It makes for a great race atmosphere in Grindelwald.
Yeah.
And there she goes. She's actually running up this final climb, passing by the men. You go, Daniela.
You go, girl. Playing Pac-Man with the men is always a very fun game. And with all of those athletes coming in, if you are in Grindelwald, if you are in the area, go and cheer some people coming in, because there's nothing better than a finish line of an ultra trail race. The emotions, the effort, the passion, it's a great place to be, to see just true, authentic joy and like human connection. It's a really special place to be. So if you're around, go and give some people a high five. They will appreciate it for sure.
And while it's exciting to see the elites finish, I actually love seeing the final finishers. They call it the golden hour. Go in 1 hour before the final time cutoff and see the people who have been battling it out on the trails. You cannot leave a finish line in a bad mood after seeing what these people put out there.
Oh no, absolutely not.
And we have our second place woman, Eva Maria. She is still fighting. She was overtaken at the last checkpoint, repeating what happened last year, but she is not giving up. Now we can hear the finish line, which means Daniela can hear the finish line as she rounds into the town of Grindelwald, just a few hundred meters away from the finish line. Gosh, she has been running, thinking that she was in second, I think earlier in third. Now, in the final push, she surges into first. She's got to know that she has really pulled a rabbit out of the hat here. Wow. She's passing people even in these final couple hundred meters. It's great to see.
Incredible race that Daniela Omis has had here today. She will be greeted by her husband coming into this finish line, and she will be incredibly proud of this event, this race that she has pulled through.
Fifth at OCC in 2023, she will now gain a direct entry into CCC next year. This is Daniela Omis from Germany, sprinting to the finish after 8 hours, 11 minutes in the 100K race at the Eiger Ultra Trail on that final bridge. Red carpet waving to the crowd. She is all smiles. Fantastic performance. Surging into the lead at the final hour. What a race for Daniela.
Very, very strong finish here, and what a well-timed passing. Take that lead in the final hour, put in a surge, get a bit of a gap, and take that home. Take home that crown. You deserve it.
The number one bib. She had the highest UTMB index coming into this race, and she performed.
She proved why she has that high index.
Der rote Teppich gehört dir. Lass dich noch einmal feiern. Grindelwald, da ist die großartige Siegerin. E101. Daniela.
She's really soaking that in, really just enjoying that moment as she should. I am curious though, why she's not wearing the little doily t-shirt that Nike Trail athletes have been wearing recently. Curious choice. Although I think if I was her, I'd probably choose her outfit as well. Let's see if we get a finish line interview. Even though we can't understand it, hopefully people in the chat will be able to understand and translate for us. Let's see what she has to say.
Hart aber schön, oder wie umschreiben wir es?
Ja, kann man sicherlich so sagen. Mir ging es den Berg rauf, nach männlichen ging es mir so mäßig gut. Dann habe ich auch gesehen, dass die Eva aufgeschlossen hat. Und dann ist sie ziemlich mit Karacho an der kleinen Scheidegg an mir vorbei. Und ja, ich wusste, es sind noch 17 Kilometer. Und habe gedacht, na mal sehen, ob sie das durchhält.
Und dann, wo hast du sie wieder geschnappt?
Ja, so ein Frauenthema. Kurz bevor der Anstieg zum Pfingsteck beginnt, war ein Dixie. Mehr sag ich nicht.
Okay. Ja, da wird auch mit harten Bandagen gekämpft. Klar, es geht um den Sieg und es geht um den Sieg nicht irgendwo, sondern um Eiger Ultra Trail. Und in diesem Sinne, ja, es war für uns spannend. Wir haben nämlich auf dem Monitor gesehen, oh, hoppla, auf einmal ist Eva vorne und dann eben Pfingsteck oben war die Daniela wieder vorne und jetzt überglücklich im Ziel. Was für ein Tag, was für ein Rennen. Also ich finde, besser könnte es nicht sein.
Ja, stimmt. Nächstes Jahr vielleicht mit der vollen Strecke, wobei ich glaube, da hätte ich heute gegen die Eva nicht gewonnen.
Wie auch immer, lassen wir das so stehen. Komm einfach wieder nächstes Jahr.
Mache ich.
Das finde ich großartig. Okay, und jetzt Grindelwald. Gebt der großartigen Siegerin nochmals einen riesigen Applaus. Bravo und herzliche Gratulation. Daniela Emus.
All right, Eileen in the chat, who knows Swiss German, help us out. What were they saying? Give us a bit of a rundown. So we've had Daniela really finishing incredibly strong, surging into the lead at the final hour. And now on the left-hand side of the screen, we have our second place, Eva Maria Spurger.
Right, we have Eileen in the chat. She has indeed translated for us. Thank you, Eileen. We really appreciate it. She said apparently she wasn't feeling too well on the mountain, and she played it well with Maria at 17 kilometers left to go, which we can agree. We definitely saw that play out. And she said she waited tactically to see if Eva Maria can win that. So very cool to see what we saw happening and playing out on the screen is actually how she saw the race as well, how she raced tactically. Very cool to see that play out like that. So thank you very much, Eileen, for your translation. We will be reverting back to you, I assume, when Eva Maria finishes as well. So thank you for hanging around. We appreciate it. And I'm sure everyone else in the chat who also doesn't understand Swiss German appreciates it too.
Check is in the mail.
Right, Eva Maria Spurger is on the final little kick in the stomach, that final little climb before you hit Grindelwald and that final stretch of road. She looks tired.
The fatigue here. She is not moving quickly. No, fair enough. She has second place. Third place is nowhere to be found. So I can see here she's done.
Yeah. I think the body language says, let this please be finished now.
Yeah.
But she definitely looks a little bit despondent, and I'm sure after last year, this is not the result she came back for. She would have come back for redemption, and getting past in the same position as last year when Hannah Allgood overtook, it can't feel good.
This is the third time that she has gotten second place in this race. 2018, 2024, now 2025. And second place is something to be incredibly proud of. Yep. But when you've been in first for the majority of the race, second place feels a bit different.
Yep. Absolutely.
Nonetheless, she will still receive direct entry into CCC next year.
We also have Karsten in the chat saying that she also said she would not have won against Maria on the original course, referring to the finish line interview that Daniela had when she crossed the line, which is interesting because Daniela also said that she wasn't feeling great and prepared for 100K. And we said at the start of the day that this change will certainly favor some people and not others. So maybe this was just a pace that even Maria Spurger wasn't prepared to run for this amount of time. And that is why she maybe overcooked it a little bit too early. But Daniela almost really played to her advantage here today and took home the win, running a tactical race and a very smart race. Thank you, Karsten, for your added comments there.
That's quite interesting. Yeah, if you look at her background, Eva Maria really does excel at the 100K to 100 mile category, although she has also won 50K category. It's quite impressive. She seems to be pretty versatile, but she does tend to stick to the 100K, 100 mile, the longer distances.
There she is. She is about to top out on this final climb before she hits that road stretch in Grindelwald and head towards that finish line. She is very much looking forward to.
I'm struggling here because with the live stream being so immersive, I literally just want to put my hands out and push. Come on.
Oh, she is not having the day that she wanted.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah.
That's really tough. I hope that I think we'll get some tears of relief, but I hope we'll get some smiles at the finish. She should be so proud of what she's done here. Although I'm sure she's thinking about that first place that she could have, that she almost had.
Yeah. This is one of those races that you will look back on and be proud of how you executed, even if it wasn't the race that you were hoping for. There we go. Reluctant smiles.
Let's go.
Let's get put away. The final stretch.
No matter what has gone on in the last 67K, you've just got to finish strong. It's time to grin and bear it and give everything you've got for that finish line, whether you're being chased down or not. You give it all to the course, you give it all to the race, knowing that there's just nothing left by the time you cross that finish line. Our second place woman, Eva Maria Spurger from Germany. She was leading up until the last checkpoint when Daniela almost from Germany overtook her, but still an incredibly strong performance to be proud of nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's chasing some demons. The exact same thing happened to her in a race last year. She's consistent, and she's hopefully left those demons behind her.
Absolutely. Crossing this finish line now. The smile comes out. She knows she's done it. She's finished this race. She's getting out of that DNF slump, which is exactly what she needs to do so that she can lift her head up for the rest of the season after a very solid performance here today at the Eiger Ultra Trail 100K event. Your second place woman, ladies and gentlemen, Eva Maria Spurger.
Ooh, that was a tough one.
Ew.
I felt that. Oh.
Go. That was indeed her husband that we saw at the last aid station, giving her, I'm sure, what were much needed words of encouragement.
Well, she certainly put it all out there.
Yep.
Wow. Was für ein Rennen. What a race!
I hope we'll see her in CCC next year.
I think we will.
Definitely.
I can imagine that sitting down at this point feels really good.
Oh, there we go. Our first and second place women having a bit of a chat, a bit of a debrief on what exactly went on there. I wonder if they had a chat when Daniela surged into first. It's often so hard. I competitors, but oftentimes you're also friends.
Yeah. I think in most cases the high is normally enough, and then it's game face on, and you can be friends after the race.
Ich glaube, es war hart,
The ultra
gell?
competitor comes
Ja,
out.
drittes Mal bin ich hier und drittes Mal den zweiten Platz. Und genau an derselben Stelle überholt und an derselben Stelle voll übergeben.
Was sagt uns das? Nein, darüber sprechen wir später, gell?
Jetzt sagt, dass ich alles rausgeholt habe.
Das ist es eben, genau. Und ihr hattet offensichtlich einen harten Fight. Mit harten Bandagen wird da gekämpft, weil es geht um den prestigeträchtigen Sieg am Eiger Ultra Trail. Immerhin.
Ja, absolut. Das war ein hartes Battle.
Hartes Battle, aber jetzt wieder vereint und so seid ihr jetzt gemeinsam hier im Ziel. Du als Zweitplatzierte, ja, du hast diesen zweiten Rang abonniert. Wie hart war es denn? Erzähl's uns.
Ja, zwischendurch, also ging eigentlich relativ lang sehr gut, aber ich wusste halt, Daniela ist genau hinter mir, also habe halt alles rausgeholt und habe gedacht, naja, vielleicht geht's gut, vielleicht aber auch nicht, und es ging halt am Ende nicht gut.
Also weißt du, ich würde eben sagen, doch, es ist hervorragend, dieser zweite Rang. Ich meine, das musst du zuerst mal machen, gell? Also ich bin total Fan von diesem Battle einerseits und finde zweiter Rang genauso gut wie erster Rang eigentlich. Wir feiern alle Finisher genau gleich.
Ich glaube, wir haben einfach alles getan für eine gute Show, oder?
Absolut, absolut. Das hat Daniela vorhin beim Interview ebenso gesagt. Und nun also heißt Beine hochlagen und dann, ja, dieser eine Sieger hier in Grindelwald, der kommt schon noch, gell? Heißt, nächstes Jahr bist du wieder da.
Schauen wir mal. Die Hunde.
Überlegst dir, gell? Ich frage dich morgen an der Siegerehrung noch einmal. Herzliche Gratulation einmal mehr. Meine Damen und Herren, feiert Eva Maria Sperger, die Zweitplatzierte, und feiert Daniela Oemus, die großartige Siegerin, genauso. Herzliche Gratulation und morgen an der Siegerehrung werden wir es wissen.
Well, with thanks to our helpers in the chat, we have a little bit of a translation. Thanks to Eileen. What we heard from Eva Maria was that for a long time things were going pretty well, but Daniela was right behind her, and so Eva Maria said maybe it's going well, maybe not, and she will maybe be here again next year. So after 3-time finishing in second place, maybe she'll come back next year for first. Who knows?
Sucker for punishment.
Yeah.
As we all are, but very, very cool to see that battle take place and unfold between Daniela Oemus and Eva Maria Sperger. Thank you to our little translators in the chat. We are very grateful for your translations.
But also, it's incredible to hear that even like right at the end of a race, you're often thinking, oh God, I'm never going to do this again. And already she's thinking, maybe I'll cheer. Yeah. Maybe I need a little more. And this is our third place woman, Daniela Machner from Switzerland.
I wonder if anyone knows who Daniela Machner is. Let us know if she is related to the third place finisher in the 100K men's race.
We don't have much of a race background on Daniela. We've only got 3 races in on her UTMB profile, but pretty good finishes across those 3 races. She was 7th at the Mozart 100 by UTMB earlier this year, and last year she was 4th in the Eiger Ultra Trail, the 100K. So she's looking at a slight improvement, but basically a repeat of what she did last year. She also got 9th in the Mozart 100 last year as well. So she seems to be a creature of habit.
Yep.
She likes the Mozart race. She likes the Eiger. That seems to be how she plans her year. As we are following the third place woman in the 100K event, we are going to a short commercial break, but stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We are back with you at the Eiger Ultra Trail following the top women in the 100K event. We've got a frozen screen in front of us, but that is our third place woman, who is Daniela Machner from Switzerland. We were just saying before the break, she seems to be a creature of habit. The only races we have in her profile are the Mozart 100 and the Eiger Ultra Trail, and she has done both of these races the last 2 years. And that's it.
Maybe with her third place here, she'll be willing to put this one to bed and move on to something different.
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So she's kind of onto a good thing here.
Yeah. A third place finish here, I think, is a good enough reason to go, you know what, I've done this one good. Let's try something different. And like we were saying, the UTMB World Series has over 50 events all over the world. So really, she's got many options.
Now a good finish line shot here. We have multiple races ending at the same time. So it's really cool to see runners of all different speeds, abilities, finishing the events.
I always find it incredibly impressive to see people, 60 plus, 70 plus taking on these events. I find it so inspiring, and it's definitely something that I want to be when I'm older. If I can be entering a race at the Eiger Ultra Trail, be it the 16 kilometer, the 35 kilometer, the 50, whatever it is, when I'm in my 50s or 60s,
absolutely.
Then I've lived my life well, and I've looked after my body.
And the key is to do it right when you've gotten into the new decade, because then you can have a very good shot of being an age division winner. I had a friend who was in his 70s, and he was so competitive. I remember as soon as he went from 69 to 70, he signed up for so many races because he knew that he'd be able to get some awards, because the competition is not that fierce at that category. But
that is brilliant.
Yeah, why not?
Oh yeah. There we are, back with Daniela Machner in the 100K event, third place. What I did notice is that Bernard Machner, who is third, says that he's Austrian?
Austrian, yep.
And Daniela is apparently Swiss, so they can't be related.
They can't be related, but they could be married.
Ah, they could be married. Yes, indeed.
Yes.
I didn't think of that one.
Cross-border.
Indeed. So potentially we've got a husband and wife duo here, pulling in third positions in the 100K event here at Eiger Ultra Trail.
That would be so cool. That would be a repeat of what we saw with Trayson Knopp from the U.S. and
Claire Rhodes.
Yes.
Except
Claire
that
Rhodes.
Claire came in fourth.
She
and,
did.
Trayson pulled out a second position. Still very impressive.
They averaged out third, both
There we
of
go.
them.
That's math that we can do.
Yeah, exactly. And now we see the course profile here. I just love this shot because it shows you how far they've gone and what kind of terrain that they've hit. So Daniela is now just on that final steep-ish descent before she hits the flat, and then the little last climb up into the town of Grindelwald, where celebrations are awaiting her. We are happy to bring you coverage of both the women's and the men's side here today. It's really important that we showcase the top 3 finishers on both sides. I know there's some of you in the chat that wanted to see more of the male finishers, but we gotta put them aside for our top 3 women because they are just too impressive to forget about here.
Absolutely. And if you are waiting for someone at the finish line, remember that there is the fixed camera that you can tune into to try and catch your loved ones coming in there. So there is an opportunity to still see them crossing that finish line.
And you will be spared our commentary.
Shame.
2.7 kilometers to go. So really in the final stretch. And she's still moving pretty well.
Yep, absolutely. If you're in the chat and you're cheering on someone specific, remember to share some love. We've got Carsten here who's saying that a friend of his is racing the E250. 250 kilometers. They have been going for 76 hours and 33 minutes. That is a long time. That is a very long time. So shout out to all of the people taking on that race. That is no joke.
That's actually a race that's on my list.
Of course it would be.
Yep. I love these long distances.
Oh, wow.
It just brings a whole other element of logistics, of self-care and management. You know, a tiny little thing you can get by in a 50K race or a 100K race, but a tiny thing can blow up into a massive thing in a 250K race.
Oh, well, you're going to have to get a teammate because it's a team event.
That's the problem.
No, what about your husband?
No. That would for sure lead to some kind of a breakup there.
We need a timeout.
It's very hard, I have to say, it's very hard to find the right partner to be able to race multiple days with, because not only do you have to find someone that's physically around the same competence as you, but also someone that you can stand for days on end. And that can be really tough because everyone's got a different race style and everyone acts differently after they haven't slept for a couple of days.
Yeah.
So while there's certainly people who might be the same speed that I am, I don't know that our personalities would be a match. And there's others whose personalities would be a match, but we're not the right speed.
Yep, absolutely. It definitely adds an extra layer when you have that team event, but specifically for these long distances.
Yeah.
So maybe we can quickly give a shout out to our winners in those events. Our first male winners were Victor Richard and Nicholas Lemon. Ultra timing, who won in 52 hours and 57 minutes.
Nice.
Yeah. Second position, we had the Swiss Shamrocks, Michael Ziest and Brian Mullins in 58:10. And in third position, probably the award for the best name, Marcus Chevrolet and David Mumm, the Tight Butts.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'd like to see some footage replay. Do we have that?
Oh, my word. Great name, great name. Race time, 59:58, so incredibly impressive. And we also have our women's champions in that, who won in a time of 67:29. and that was Katja Fink and Denise Zimmerman.
Ooh, Katja, I didn't realize. Oh, and Denise. They are fantastic runners. You're probably too young to have raced against them, but Denise Zimmerman is a bit of a legend. I know her from Tour de Géant. We actually did the World Trail Championships together. We DNF'd at the World Trail Championships together.
Great memories.
She is a long distance mountain goat, kind of like I am. And the Trail Championships, I think this was 2018, was quite a fast course. And we were both at the end thinking, what the heck are we doing here? So it's really cool to see that she's still out there racing. Big shout out to Denise.
Very, very impressive. And they were 6th overall in that event.
So I am so impressed.
Very cool to see women representing there as well.
I'm gonna look her up. And the team, Karsten's friends team, is Eye of the Eiger. That is awesome.
Brilliant. I hope that when they come into that finish line, we've got some very tailored music for them. I was going to try and sing, and then I thought better of it. That's like doing maths on in public.
Singing
in public
would be worse.
Yeah, definitely. No one wants to hear that.
Thank you for jumping into the chat and keeping us entertained here. It's really nice to know where everyone's tuning in from. If you're just joining us, we have been following the 50K race, and now we're following the 100K race at the Eiger Ultra Trail. Alternate courses due to the weather, but very tough and challenging courses nonetheless, and beautiful, beautiful scenery. Bit of a slow-mo here with Daniela Machner, who is in 3rd place in the 100K event.
And interestingly, what we haven't picked up, and thank you, Nikolai, in the chat for pointing it out, but Oana Mielcha? Please, Nikolai, please correct me, because I would like to say that correct. But she is apparently only 1 minute back from third place. So we might have still a battle on our hands for the third position.
Good spot. Yeah, Oana Mielcha from Romania. Now, she's mainly raced in France. So I think this might be her first race in Switzerland, but I would need to check on that. So I'm wondering if she's a Romanian actually living in France.
I don't think we have any information on her other than... here we go. Yep, you are indeed correct. Where do you live? She lives in France.
I knew it.
There we go. She has been training in Font-Romeu, Les Beaufortins, Les Deux Alpes. So she has been training in some pretty incredible areas, some high altitudes. So that wouldn't have affected her so much today. Her husband is out there crewing her, which is always very special. And funnily enough, she said that her stomach is her only preoccupation. Everything else will follow along with it.
I understand that.
I think in these long distance events, that is always the key, is managing your stomach, managing that nutrition. If you can get that right, if your training has gone well beforehand, if you can get your stomach right on the day, you're going to have as close to the day that you want as possible.
Although not as much of an issue now that we have a shortened course. With 69K, you can still power through it without hopefully having too many stomach issues. In 100K, definitely there's much more of a risk.
Yeah. Absolutely. Longer time to have things go wrong, and yet 8 hours and 40 minutes. You don't want to be suffering for that long. That is for sure. Touch wood. I haven't had any severe moments like that yet, but I assume they will come. And it sounds like you had a pretty tough day at Hard Rock.
Oh, yeah.
Just last weekend. So I think we all understand when she says, as long as her stomach cooperates,
yep,
she can have a good day.
I've unfortunately been through been through that routine quite a few times, but this past weekend at the Hard Rock 100 in Colorado was the first time that I have been on all fours with my head in the dirt while losing the contents of my stomach.
Oh, I'm sorry that you had to experience that. Oh my goodness. If anyone in the chat has experienced anything similar, let's share our war stories. Let's share our battles.
I know I wasn't the only one.
Oh no. Still with Daniela Magna, she is making her way now. She has finished the descent and she is on the flats before she does that final little climb up to Grindelwald. And we haven't had any sight of fourth position, so we are assuming she has managed to maintain this lead and is going to come in third position. Not a bad place to set up your camp.
Je viens de lancer un truc, est-ce que c'est ça? C'est l'application qui s'appelle... Non, pardon, l'application qui s'appelle Host.
So, according to the tracking, we have Juana estimated to be in Grindelwald in 3 minutes.
So we've either got a problem with our tracking, or we have missed her. Yeah. But according to this is still our third woman. This is still Daniela Magna. I would assume that there's a slight problem with our tracking. But we will see shortly, I guess. While we wait for an update there, the chat is full of very interesting stories. Carsten ran 40 kilometers with his shirt in his pants because of bad chafing.
Nice. Nice.
That's great. I actually did something similar yesterday because I was chafing under my sports bra, so I stuck my shirt down there and it solved the problem.
I have actually once considered using a banana as anti-chafing lube. I would not recommend it, but just saying, sometimes you need to get creative.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
I can imagine a banana peel could potentially work in some situations, but maybe not the banana itself.
Nope, the actual banana.
Yeah, interesting.
Okay. What I'm trying to do is to just get visuals on what everyone looks like here to make sure that we're following the right people.
We definitely still have eyes here. If anyone is in the chat and knows Daniela Magna, please give us confirmation. We have assumed that we've been following her. We still think we're following our third woman, who is Daniela Magna. But our tracking is confusing us, which is frustrating, but that's what we do when we deal with mountain sports. No, this is we are definitely following Daniela Magna here. We are definitely following her in third position. We are assuming that there's a slight mishap with our tracking and that we will see shortly Oceania coming in fourth position, but we can't be sure.
Either way, it will be exciting.
Either way, we love a little fireworks. There's nothing more exciting than a sprint finish after a 60K event. There we go. She is on that final climb. She is on that final little kick in the stomach before she hits Grindelwald.
And I can see on the bib, it is Daniela. Number 84. That is Daniela in third. So there is something wonky going on with the trackers. Because if you go on the live trackers, it shows Oana coming into Grindelwald imminently. But we can see that is bib number 84. That is Daniela Machner.
She's gonna do it. Unless we have some fireworks in the final 300 meters, we are seeing your third place woman in the 100-kilometer race coming into Grindelwald.
So do not be fooled by what you see on the tracker. Oana from... Oh! Was that Oana?
That was her.
That was right. That was right. So that solves the mystery. That was not the third place woman. That was Daniela, but she was in fourth. And we have just seen Oana Mihalcia from Romania get third place.
Oh, wow.
We should have believed the tracker. That is an incredibly fast performance and a bit of a surprise for us here in the studio. I am going to ring the bell for Oana. Great to see. Again, runners from Romania are really just surging ahead, and we're seeing them more and more on the podiums. Oh, so much emotion coming from Oana. That was a hard-fought one. She secured third place and her direct entry into the CCC next year. Wow.
Wow, wow, wow.
She surprised all of us.
She surprised all of us. We missed her somewhere. She overtook Daniela somewhere along the road that we missed and came blazing into this finish line.
Let's hear her.
Hard time with stomach issues, and also that I lost very, very much time. But in the end, I made the final downhill. I give it all, and I've done it.
Wow. All in, and you're absolutely happy, and well, yeah, ein unglaubliches Rennen. You're absolutely happy, but you're done. You're completely empty of energy, but full of emotions, right?
Yes, really.
Oh, cool. So that was a tough race as well against Daniela. So your that's a head-to-head battle you had during the whole race, no?
Yes, I seen her all the race. Yes, she's fast uphill, and I'm faster downhill. So that's it.
And now you're happy as our third place E101 finisher. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, Oana Mihalcia.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen, Oana Mihalcia. There we go. That's how we say the name. Thank you very much.
Solved the mystery of who is in third and also how to pronounce her last name.
Oh, what an incredible race. And understandably, when there are so many races converging together, it's very easy for the cyclists to miss people while they're also trying to navigate not cycling into anyone. So understandably, we did unfortunately miss her passing Daniela on that final descent. But no mistake of anyone. What an exciting race. Still keeping us on our toes at all times. And whew, I got chills as she came in. What an incredible race she's had.
That was such an emotional finish. And as she said, she was faster than Daniela on the descents. Daniela was faster on the climbs. This race ended with a descent, although that tiny little punch at the very end. But looks like she was able to overtake Daniela. And now we will see Daniela coming into the finish in fourth.
Fourth position. That is not correct on the left-hand corner of the screen. She is indeed our fourth position athlete. But wow, what a race. Again, to have such close competition this late into a race is always so exciting.
Just minutes apart. You have to think, after almost 9 hours of running through these incredible mountain terrains, it comes down 2 minutes to decide who gets an entry into CCC and who doesn't.
Nail-biting stuff.
Whoa. I mean, fourth place is still pretty darn good with this level of competition. We've had Daniela Omas in first, Eva Maria Spurgert in second, and then Juana Mejia in third, and then Daniela Machner from Switzerland running through Grindelwald, coming to the finish line in fourth place. She was passed in the final hour. We saw this before, but she is still finishing incredibly strong. We have the rain now with us in the studio to show us the drama of the event. And here we have Daniela Machner finishing up onto the red carpet. Oh, that was painful.
Final descent is brutal.
Come on, let's push it to the finish. Hands in the air, and she's done it.
She is still very, very happy. As much as she's potentially frustrated, she can only be happy with that performance. She is hurting.
Oh, that just showed us how hard she pushed when she had to really tiptoe down that final little ramp at the finish line.
Yeah.
Oh, poor thing. Woo. My quads are hurting.
Yeah. I think she might be cramping a little.
So am I. Let's tune in.
Erzähl uns.
Rennen fertig.
Du kannst zu wenig abwärts rennen. Und es ist halt. Er hat es noch gut gesagt. Auf und ab. Trailrunning geht auf und ab. Ja, Downhill ist eigentlich eine Disziplin für sich. Gell? Respektive Trailrunning besteht aus 2 Disziplinen. Uphill und Downhill. Weil praktisch geht es nie flach. Und ja, Oana hat es vorher genau gleich gesagt. Und du bestätigst es. Du bist viel stärker Uphill, sie deutlich stärker Downhill. Und der letzte Downhill, wie hast du es erlebt? Ja, ist bitter, hä?
Ich habe gewusst, dass sie kommt. Ich habe zu wenig Gas geben im letzten Aufstieg. Selber schuld.
Come on, ich finde ganz einfach grossartig. Ja, das gehört schlussendlich zu einem spannenden Dreibuch auch dazu. Ich weiss, das ist ein schlechter und ein schwacher Trost. Der Bernhard, dritte. Du, knapp. Das wäre natürlich noch so ein bisschen das Tüpfchen auf die Zeit. Und trotzdem, letztes Jahr hat er genau das Gleiche erlebt. Und so kommen wir einfach wieder. Und Daniela schüttelt den Kopf. Wie auch immer, kann helfen, wenn ganz Grindelwald applaudiert. Für die Familie Machner, insbesondere für Daniela. Ist gut. Kommt Grindelwald, gebt der Familie Machner, gebt der Daniela einen riesen Applaus. Herzliche Gratulation.
Danke vielmals.
Und bis morgen.
We have our husband and wife duo, Bernhard Machner and Daniela Machner, 3rd and 4th place respectively in the 100K. Very, very cool to see them sharing that finish line moment together.
Well, this has been an exciting day full of close finishes and lots of surprises. Surprises on the course, surprises on last-minute changes in ranking. You never know what you will get in the mountains in Switzerland.
Absolutely. And thank you once again to Eileen, who has given us a little bit of a translation. Apparently Daniela said that she knew that the lady who passed would come. She gives herself the fault that she did not push hard enough in the uphill. So unfortunately, it just wasn't her day. She just couldn't hold on to that 3rd place position in that final descent. But still an incredible race. I'm sure she will have learned a lot of lessons from this, and based on her record, we might see her again here next year. There we go. Inspiration, ladies and gentlemen, as our champions of the E16 come into that finish line. 60, 70 plus. Whew. Very, very impressive. So there you have it. Our 100K ladies podium. Very, very cool to see Daniela Omas taking out that 1st position in an incredible race, Eva Maria Spurger in 2nd position, and Oana Mielchia in 3rd.
And here we have a bit of a race recap on the 100K. This was our male winner, Thomas Farnik from the Czech Republic, showing an incredibly strong performance.
Apparently leading from the start in a group and then managed to pull away somewhere in the middle of the race to hold on to that finish until the first position until the end.
Leaving it all on the line, followed by Trayson Knopp from the USA, from Alaska. First time racing in Europe.
First time racing in Europe and a second position here. He can be pretty dang proud of that, stamping his ticket to CCC in 2026.
And then we have Bernard Machner from Austria. Super happy finish. Really jubilant, and he should be finishing in 7 hours and 26 minutes. And then on the women's side, we have Daniela Omes from Germany, who surged into the lead
on
at the
final descent.
Yes.
Overtaking Eva Maria Spurger in the same position as last year. But what a race she had. She put in a bunch of time in that final descent to bring home first position in the 100K race here today.
And we know from her post-race interview that if it had been the original course, she doesn't think that she would have been able to beat Eva Maria. So this course change, the shorter course, really seemed to benefit her. Eva Maria on the screen, struggling up that final climb. She was able to bring the speed back up on the descent, but it was a tough one for her, I think, physically and mentally.
Absolutely.
Her third time winning second place in this race, 2018, 2024, and now 2025.
And while I'm sure she is incredibly proud of pulling a second place out the bag, I'm sure she is as well just a little bit disappointed. You can see it in her face, in her post-race interview. She'll be back. She'll be back. This time coming for that first position. Great to see the camaraderie between these female athletes at the finish line.
I hope someone took a still photo of that, because that would be lovely to capture. And there we have Wana Michalcia. We are almost getting it by the end of this broadcast, from Romania, followed by Daniela Machner.
The incredible surprise finish there by Oana, overtaking Daniela somewhere on that final descent. We missed it, but she came into that finish line all smiles and incredibly happy. She laid it all out there and fully earned that third place position in the 100K here today at the Eiger Ultra Trail. And ladies and gentlemen, there we have it. We've done it. We've brought home our men and women top 5. Oh, more than that in the men, and I think around the top 5 in the women. But the final rankings for the E101 at the Eiger Ultra Trail in the men's race, Thomas Farnik in a time of 7:13.12. Trayson Knopp in second position, 8 minutes back from that, with Bernard Machner rounding out that podium, 13 minutes back in 7:26. Tommy Sullivan in 4th place, and Vincent Chesseux in 5th. Tommy Sullivan is here with his wife, MK Sullivan, who is currently pregnant, which is very cool, and it's very cool to see her running out on the course. I think she's around 5 or 6 months pregnant now and still moving great, which is awesome to see.
Good for her. Getting flirted with the final stats for the women.
There we go.
There we go. And we have the top 4 women. We're still waiting for the 5th place women, but in the 100-kilometer category, we have Daniela Omes from Germany, finishing in 8 hours and 11 minutes. Eva Maria Spurger finishing 9, almost 10 minutes back, also from Germany. Then Wana Michalcia, I got it, from Romania, finishing 35 minutes behind Daniela. And in 4th, Daniela Machner from Switzerland, finishing in 8 hours and 52 minutes. You'll be waiting for the 5th place finisher, which should be Elena Pabartsava.
And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Your Eiger Ultra Trail by UTMB 2025. I think that's it for us today. We have welcomed home our top 3 men and women in the 50K and the 100K. They have stamped their tickets to the UTMB finals in August in 2026 in Chamonix Mont-Blanc. And the next up for us, the next up for the live team is the same thing, the UTMB finals 2025 in Chamonix, the end of August.
I can't wait. And today was such a milestone for us. We had an almost all-female commentary team. We really hope that you've enjoyed us. Thank you for following along in the chat. Thank you for the translation help. And thank you for tolerating our bad math and pronunciation. We will only continue to improve. We love hearing from you. So please follow us on social media as well. And stay tuned, because when we come back with you, one of us will be racing, one of us will be commentating for the UTMB finals. You can guess who is who, but it will be super exciting to follow along. I just can't wait to see who is going to be there on the start line, and more importantly, who is going to show up on the finish line.
The best week in running in the year. I cannot wait. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in today. Thank you to the producers. You guys have been great. Stephanie, thank you.
Switzerland's best runners are here to compete. One of the most iconic peaks in the Alps. The battle promises to be intense.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
I'm so hot, I ain't coming down. Und die Viertplatzierte der E101 Damen, Elena Pabartsava. Auf den letzten Metern die Fünftplatzierte ist da. Herzliche Gratulation. Und weitere Finisher. Und Dave, E250 im Anflug. Dorfstraße. Geben wir Gas, komm. Und also, da rüber ist noch Chadra.